been happening 22 minutes? I really hope I don't have more internet issues. But yeah, some eliminations already happened. Block it. It's pretty good. Can also consider like mana Zane or something. Yeah, I feel like it's just lock it. There barely beats Tamina's clone. Tamina lost to Waimu. I got wrapped on. Oh, they killed it. It was really close. Ooh. Both players are at 2 lives. Seems like Waimu was actually gonna win up the Jenna. I'm on the wrong side. right side diff. Like, you just want the Kog'Maw opposite to the Jaina. That's really about it. Oh. Unlucky. Yep. Oh, Sparkin's still pretty good.
Our own arena for Tomino being able to get a second place in this incredibly stacked lobby. We do have a lot of players over there from both the Americas and EMEA. They're cheering him on as the sole survivor.
Also,
Yeah, and the first
APAC
couple of games
bought
about
6.
checkmate is just racing towards that checkpoint. If you have 7 points, you only need 13 for the next 2. It's well within reach. The basic calculus is you need to hit the the final 2 twice and then get a 6th place in one of the games, and then you get that 20.
Also a great plan, right? Going for that Kobuko early, already know you have the static, you know you will not be contested because you are the first one going for that line. The only way is for someone else to play a mascot. So great plan for Tomino and huge second place.
Which was wild because I think when I look at a lobby that is angling to be so high tempo, we saw a couple of our players get some really win streak oriented augments early, like the quality over quantity. They were trying to maintain win streaks. I wasn't sure that some of these reroll boards would actually be able to keep up, but it was the reroll from the Janna and the Kog'Maw that ended up getting first and second in that lobby.
They also had the chance to preserve a lot of HP, right? Because they were temporing out the fast 9 players who were not making presence. So that saving HP, being comfortable when rolling, and then getting to the peak of the form, if you will. Then obviously the fast 9 player, only one got in a good form. The rest maybe drop out a little.
Yeah, we had 4 of our Fast 9 players going from all the way from 4th to 7th. Actually, YBY was there as well. So it looked very, very dire. It's just the tempo wasn't there for them. And they were also contesting the same units. You know, Braum, Twisted Fate, Zyra, just couldn't hit 2 of them.
I think you guys both made a great point, especially when it was a Gwen 2 for one of the Bastion legendary boards. I love just being able to see that unique take on it because that was a legendary unit that was uncontested. No one else really wanted to play it outside of the Soul Fighter board. And when you take a look at how some of our other players have approached going for Fast 9s, seeing the Varus variation yesterday, as well as being able to see some flex play around Yone as a main carry in that legendary line, I think there are still some options available for our players to explore that don't necessarily involve contesting each other, right?
Yeah, 100%. And we
It's
saw
the
it.
counter logic. I think that's what you have to do, you know?
Well, there was one player that was able to accomplish that, and that is what we were going to show you on the tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. Yesterday, Soul, one of our players in this final lobby, was able to put together a masterful Fast 9 board filled with legendaries utilizing this prismatic bronze for life augment. And this game was just so impressive, wasn't it?
Absolutely. For a lot of our PBE players, they're going to be familiar with this line. This is the Fast 9 Xin line with the maximum amount of trades possible. And if you look at his Bronze for Life, I believe he ended with like 27% extra damage amp. It was a blast from the past. And just a showcase
Almost
of how these players can really cook up new
board
compositions on some of these new patches.
Yeah, we don't know, right? Did he have it cooked? Did he prepare it for now? We talked to all players here at the venue. None of them knew that this was a tech. Bronze for Life Johnny was not something they prepared, and taking a first place here for Soul is just amazing.
I mean, Clevin just said it. It was a PBE patch like master comp, so it's kind of wild to see that. But wow, I mean, and just another fun thing to show everyone. I think this is going to be difficult to accomplish when all of our players are trying to go fast 9 in our lobbies today. But the fact that we saw a Twisted Fate 3, look how cool this animation is.
That's so beautiful. Taking the full board away, and there's Brosila, one of our core streamers, just enjoying it. I mean, we had Twisted Fate 3, we also had the Listing 3, and I mean, it's always a blast. It's so hyped to see them in action.
And both of those 3-star 5 costs came for our players in the final lobby. It was Sanyap with the Lee Sin 3, also putting off a show yesterday. So I gotta say, we got some high rollers here.
maybe just a little bit, but I think it's also going to take a lot of skill in terms of trying to figure out how you can weave in your own place into the lobby tempo. I think we saw a lot of lessons from this first game, and so I want to ask the two of you, when you know that accumulating points, maybe you are the type of player that wants to go fast, stay fast. And we have 5 players right now that are very used to that style or really want to go down that direction. How do you change that? Do you even want to play that game of chicken and actually say, oh, you know what, I will let the other players have fast 9? Because then that gives them the edge.
Yeah, maybe having the ideal position, right? Maybe scouting, knowing that you know when someone's going fast 9 since the beginning. You know the augments, you know the possibilities. So maybe just get a line that is uncontested, going for your comfort zone. We see Tomino going for the Kog'Maw, going for a reroll line. I mean, you said it, Necra, Soul Fighter. There's the Jeans comp that is volatile and is very good. So, I mean, a lot of options.
Yeah, I think for this lobby, the reroll players really did get a little bit lucky. Both of them hit Radiant augments to kind of take them over the top. So if I'm a Fast 9 player, I'm sticking to my guns. This is why they're in the finals. If you look across our field, the players that did best at Fast 9 are in the finals. That was the biggest difference maker in terms of their AVP categories. You know what, Tomino, if you hit 3 good artifacts in a row, we'll let you have that one. But, you know, I'm still trusting in it.
I think the artifacts were certainly a problem, but I wonder if it's also knowing that you have so much support behind you. I hope that that's something that our players can feel, whether it's here for Tomino or it's in the Chengdu hub.
Yeah, right now Tomino has like
there
16 coaches.
Probably a very like vibrant arena right now for all of our players. It's basically full stage.
Yeah, and for Tomino, even before he already managed to be on this 3rd day, the players here at the venue were already cheering for him. It was like, hey man, you're doing amazing. Hey, you're a beast. So maybe that confidence, he really took it and took it in a good way. It's like he's not over-hyping himself, no ego. He's just playing the game and being the best he can.
And there we hear it from the crowd. You know, the players are cheering him on, you know. Do it for the West. You are the best of the West, for sure.
I wonder what's going to happen in this next game. Because we have an interesting lobby dynamic now. Tomino at the top there, towards the top with those 7 points. As a reminder, in this checkmate format, our players need to accumulate 20, and then they need to get a first place in order to actually win the Tactician's crown. So step number 1, get to 20 points.
Yep.
And there's only 2 players right now that could realistically do that within 3 games. 3, I guess. Depending on how this next game goes, we'll give you a better mathematical breakdown of that.
No, but it's that. Normally it's 3 to get to that check first, and then the probability of going 4th game if everything goes quickly. Of course, we want to have more games today. It will depend on if anyone, I mean, Tomino has a chance to go 4 games, for sure.
That would be such a cool thing to do. Ending the broadcast in 4. It's only been done before by, I believe, Tidal and Wamie earlier. So a massive accomplishment. And, you know, there are going to be a lot of players on the other side that are going to be looking at you when it's that 1 to 7 situation. I love those situations, but, man, they're the toughest spots to win from.
It must be hard when you know that the target is on your back. Weimu Lochuo, the winner of our first game, is certainly going to have a pretty big target on his. And from everyone else in that bottom 4, this is their chance to kind of turn things around or at least keep themselves in the race to get to those 20 points.
The surprise in the bottom, Ironbog and YBY were being so hyped by the full community. Having a good plan, but in the end, not performing, not having maybe a little luck, YBY being fully contested, and Ironbog didn't manage to get the cap out of the comp.
And this is the worst APAC is going to do all day. You know, I
Oh,
have
and bottom
faith.
6?
Yeah, bottom 6. We'll bounce back. We'll bounce back. I'm really happy for the CN crowd because in terms of group stage, this is one of the worst group stages they have ever done, and they have only one player to root for. Starting out on a win is going to make that crowd so much more happy.
And what a way to do it. I think the Veteran Janna reroll has been one of those compositions that a lot of the players, especially in the Americas, have really favored throughout the first 2 days of competition here in the TAC Crown. So I'm excited to see if that's a composition that continues to rear its head. But who knows? As we enter this game number 2, it's going to be a whole new portal. It's going to be a whole new set of augment selection as well. We're not going to have the prismatic part of the start, right?
Or maybe we will.
Or maybe we get prismatic
True.
party. I can't wish that on them.
They're accustomed, right? I mean, historically, as you said, maybe they didn't like to have it that kind of variance, but I think they're very accustomed to it, especially going for that economy, prismatic, maybe making sure what we saw before, tempo versus fast 9.
Oh, well, we get Twisted Fate. So that'll be kind of fun. It's just anvils to start the game.
We're
Also
gonna be
gives you
seeing a lot of
push.
reroll
You
this
can
game.
prioritize something good. You can already tell the rest of the lobby, hey, I have this unit with this item. This is what I will play. So it's like you just get the reserve of that come for you.
I think Tamino is getting a hint from his muse right here. It is going to be Janna. This is his most played composition. He's a, as we heard Panda say in the interview, AP reroll focused player. And I think extra components is really good for rerollers. You know, you can build your BISs early on. It matters a lot more if you're going down those reroll lines.
Yeah, you can.
I like the hero augment.
It's good for reroll because you can make the rest of the lobby bleed.
It's always something that I
faster.
look out for. Maybe we'll see another give him the chair.
Yeah, we saw it with the Shen Twilight yesterday that he didn't have a bow, so everything got messy. So yeah, good
Oh.
options there to get the perfect spot.
Don't remind me, Houpe. That was hard to watch. Oh, well, I wonder if it's just crew.
I think for a lot of the players that finish 6, 7, 8, you're mathematically impossible to be in check in game 4. So you kind of settle yourself down into a longer game plan.
Okay.
You're looking at, you know, rerolls that maybe not top first, fast 8 compositions that give you a steady points.
I probably would have gotten baited by the 3 Sivers in the shop, but I know the Malphite's the important one.
He's not a believer.
Oh,
Yeah.
just in
There we
case.
go. There we go.
Well, if he doesn't get the Malphite, though, that's a problem, isn't
It's not
it?
that crew.
Oh, but it's gold. I saw Starfall and Nico, and I
Oh,
got
there's
excited.
giving the chair for without you.
Knuckle? Oh, yeah, true.
Gold Destiny is just too good. Oh, Gold Destiny into Aura farming Zaira.
That's just messed up.
Pretty good.
I wonder how many hero augments we're going to have across the board. We did see, like, given the chair, Twilight
Shen?
Assault across the board here, and we are getting component anvils, so...
Yeah, don't worry. That Starfall Nico got re-rolled instantly.
What was that? Executioner Heavyweight?
She had a patch.
Or have
know.
Executioner
She had a
Supreme
patch.
Cell?
And then she's
Wasn't that like
she's gone.
a good Akali dummy?
Okay, Iron Bog with the Twilight Chain, and Weimu finds the double trouble, will go for the premium Malzahar, and he already got a first, so looking for another one.
I wonder if there's going to be some griefing early on. You know, start
Oh,
from game
everyone's-
2.
he's for
He already
sure
won
getting
game
griefed.
1. Let's not give him that much momentum. Let's hold the Malzahars together.
I wonder, though, if Songyeon can do that naturally, though. He actually has the Wandering Trainer with the Heavyweight, and the Executioner emblem is not, I think, amazing, but the Heavyweight emblem is pretty good, right?
Yeah. Maybe for the Smolder, trying to go Smolder, something like that, because I don't think he will try to contest Weimu already having the double trouble. That could be
Nah,
some
he
options. You see anything
100%
else
has to
with the
contest.
Heavyweight, maybe?
I think Smolder is the most likely line. Malzahar, those two.
I say
Really?
do
I
it
still feel
anyway.
like Akali's like
Weimu
underrated.
already
Just
has
in
8
case.
points.
I mean, he has also, I don't think he will play it, but this is normally the early game. The players were saying yesterday, okay, if you don't,
What?
if you can't play the Malzahar, you can play maybe the Nar.
I
Nope.
think Seoul has like an illegal spot, by the way. Seoul has Nafiri 2, Syndra, and Vi 2 with an Ezreal on his board with Slammin.
I mean,
Most likely win streaker.
yeah, will push fully. Also remember, Shadow Clone applies to the double trouble. So those two Nars have that additional stats.
You know what I think Waymo is doing? I think he's trying to bait everyone out. It's like, no, guys. Don't worry, I'm not playing Malzahar. There's a heavyweight emblem. I'm not even popping my anvils, okay? Chill. I don't think anyone is fooled, though.
No.
I don't think you can fool anybody with that. But there has to. Oh, so this is the soul board, by the way.
This is what you mentioned, Necra. I mean, so many
looks so
upgrades
good.
here. Yeah. Too much upgrades, decent synergies also. And I mean, the highly above tempo versus the rest.
Yeah, he could angle for a lot of different comps there. I think Star Guardians with
You know,
the
this is just
Shojin,
a color.
Samira really is the most flexible line.
Sanjot finds an early smolder. Tomino finds Juggernaut here. So probably going for that fast 9 also.
It's going to be a couple of players, I think, because, you know, without you also having the aura farming, slammed 80 items onto the Nefiri 2.
Yep.
Soul wants to play for the win streak. And I wonder, yeah, if Songyop and Tomino also want to consider trying to go a little bit further than that. But Terry with calculated loss only has one champion on his board.
Doesn't want anyone to grief him, you know? He wants to make sure he gets all of the extra resources. And this is the first look across the board at all the augments from the players. Without you, going to go for high cap, fast 9 play, and then we have Ironbog clearly going for just, you know, Twilight Assault. So getting those bows are going to be really important for him.
Now, at least he got the one here. So that's a Rage Blade onto the Shen, right?
Yep.
Looking good. Already one ball is always good news. And Terry just full open, as you mentioned, Necra, just trying to achieve this. No one else with Crystal yet.
No.
So
I think
yeah,
they all
just
saw
in case.
Terry's spot and they went, I don't
like-
think we can do this. I don't trust that.
Yeah. Maybe you already have it in rotation, but you will get him later.
Tamino is the one Terry is really afraid about, because Tamino could actually
Oh.
full sell. There he goes. That's why Terry's
Whoa.
playing it safe.
Last second sell. Being sneaky, Tomino. Taking a huge hit here from Without You, the tempo player. Still with 100, so is Soul.
I see what you're doing, Tamino. We play with the Korean players. They always try to grief us, so
It's not a bad plan, though.
it's what he should do,
Yeah.
but it's against APAC's interests. I'll just put it that way.
Oh, I see. So
I feel like playing
Clement just
anything
doesn't
is
want
against
Tomino
Apex
to go
interests.
against APAC here. I got it. But this is kind of risky, right? I know that a lot of it is about generating the econ, and actually Terry has started to put some things on his board now after with the calculated loss. But Tomino, what kind of board is he now going to look to put together?
Or is he? Maybe he will do the same.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, actually. Terry could just full sell his board again.
For your question, Necra, Tomino's board, I mean, trying to go for jogs, just maybe flex the backlane. Tomino does it again. He can't sell the dummy.
Do they face each other? That's a big question I want to know. That's so interesting.
If they do, that would be nuts. So who is Tomino going up against?
Yeah, it could be the fake out into the double fake out. You know, Terry slamming items
Well,
like,
the
you
fight
know,
isn't
I'm
over.
just going to play a normal
I
board.
mean, it's probably.
And then he sells, and Tamino loses because he has one emblem.
Oh, YBY1 is going to snap without use win streak, and it looks like Tomino and Terry both come out as losers in that last round, so not going to be a snap streak there.
Okay, without you taking out, so no one with win streak. Will be maybe less pressure from the lobby, less economy also for now, not being prismatic the
Oh,
first
these are
one.
weird slams.
So it will be more difficult for the Fast 9 players.
I think a lot of the Fast 9 players have kind of learned their lesson. We're not going full loss streak. We're going to go into more tempo-oriented styles here. Like I said, players that started off 6, 7, 8, you have to go for a long game plan. You have to hope for a game 5, game 6. So even if it caps you lower, just go for a tempo game plan here.
Do you think YBY1 is actually going to play the crew here?
No.
No, right? Because he's already level 5?
Already 5. Normally you want to stay for 3-1 roll.
I'm just smirking because he's holding on to the Darius. He knows that what Wei Mu Luoqiu is going for. You ain't fooling me.
He has blue buff IE, so maybe Smolder also.
But he has Salvage Bin, so he can actually
People
pick apart those
aren't
items
gonna
and then make
holding the
like
Darius doesn't
Shojin
matter.
and something else.
Don't agree with Malzahar, they hold Malzahar.
Taking it. Nice call there, Necra. Terry now, also with the blue buff.
I mean,
Terry
He's
wasn't
saying
able
Janna
to play
is Janna
Crystal
Slayer.
early on because Tamina was somewhat griefing him. And I think he's going to be settling into the Janna reroll line. His BIS for Janna already built up.
And we've seen it once and again. We saw it from Dehua, looking good. Last game also, taking good placement. Premium comp right now, Janna, especially with good early game. Of course, you have to hit that. You have to hit the power of veteran. We saw also Kambuli not hitting it onto very late game. So you need RNG on your side.
Oh, I want to see how Wei Mu Luoqiu can navigate this contested. Well, he's not really contested, but everyone's looking at it to contest him.
Right.
The double trouble Malzahar spot. He already found 2 Malzahars, but can he get some extra econ or duplicators?
Well, he picked big grab bag, so he's going to get some extra components that'll help out to itemize both of those Malzahars if he wants. But maybe he wasn't offered, like, champion duplicators then, because I also would think that that would be super important for a comp like this.
The power level of double trouble, as you were speaking about, is so high. Even if you take double econ afterwards, you still have a very high chance of just going first place.
Well, that would be back-to-back firsts for Wei Mu, so I think that's something that a lot of people will be pretty scared about.
Hold the door.
Hold
the door. Deny the Rammus, deny the Darius.
That's why I was actually kind of surprised. We saw the Darius hold, but I thought we would maybe see a Monster Trainer hold also, just to have the one copy out of the pool. That Rammus is the one I feel like is the real killer. Like, it just buys so much time.
Yeah,
and with
Rammus
the Warmogs.
with the items is just so strong because he infinitely stacks HP, and double trouble gives you that extra resistances on top of it. So I think the most important one is actually going to be the heavyweight emblem player. If he is going for Darius and maybe like a Smolder, that means everyone else in the lobby is probably safe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think as of right now, Sungyup does actually have Kaisa and Kennen on his
Kaisa
board.
too. Okay.
But
he's playing Akali.
Is this a Kaisa reroll angle?
It's Akali. What?
Do you like these items for that?
Am I getting rage baited?
He already, if he had some kills right now, I think he's not the worst. We saw CMB playing it a few times on group stage, and he went very well. We didn't saw maybe the beginning phase so much. There it is.
I mean, geez.
Plus 13, not bad. Maybe starting from now, keeping the win on. I mean, a decent spot here for Sanyap. Is it good? I don't know, it's decent.
I would make good use of the Executioner emblem, I guess, once you get like a Kali.
Or maybe it is Akali.
This carousel kind of decides it for Sanyap. He gets the sword right in front of him. He needs the crit. Hasn't built the Infinity Edge.
Oh, it's starting to walk away from him.
Has the open glove. And it's gone.
Oh, no, wait.
For Terry, finding the Rise is huge. Going for that veteran Janna. Now the Rise has the 4 mentor, the good 4 mentors in.
I mean, the fact that Songyup ended up getting the sword at the end of the day, that's pretty nice.
True. Instantly
Okay,
swap.
now
and
it might
finds
be.
a
Yeah, now it's
free
just
Kaisa there in the shop.
laughing at Cloak Cannon. It's the new tech.
This is a bit of a low roll from Ironbog. It took him 46 rolls for Shen 2.
Wow.
46?
You can see over the... It might be 46 gold spent on rolls, I think.
Either way, that's a lot of gold to just get a Shen 2.
Also Xin Sao, it was only Xin Sao 2, so not having also an additional tank there to help you.
But that's also really risky. I mean, Bastions were such a hot commodity in the last game. I'm really surprised that you want to go down a reroll line that would take, I don't know, is like just a good unit for anybody to have for stable frontline.
Yeah, he has to roll early. That's what he's doing. The rest of the players, they're going fast 9. It's more like natural bastions. But for sure, it's units that will be taken off, and then you need to be the one taking the rest. Without you, for example, having a Shen 2 here, indirectly griefing him. Obviously, that's not the idea. He's just getting best board possible here.
I think that's a great point from Necro. If you look at YBY and Without You, the 2 top players in the lobby, they both have Shen 2s. So this is a for Ironbog, this is a game 7 angle. We got it. Late game.
Okay. I mean, hey, he is the perfect example of a late game scaler. Just looking at the games that he played yesterday, he can clutch up in the final moments.
Yep, I agree. His current spot is a little doomed, as we like to say. Cool things from Soul and Without You, they both have the backup dancers, and what they're filling their backup dancers with is Lulu monsters. No Rammus for you.
Fair enough, honestly. But I think it's really the players don't want to play against the Double Trouble Malzahar.
Nobody does. It's just so insane in strength. We saw what JD Zielinski did at the end, you know?
And for Weymouth, Double Troll Marshall, for Tomino, also Crystal Gambit already at 200 approximately. So both players that went second and first going for that first place once again.
I just want to commemorate the group effort from the lobby here. This is the first time Rammus is going to get any HP stacking. 3-7. Well done.
Pretty late.
Well done. And I think that's fair. You want to break the lobby leader's momentum. You don't want anyone just going on check early.
But what would you two prefer? Short day, long day?
Oh, I always want a short day. We're on broadcast. That's why title is loved by all, you know?
I love that you're so honest, Clement.
I'll balance. I'll go long. Let's go 8. We never went 8.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wait, he's rolling. He's rolling.
Okay.
He found the Rammus 2, and he also does get a third Prodigy in.
Yeah, additional Malzahar already.
Well, third, I mean, but like, yes, sorry, 2 with the additional Malzahar.
1 Rammus will be great here. Only 1 Rammus just to make sure you get the double trouble on the front line.
Ooh, and this is looking scary because he found the best power-ups. And a one-hit Noxious Trap, Tankzilla for the Rammus in the front line, has good items for the Darius as well.
Terry looking strong also with the veteran Yana. Perfect positioning from the Kobuko, but it's just not enough.
Wow, we even found the Yumi. That's insane.
Yeah, getting some you know, extra Prodigy in for the entire composition.
Yeah, 2 Prodigy normally. Good enough.
Oh.
Does he get invested? I think that would scare everyone.
Oh my goodness. Would you just instantly send all of that gold?
I would, because well, it depends on, I would have to look out at the other boards at how hard they're denying me.
Yeah, scout first.
Okay, so Tomino clearly not doing his job, not holding the Malzes.
He's holding other important things, so I think we can't hold it against him too much.
True.
Trying to find that Samira. There's the pair. Bolivar, huge.
And I think this is good strategy. If you're a lobby leader, having someone else who's also high points is actually good for you. So you might not feel like you need to deny. And he's also on 16 HP, which is, of course...
Yeah, he has
yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah, it's so weird to see how far Tomino free fell.
Yeah, he was playing full open stage 2, and then was he the one doing crystal?
He did crystals,
He
yeah.
did a little crystal.
180 in a moment he had.
Hopefully this is just strong enough, but it looks so barely good enough to win against this fight. Makes me very nervous for the rest of Tomino's fights in the future.
It definitely does. Sanyap, we're going to do a Kaisa check on him.
Very far. Level 7, only 5 Kaisas.
Terry found Kobuko 3, but still doesn't have the Janna 3, just for another re-roller.
Ooh, this is a terrible low roll for Soul as well. Below 10 gold.
And has
Volley?
nothing, yeah.
One
Yeah.
star Jinx.
1 Jinx, 1
With
volley.
the Blade Needle.
And not even paired.
I think he was the call to chaos and hit the sniper's focus.
Yes. That's right.
For
Really
Terry
need that
also.
econ.
Does he
For
know?
3 right now. Tomino spent all the gold, so he's strong. And Terry hasn't found the Janna 3.
I thought maybe the Kobuko 3 would be good to just kind of like buy you some
It
time.
is. It is. And it's helping a lot, but he needs to position well. He needs to make sure the CC is doing things.
I'm less nervous about Tomino now.
He might have rounded the corner. For Weimu Luoqiu,
Oh, he denies the pan.
that's huge. You know, the heavyweight Ramus is one of the scariest units in the world.
See, he's doing his job. He's doing his part.
Yep.
Doesn't have to hold the units.
Oh, both going for that Seraphine.
And I do want to get an econ check onto Weimu Luoqiu. He didn't find the econ augment on the final one. So that means, you know, the sudden chance of him just getting a 3-star Malzahar on stage 4 is greatly diminished.
Okay, there's the Janna. Finally here for Terry, 4-5. And 2 off Malzahar for Weimu. 36 HP. So only 1 win, taking a loss there on 4-2. As to Ramos, I mean, this comp is already stable, and that's one of the strengths of Double Trouble. You don't need 3-star. Of course, you need it to win the game, but in this moment of the game, you're pretty powerful also.
Yeah, whenever we see this state of board, you're saying, okay, this player's at least getting a 6. At the very least, even if they don't hit everything, someone's going to low roll, like Ironbach.
Not again.
He's on 4 Shens.
Wow.
So,
4 Shens, 4 Sin Sao, yeah.
Not good.
Yeah, didn't went for economy augments, went for full items. As we mentioned, maybe he didn't get anything. He didn't find any duplicators, nothing.
I think he used all of his karma yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was...
Yeah, no,
he
it's
needed to
so
hit
doomed.
3 exact conditions in the last game, go first place, for Gobo to go below 5th, and for CMB to go 8th, just to make it here. And that was like already a 1 in 1,000 cinematic experience. It's paying some of that luck back.
Oh, you already has.
Gotta put it in the bank
Oh,
for,
in the case,
for
or
later if
farming.
we get to like game 7.
Finally might win out.
Absolutely. And without you, we finally get his aura farming champion here. It's going to be the Zyra.
And he's the one that will cap out the most. He has 5 crystal. If he starts winning right now,
Oh,
he will get a lot of additional resources.
Bloodthirster on the Ashe is a little interesting, but it's
It's
basically
protection
just
for now.
AD,
I was
right?
gonna look for a better third item.
Yeah, you want some healing and an extra shield, I guess, against the backline carries. I like it here
Sure.
because there's a Malzahar and a Janna in the lobby.
Right. That makes more sense. Very
We've actually
calculated.
seen this tech a little bit. It's like the
But,
Crystal
like, with
Ash versus
Radiant
Mal's
Kraken,
matchup.
it's
You
not
really
that
want
big of a
something like a
deal.
Hextech Gunblade. And you know, great point out. This Bloodthirster kind of fills in that role. So we are connecting across the globe here between Alicante and Chengdu, so some pauses are expected. Hopefully nothing too major.
When we see the HP, everything is very close. YBY 49, 36 for Weimu. Only one in the bottom is Tomino, who is also strong, so should be able to maintain at least a few rounds here. Playing the Edgelord Bastion, Edgelord Juggernaut.
Yep. Trying to look for his Lee Sin for Tamino to stabilize. He did go into this rather low cap line with a lot of loss streaking early on. So I think his situation is rather dire. I think
Insane.
I'm down to explore Alicante early.
Yeah. And I mean, also for the CN region, right? The possibility of coming back to the Garden of Greatness that they had a few sets ago. And I mean, Weimu has done amazing. He's first place player going for risk, don't being afraid. And this is exactly what the CN server needs to, to boost once again. Of course, so many players right now. We've seen a little of the venue, Dohua, with his girlfriend. He's the one enjoying Alicante.
Yeah. There's a lot of great food here. I like how many players actually stayed around for Tamino. It really shows a sense of community.
Absolutely. It's been so cool to be able to watch all of the players get a chance to kind of like talk to each other in between games. You saw Tomino actually come over and talk to Panda at the end of that game, kind of explain a little bit about what happened. And I don't know, it's kind of nice that you know that you're playing TFT not alone in this whole experience. I think that's something that we often miss when we see our competitors playing from home for these regional finals or even for the TFT Pro Circuit, where it is so nice to be able to know that like all the study groups you have here, well, some of that might be with you in person and you can bounce ideas off of.
Yeah, normally you do it by Discord or you're like just talking, hey guy, I went like this. But having it face to face, getting that human contact is just different. It's different.
I do want to mention, ever since the TPC, who wins the TAC round doesn't actually affect the region slots anymore. That is fully down to the TFT Pro Circuit. So, you know, there's a little less pressure, I think, for the players. You know, you're not really trying to gain something for your region.
But maybe just pride. I think pride is still a very
True.
dominating factor for a lot of our competitors. I mean, even just hearing some of the, the quote-unquote bias that some of us have on the desk, it's just hard not to champion the players from your region because it is just like a cool team building exercise in a lot of ways.
It's like their story is yours also. We live for them. They taught us so much. They give you that excitement that truly is one of the reasons we love TFT so much. So yeah, I mean, all of these players, having contact with them, there's Gangly once again, yapping, just giving the idea. Thank God is now. They're not in the finals. We try to avoid Gangly talking to them too much during the first day. Now he's good.
Some of his Gangly tech is special.
It's kind of suspicious. You know? The Gang League tech he's been sharing with us is going to be another one, Sterix. He claims that he actually developed that one, so I'm not sure if the players agree. That's the yap.
Also the mix, right? There was Travis was with Cam. So, I mean, EMEA, America together. It's not like America is together and EMEA is on the other side. It's one same.
But that's also a newer thing that has happened in the past couple of sets. We talk about study groups, a lot of players relying on other great minds to help develop game plans for tournaments. And as of the last couple of sets, we've seen those study groups cross-pollinate. It's not just Americas anymore versus EMEA, even versus APAC. Some of those study groups actually do have native English speakers or just shared languages from across the world.
Yeah, I really think there's like 3 big type of study groups across the world. The French kind of have their own thing. They have so big a scene.
We don't need to mess with that. They're very good with what they do.
Yeah, exactly. And then we have kind of like the, I think Sologasong is
With the
huge
gut back there.
cross-pollinator across the regions right there. It's a big study group. Sometimes what
I like
jugglers in,
pastries.
they study with Marcel P. You know, the Citadel
Can't
dudes
tell if they're
coming
sweets
in.
or if
And
they're
then
like
the third
sandwiches.
big study group
They
is
look like
Mandarin
sweets.
speaking one, the CN and
Okay.
the APAC ones.
There's Double on the back doing a little interview. I asked him about the French community. When you won on Galaxies, were French already so good at TFT and the community, a lot of people? And he was like, yeah, always. We always loved TFT since the start. And now, well, we're seeing that love for TFT is getting us so many competitors in regionals and now obviously also here in Tactician Crown.
And we're going to Paris for the TFT Open. So maybe some home turf advantage for all of the amazing French competitors that we had here at the Tactician's Crown. Don't forget that spectator passes are still available for you to join us in Paris for the biggest event of the year, the first look at competitive lore and legends. And after we saw that show match earlier today, Clement, I'm definitely very excited about what's going to happen at the Paris Open.
Yeah, this set is just gonna be. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be one of the
best sets of all
ever.
time. We've been praising this since like say 8 months
I'm
ago.
gonna have my work
but
cut out for me.
Don't worry,
these
we
next
still
few
have
days.
our tournament at hand, and we are now back into the action. That was a super close loss, but you can see that 3-star Janna really paying off dividends here for Terry.
Yeah, now with a chance to get a bounty, additional gold here for Without You. Just being very, very strong, maintaining 33, and now is when he pops off. Full front line, trying to find the third item for Casante, and he's good.
Oh, I think I know what the pause might have been. Ironbog asking, what's wrong with my shop? Where are the shens?
He's still only on 5 copies. He's so far away from that Shen 3. What is even the out there?
There is no out. He's kind of racing to Mino to see who avoids 8th.
I see.
That's kind of the big question we're asking.
Oh, that's so painful.
Wow.
Seraphine 2 for YY1. And now every single person in the lobby is on watch. Big roll down. Oh my gosh.
3.
Maybe we spoke too soon. Maybe it's a Seraphine 3 angle in this game. Clement's like, no, stop talking.
The pickums are already gone. They've been decimated.
Who else had 0? Raise your hand.
Mate.
Me too.
He's holding the Malzahars. That I like.
Nice.
9-2 from the pool. Good job.
Better.
Tamino survive.
Pairing the Twisted Blade, pairing also the Brown. And against Domino here. Domino looking to regain economy, even though he's very low in HP.
Oh! Oh, the Samira step forward, like right into that.
No damage now.
This is typically one of the worst matchups for Tamino's board because he's playing a lot of melees. They run right into the Seraphine.
Wow.
I think he
Look at
wins.
the fight. Keeps going. De Leona
I mean,
holding
That's
strong,
on me.
but no damage.
That's kind of like holding his own against it.
What?
Oh, never mind. That just did.
Oh!
What?
Dummy.
Down! The tower got it!
The change of expression there, the emotion from Tomino.
What's
What's that?
Wait, the whole venue just
It's
popped
so
off.
over,
by
so
the
we're
way.
so back.
That was such a crazy fight. I was thinking that of all of the damage that was coming through from the Seraphine, Set was just shrugging it off, and then there was that just major bomb that put Set in just a low enough HP. I don't know.
Wow.
He just kind of finished everyone off. That was wild.
And he found it. There it is. Malsa had 3, Ramus 3 here for Waymo. Also pair of Seraphine to get that additional splashing damage.
Ooh,
2 Seraphines on
this is
7?
terrifying. Even with all the effort from YBY, you cannot deny him. He didn't even take an econ.
Well, if there is going to be one way to deal with it, might be Braum throwing one of these Ramesses off the board. But the Seraphine being as weak as it is, I mean, I'm having some hope here that this Ramess is actually going to get cleaned up. Unfortunately, though, the Casante's second life is just not nearly enough to get
Ironbog.
access to that Malzahar. But with how late this Ramess got hit, and also with how late we even saw the first copy, do you think there's hope for the rest of this lobby?
Do you see hope, Clement? I don't see hope. I'm going for you for the hope.
I think Without You is probably the best chance now because he has the multiple cash outs.
Okay.
He has the Radiant item on the Ash.
Yeah, without you, could maybe outcap,
but
but
it's typically not a
he hit-
very favored matchup. You
Why
really
hit
need
too early?
Braum to be doing most of the work like you were mentioning in the fights.
so he might just win.
Yeah, the access to the backline for Malsa is just too strong. He spreads, he goes to the backline. If you don't have anything 3-star, maybe the Janna can hold a little. But again, there's no cap out for the Janna.
Oh, I forgot we also talked about that Bloodthirster on the Ash as well. So that was, yeah, great call there, Clement.
Yeah, really wants to keep his backline topped off. It's not really about racing the front. It's about keeping your backline away from that Noxious Trap, which also burns, by the way.
Anything here for our competitors?
Yeah, Ironbog with the huge low roll, confirming 8th. So not the best start for him.
Songyup did end up finding the Kaisa 3, but unfortunately not very much more than that. As he is on last life, it's not looking super easy, but as I say that and I look at the rest of the players in this lobby, everybody's on really low HP. It's like 2 combats and you're out.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tight spot for a lot of players right here. I do think some have turned the corner, but the lobby dynamic changes because of how strong Weimu Locho is. He currently has the most HP. He's hit everything he needs.
Yeah.
Even if you turned, if you like full upgrade YBY board, you still have to fear that Rammus.
Yeah, from Samju that you mentioned, Necra, nothing else. He doesn't have something, trying to find the Darius here too off. And the games gave him the Akali, gave him the additional frontline, but he lacks damage.
I want to say that it was because Weimu Locho is also playing the Darius and is holding several copies. It's been harder for either of them to actually find the
doesn't help.
star version.
Okay, for Sanjop, going up against the Janna veteran.
It's 1 life for both of our players here. Sanyap does get past the front.
Oh,
Oh no, but the backline is gone for YBY.
oh, even though the Malzahar actually did get taken down, the Rammus was just so strong in the front. But that fight was close.
We had a gunblade on
Now look at how
STheHero
close
would've
it
won.
is. Songyup, Terry, Soul, and YBY1 all 1 fight away from being eliminated, and there is a very big point spread
he
available for our
doesn't
players.
know the
A
blade
lot of
tornado
matchmaking
attack.
that they need to be careful of.
Overall, Tamino needs a top 4. If he gets 12 points, that means he can get in check in the next game. That's what he's playing for. That's what we hear the players cheering all across the board. They want to see their boy make it.
Maybe a good chance. But on the right-hand side, YBY1 up against Soul. Soul has finally found the Jinx as well as the Volley Bear and applied those 2 snipers' focuses to it. But with the casts from the Seraphine, it's doing so much splash damage. And with this Twisted Fate still being ramped up, fortunately, that is going to be a knockout onto Soul and Terry and Songyup all fall in the bottom 4. So Tomino does get the top 4.
There is that chance for check next time. And with every extra placement he gets, he can go a little bit lower in that next game. So absolutely pivotal. We have both of our front runners still alive right now. We could be looking at a very fast day.
Another APAC.
Especially with
6.
Weimu Locho, I don't think there's much anymore that people might be able to do. Even without you, has taken losses. Still on 1 life there. Without you and YBY1 both now that can fall in the next round.
Yeah.
Tomino and Weimu Locho still on full win streaks.
8 rounds since they face each other, and now because Sanjop, Terry, and Soul didn't fall down, it's resetted again. So it's possible that they don't face down once again.
It's really important to see what cash outs without you
wrong.
is able to get with the 5 crystal in, and it doesn't look like he hit any of the emblems. Those are typically the most important ones you're looking for that really boost your composition. Not exactly a very high cap.
Yeah, without
crystal.
you, did not.
And that was even with
enough.
like the aura farm.
Didn't get the catch ups.
So I'm really surprised that we didn't actually see that go a little bit further.
Yeah, I
It's
thought
the
I would hope it
50-50s
would have
with
gotten
those
some
5
good catch
crystal.
up
This
right
is
now.
going to be the battle for 3rd place.
Well, the Ashe is still alive.
No
And-
second ult from the Seraphine.
Oh, just needs 1 more damage! That is wild. YBY1 actually does fall to that without you board, and Weimu Locho took a loss to Tomino!
Exactly. There's still a chance.
No, could Tomino win with this board? Maybe it was just the lack of HP scaling that we've seen from the Rammus.
There are some really cool things about this board is he does have a chance for backline access in both of his Samiras and his Lee Sin. If those can tag the Malzahar early, stop the DOTs from coming out, he has a chance. This is also a very good
okay,
role
the Samira clone is
for
fake.
the
Even the
Volley Bear.
not real Samira is
well,
kind of
it is
fake
going to be
damage
Tomino
into the
versus
Malzahar, but
Without
it just heals
You.
it.
With the Samira
It's a
being on the
rate.
same side as the Ashe, I mean, this is also a really great comp that you would want to have backline access to. Stop the Ashe from ramping up, the Zyra from being able to get multiple casts.
Yeah, the chance for the volley to get to the access. There it goes. Falls down, and the set once again making a damage here and takes the win. Tomino.
What a comeback from Tomino. Last in HP, turns on an 8-win streak, now all the way to 11. He's already beat Wemu Locho once.
If he can do it one more time, does he have enough to eliminate Wemu Locho in this next fight?
It's going to be 12 HP, so he needs to win by 5.
Okay, that might be hard.
Yeah.
All right, that
I
might
think
be
he
a
did
little
last time, though.
difficult. But not impossible. Tomino just hit level 10. Knew the game plan. Having to be able to play up against this double trouble board, Wemu Locho is kind of stuck on level 8 for the rest of this game. So the fact that Tomino can hit 10, maybe find an upgrade, still has 1 life to work with as well, based on the just how close this fight might be.
It's all about positioning. Can
It's
he
all
actually
about
snipe the
positioning.
Mouse? We're seeing the stack come out for Wemu Locho. He wants to make sure all of his front line is right there for no accidents happen.
Oliver is on the side of the Malzahar 3-star, but still popping up
The
there.
Ramus jumped away. The Ramus jumped
Oh,
away.
and the volley's on the Malzahar!
This genius
Malzahar is
positioning
down.
for
Malzahar is
Tomino.
down. Huge hit.
Oh, that's
Oh, it's alive.
He's
1
alive,
HP for Wemu.
I thought that would be it because it was 5 units.
Yeah. What Ramus does is he jumps into the largest clump of units. So if you can get Ramus to jump away from the front line and Volley jump in, then you can quickly accelerate the flight to a win.
Wow, one more fight. We get to see one more chance for Wemu Locho to come back or Tomino to just send him packing on this one and put himself into a great place for check. Either way, no matter how the cards shake out, Tomino and Wemu Locho with back-to-back first or seconds is going to put them into a great position for this next game to reach the 20-point check.
Really good stuff by Tomino here. He's making the Shen walk up on the right side and forcing everyone to clump there. So the Ramus
He's also
might be
not
just
rolling
jumping
because
away
he
again.
knows he has
He's
enough
trying to get the exact same thing
health.
to go on. But this time, Wemu shifting to the other
He's
side.
gonna
He has
send
the
it
weak
next
side.
round.
Weak side here for Tomino is also
If he
very good
loses.
to access backline. It's not the huge Malzahar, but the stacks
It's
here for the
really
for the
smart.
volley are pretty good.
And Volley is just absolutely destroying things.
Oh, Samir got
Unfortunately, though,
tagged.
this time around, the Darius and the Ram is
Holy
Ram is
shit!
walking onto the dummy. But can the Volley get the rest of the kills? It's just
okay.
the Ram
It's
is left
Ramos.
now for Wemu
Thank you.
Locho.
Coming to 1.
Tomino!
One more auto attack, one more ability cast. The top, the dots still keep on going, but he
Yeah.
should have
It's gonna
this.
expire.
And that's it! Tomino gets a first place in the second game, taking down Wemu Locho.
You know, this comp is really good against
Double
Malzahar
trouble Malzahar,
because
the
there's a
one
lot of units that can
composition
just brain
that
tank it.
everyone has looked at to be one of the
kinda
scariest
how you have to play.
and the best poised to be able to take first places. And Tomino found a way to do it with Soul Fighter Samira, no less.
So
That's not
Fighter,
Fighter
size
Samira.
6 Juggernaut, thanks to the dummy that he had the additional emblem, and we thought he was going maybe for a fast 9 angle. Knows YBY is going for that angle, wants to play uncontested, and takes a great win here with little bodies.
That's Edgelord.
What a game to be played. And just think about how much risk-taking he did. He was coming in with 7 points. He didn't really need to play that risky. Full loss streak open, Crystal on stage 3, gets an additional emblem in the Edgelord to then go on to Lee Sin 2. And he comes back from, I think, 16 HP, never loses a round afterwards to clinch this. That has to be a confidence booster.
Absolutely. Look at the big smiles on his face right now. And the cheers, you can hear every single player supporting him right now. And what a performance for these first 2 games. Still needs to hit 20 points for check, and then we need to see a first place for Tomino or Wemu Locho to actually take this title, or any of our other competitors. It's only been 2 games.
They're both
Who
17
knows
points,
what's going to
so
happen
they just
after
need
this?
I mean,
top
the boost
fives.
of confidence is there. We've been talking so much throughout the tournament that if you start bad, normally keeps going bad. That's happening for Ironbuck. The mental for Tomino is the opposite. All the field is with him. He's doing great. His plans are doing amazing and being creative. I mean, I'm so happy for him.
It's been such a wild ride for our first 2 games. Only so much more in store for us after this break. So please don't go anywhere. You're watching the Tactician's Crown for KO Coliseum.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
But like, time lobby settings. As I said, oh wait, no, they need at least a third to get the check. Everyone else was quite a ways away from.
We're back with the grand finals. Game 3 coming up very soon, and already a shocking turn of events in these first 2 games. A 2-horse race has now developed, with the entirety of the APAC field having to catch up and hopefully try and stop Czech from happening in this Game 3.
Let me just say, it's a good time to have always been a unified fan of the West, because it's a good day for the West today. Tomino, I think, obviously one of the largest underdogs coming into the event. By many, I would even say, was considered the weakest representative from EMEA. And I think it's just kind of showing that you don't need to be a big name. You don't need to be a star in TFT. The improvement he's shown since set 12 is finally coming to fruition. And in final day right now has had 2 top 2 placements to put himself in a great position for Czech after Game 3.
It's also not a fluke. You know, we've been looking at him thinking maybe he's just a lucky reroll heavy player, but the way he was able to do it the last game, very, very high-risk game plan going into it, getting that 15 points, looking at the lobby complexion. There's 2 players that just need top 4 now to check.
And the biggest concern might be for Ironbog, currently sitting only on 3 points. This is a player we talked about, is a first or 8th player this entire set, had the highest win rate, but with that win rate comes that risk where you may be going 8th in a few of those games. I have to be honest, these last 2 games he wasn't necessarily playing for Fast 9. It was just games that the spots were not quite good enough with the Shen reroll in particular this last game that we saw. If there's anyone, Clement, that can bounce back from this current position 2 games in and has the mental fortitude to do so, I think it might just be Ironbog.
For sure. We have seen so many tournaments where Ironbog is on the cusp of being eliminated, and then he pulls it back, just going back to what he really likes to play. The Fast 9, the Varus Legendary.
I can think of one of those tournaments you're referring to, which is the one that we're in right now. Yesterday, he took 4 first-place finishes to barely find his way into the top 8. This is exactly where Ironbog finds his edge. I think in order to be a first or 8th player, you have to have that mental resilience.
Is that shot trying to hint something? I see the crown floating over Tomino's head on the screen right there.
Oh, wow.
I'm not going to jinx Tomino just yet. I have to remind viewers at home, we had a similar start last set in TAC Crown. Click Hornet had a really good start to the grand finals. Couldn't quite close it out in the end. So there is still, I think, a lot of history to be written in these next few games. One thing I do want to mention is there is a lot of regional responsibility for 2 players, both Weimu and Tomino. CN and EMEA have not won a Tactician's crown in a very long time.
One of those regions is longer than the other.
It's okay, Clement, or Haley, you don't have to remind the viewers. And these are the players who maybe have the most pressure to perform. They're the only players obviously representing each of their regions in this grand finals. And to start off at 15 points, just 2 games in, is absolutely fantastic.
I thought you guys were the unified West.
He didn't say it's been a long time since the West won. The West is going to find another win today. The West wins all the time. Something that I love about the standings is how well it lines up with the archetype of players. Players like Tomino, Sol, Ironbog sitting in the outlier positions are the 3 players with the highest first or 8th rate coming into this event. And then in the middle there, Songyop, one of the players with the lowest win rate, but clearly has showcased his prowess for playing tempo, playing that Kaisa mentor line, which is certainly not something I had on my bingo card of compositions being played, but showcases that he's willing to play things that can net him a middle placement when he recognizes that a first place is not on the table.
And for both Weimu and Tomino, Operation Top 4. This next game, that's all they need, of course, to get into Czech. Because there are 2 players angling for Czech, it's harder to have the rest of the field try and contest them or grief them in terms of maybe Tomino playing reroll, for example. And there is such a big point gap. Players can't really try and ignore their own game. Players like Ironbog, they have to fully focus on trying to scratch every single placement they can to catch back up in points. So it's a prime position. I think it's almost ideal 2 games in. You can't really hope for a better situation for both Tomino and for Weimu. Game 4 will be slightly different. If someone like Without You can catch up in points, only needing maybe a 7th or 8th, then he can play more of that griefing game plan. But this game is going to be really interesting to see how each player balances their own needs with trying to prolong the tournament for as long as possible.
I think for Signup, Without You, and Terry, their job is looking at Game 5. We just need those 11 points, we get Game 5, and then we're in check. So they might actually be playing even more conservatively in a lot of these issues and saying, hey, you know, Ironbog on the bottom, Sol, you guys be the one to try and stop the top point leaders.
Yeah, that is weird. It's a very strange dynamic where everyone's kind of playing chicken. You do want somebody to stop the people on the top, but I actually almost feel like Ironbog and the people that and Sol at the bottom have more leverage, where they can kind of look to the people in the middle and say, like, I'm so far away from hitting check that at this point I need to play for me. It doesn't make any sense for me to play for you. So I would actually be more surprised to see Ironbog go out of his way to grief the players at the top.
And Tech Crown is, of course, about winning the crown. That's the big goal in most cases, but there's a lot of prize pool for each different placement that you end up on as well. So it is very hard to take the responsibility on yourself and be kind of selfless in that way to try and prolong a tournament, when most of the times you have to be playing for your own placements. And then if you have the right spot to grief, maybe a double Malzahar when a player's in check, that's the easy way to do it, of course.
And this does come into calculations at the end of the day sometimes. If you can secure a second place, hey, it's still $50,000 in terms of the prize pool. I think that's a very respectable decision to kind of lock that in. I never look at players and go like, oh, you should only play for first places.
We saw all the way back in Remix Rumble. I remember when Malala had a very good position to win the game. Relic could have, I think, griefed his lose streak and then ended up not doing so because he was playing for his own placement, his own position on the standings leading up to that game. So we might see something similar happening here today. Game 3 loading up. All eyes on two players who have outperformed the field at the start of this grand finals. Tomino and Weimu both trying to reach check. They only need a top 4 to do so.
And we're going to start the game off with some early 3 costs around the board here. So, a couple big ones we're going to be looking for, the Smolders, the Darius, and the Mouses. Those are really giving you a lot more direction.
And the encounter is the grand finals.
All right.
In the grand finals.
How appropriate.
Would be ideal maybe if every player was in check, but I guess we can take this one as well.
We'll run it back in game 7.
Don't leak the script.
You guys got it already? Wait.
And Tomino, I have to imagine he is really hoping to find a good spot to play one of his favorite reroll lines. I mentioned it in the interview at the start of the day. He played 6 games of reroll in 13 total. The only other player even close had 4 games of reroll. Most of the field had 3 to 2, with players like YBY top 4ing all the reroll lines, but much more selective about when to go for these plays.
And I think it's a high chance we're going to see some of the lesser played reroll lines, especially things like Katarina that was nerfed on this patch. If you're just aiming for a top 4, that's still a very good line to go for.
Soul's a player who's been underperforming on the day, just in the first 2 days, but largely came into this tournament as a huge underdog. A lot of people put Soul at the bottom of their tier lists, and with so little tournament experience, it's been amazing to see Soul turn on the jets and showcase some real skill expression throughout the event to make it to the top 8.
I saw yesterday in particular with that Bronze for Life Yone 2 board that I think really surprised not just us as casters, but even the competitors here who were already eliminated. Really expressed shock at seeing how well that board ended up performing with double prismatics. But we do see gold augments coming through on 2-1 for most of our players. Big question is there going to be a double trouble player in this lobby yet again? We saw the power of it already from Weimu in that game too.
Looking across the board, we do have solo leveling coming in from YBY1, so he's sticking to his guns, going to go for that fast 9, get some extra level pumps up.
2 different options for too much value. I think they might be waiting to see if the other person takes it. It looks like it's going to be Wandering Trainer for Soul. Weimu does roll past it. Instead, it's going to pick up Cluttered Mind.
Bastion Soul Fighter, pretty good pickup here for the vertical Soul Fighter line. Even in some cases for just the Bastion line as well, you can play alongside the more kind of 4-cost oriented with Samira and the Volibear with the Edgelord variant.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of boards actually
you
going
can play
for like
Samira
like
Gwen,
4 Bastion, where you have high quality units, the Shen with triple traits, and of course things like Braum.
This really helps with the buff a few patches ago to 6 Soul Fighter. It makes it so that not playing the vertical can still be a way to perform well in stage 5 and onwards.
YBY not hitting the Neferi 2 and not getting a single kill there.
Yeah, I mean, it's also solo leveling with 3 components is quite different than solo leveling with 4 components or 2, to be honest. When you're in this halfway point, you're not able to get the same amount of value or as much value as you would if you could have 2 full items on this kind of giga unit of the solo leveling.
And Without You is going to be angling most likely towards that crew reroll. Does pick up Sivir on the Worth the Wait. One of the key conditions to have a just much easier time playing into the crew, where if you find the Sivir 3 early, it can really snowball your econ position with the reroll.
Weimu Luoqiu might be going for points overload already with Crystal in and a very strong board. So this is getting dicey for everyone else in the lobby.
I believe Ironbog also has picked up Crystal Gambit +1 on
That'd
2-1,
be
so there could be
Blades.
a contest on the lose streak there in stage 2 and
I know
stage
what that
3.
is.
Obviously, Ironbog, he's on 3 points. He has nothing to lose. He has to start playing that traditional first or 8 style very early on into the tournament.
Oh, and Tomino also angling toward Crystal Gambit. So we could have 3 players. We'll see when we are at the carousel to see the full scope of the lobby, but 3 potential players all looking to stay in that Crystal Gambit line. Someone is going to have to not loss streak.
We're going to have a much harder time going for the lose streak because of the cluttered mine there. Going to be kind of forced to hold. Ton of units can't obviously sell and play only 2 until he has a Crystal Gambit online anyway. Tomino, I think he's incentivized to try and obviously grief his own player that's trying to get into check, try and send away move bot 4. If Tomino is the sole player in check, it would be a huge advantage going into game 4, despite obviously the target being on his back.
And I do wonder if they want to pivot for lower risk compositions, because all they need is top 4. They don't really need to ride this crystal line to the very end. So it could just be a small, okay, I don't have a tempo line, small cash out, we'll go somewhere else.
Nefiri doing Nefiri things in stage 2. We had a whole different array of items slammed onto this unit. Just can do everything, DPS, tank, and win a lot of fights usually as well. One of the most dependable units in terms of trying to go for that 5-win streak in stage 2.
Let's see if there's a crystal unit for Tomino here. I believe he's still missing one. Either the Vi or the Swain. Neither appear.
Ironbog also notably, though he is the Crystal Gambit +1, he's just playing full tempo right now. Doesn't have the ability to actually get that in.
And Sanyap's build is quite interesting. He's going with the Deathblade here. This is not something we see a lot. Doesn't really stack that much power, so almost a full tempo play.
Yeah, I actually have found personally that playing this with a Darius opener from Orb is very impactful. The amount of raw damage that Darius 1 brings on stage 2 can net you a lot of those early stacks. And at the very least, we've seen that Songyop wants to play towards tempo, and having an additional Deathblade, if you're trying to play something into like Soul Fighter, for instance, is very helpful to have, even into that like sort of mid-game of stage 4.
And Sangam is one of the more flexible players in the field. Across the first 2 days of competition, in those 12 games, because I think he auto-qualified to day 3, he had 11 different comps played. So, I mean, it's hard to be more flexible than that. The only comp he doubled up on was the Fast 9 Bastions, understandably so, with its strength in the meta. Yeah. And he's also a player who had played a lot of AD flex as well. I think the DB fits in so many different comps. It really fits the play style and the vision that Sangyup has in terms of how to play TFT, at the very least this weekend.
Weimu does commit to the double down, by the way. And I don't know, let's see, I'm trying to see he's on 3 loss, which means he hasn't fought Tomino yet. I don't know if I agree with this. I mean, we've kind of outlined already how hard it is for Weimu to actually force a loss against some of the other loss streakers. And at some point in time, there's a world where Ironbog pivots into Crystal as well. He's on a 1 loss already. And so this feels like a very dangerous double down.
Definitely does. And I want to point out the lobby that no one is running away with that win streak. Yeah. Econ-wise, this is going to be everyone in the mosh pit, or Mosher pit, if I want to apply my TFT accent.
Nice. This also could just be a straight-up heavyweight game. That's what it looks like for Songyup. This is a good line. It really is. Darius, when played from ahead, is significantly better than Darius when played from behind, especially with the nerfs that Malzahar has gotten, though he's so powerful with things like Double Trouble. When you're just kind of playing it raw, it's a lot weaker. All right, here it is. The 2 loss streakers up against each other. We can see Weimu not able to full sell his board, and Tomino does. So the double down from Weimu is going to be snapped, and we're seeing exactly what we called out. It's so dangerous to try and double down when you know that someone has the ability to outsack you.
Obviously, you can't, if you sell your entire bench, you even can't proc it the turn after. I guess maybe with PV you can, but you lose a lot of those 1 costs, then you maybe lose econ in the future, so it's too much to sacrifice. I think Weibu just hoping that luck would be in his favor. Not the case, unfortunately. And Tomino going to come out ahead in terms of the lose streak gold at the very least. The 3-2 augments, I think, will dictate a lot of what the game plan might be for Tomino for now. Just with Trade Sector, not too committed in either direction.
I'm trying to see what Weimu Locho has held on his bench, because when you find yourself in the position where the streak is broken, you kind of have to pivot into like a level 7, especially with him having the cluttered mine. Just go on a reroll line. And I don't think he has a lot of good components there. The Yasuo is probably the closest thing we see to potential Bastion Edgelord. I think that's probably the direction.
Also, solo leveling from YBY did lead him to a 4-win after we saw that first loss on 2-1. And so YBY is going to be sitting with a lot of experience built in from the kills he got from solo leveling.
This is not a very fun position for Without You. He's actually slammed for Tempo, the Kraken Slayer. Not exactly needed on the Sivir, and he's got the worst streak possible. So
no real item planned for the Malphite. It's only a Malphite 1, so very far behind on the rest of the crew units, despite the Sivir 3 coming in early. Definitely an unusual position to play into the crew role if he is going to opt into that. Is there a chance, Clement, you think that Without You might just play some kind of sniper flex and just ignore crew role as a whole?
he's very adept on this line. This is the line that he studies the most, but to be honest, I haven't seen him do the Malphite Jhin too many times.
He did win yesterday with a crew, one of the few crew wins that we saw on broadcast.
Though the good thing about the Malphite Jhin is you can continue to level with just one 3-star, so you know maybe that's a possibility, considering he only has 2 Malphites.
Another Crystal Gambit player is entering the fray from Seoul, which means we're going to have Ironbog, most likely not going to be playing the Lost Streak variation, but we have Weimu and Tomino as well, who are trying to lose with their early Crystal Gambit, and Seoul is going to be getting it in now, and then after 3 rounds, most likely doubling down to get that cash out. That'll come actually on 4-2.
Does have the HP to support this. Of course, his line is the most defined out of the lobby here. Just going to be going for Bastion Edgelords with likely 6 Soul Fighter. This is actually one of the Korean inventions. It was the most played by the Korean players in scrims, and a lot of people actually credit Sanya for kind of developing that line.
Will be Prismatics now on 3-2, so a wrench thrown into many players' plans, potentially, depending on what their idea was off of the gold augment start. For Seoul, going to be losing most of these next few rounds. Going to have to try and finally can scale him into the late game. Pandora's items, makes sense.
Yep. You're playing stage 3 very slow already, so you have plenty of time where you can greed the components that you feel you need to, find the optimal Radiant item, which you don't even necessarily want to slam on this stage if you feel like it might cost you one of the losses during your double down. So yeah, feels like it matches up with his overall gameplay. YBY with Invested, and we're seeing, man, YBY all tournament long, this guy has looked like he wants to be able to play in Fast 9 and has found the spot time and time again with this essentially double econ start of solo leveling into the Invested.
Yeah, and he did hit the correct breakpoint. He is on even numbers. That solo level thing is so important to get correctly there.
An early rise for Tomino. I'm curious if he maybe is considering playing into Janna reroll off of that with the Water Lotus pickup.
It would be very difficult because Weimu Luoqiu has already pretty much put his foot into that line, getting the Janna and full items onto it. So after the streak was broken, he needed a reroll line to land, and he's found it.
Fluttered Mind Janna reroll feels a little pretty strange to me, I'm not going to lie.
I think it's maybe just a spot that he saw he had on stage 3. It really sucks for Tomino because Tomino's most played reroll, half of his reroll games, so 3 in total across day 1 and 2 were Janna reroll, had a really good success, 3.0 AVP, so probably a comfort for Tomino that, as you mentioned, Clement, is now blocked here by his kind of direct rival in terms of trying to make it a check. Would be great for the rest of the lobby if both Weimu and Tomino decide to contest each other on the Janna reroll.
Oh, he doesn't even have Janna pair right now. He's rolling quite deep to try and find some upgrades. And it's hard because you have to hold a lot on your bench to make sure you're getting Cluttered Mind, which is costing you econ that you could be rolling to find Janna.
It's a great work from Tomino, I have to say, but and there's also 3 crystal players here, which makes Weimu Luoqiu's job so much harder. It's going to be difficult for him to actually stabilize on stage 3.
Tomino getting his reps in for when he's in check. It looks like once again playing the high-risk playstyle we saw last game as well, going for another double down, more of a loss streak here, full opening essentially as well, and going to try and maybe go for that 10 loss and have a huge spike on the stage 4.
This looks kind of crazy to me, honestly, because he just needs top 4, you know, lose streak into double down on stage 3 once more. This is more of a high cap angle. But if you look at his items and his position in the lobby, he most likely has to settle on a level 8 comp, and Samira is gone. You're never touching Samira. It's most likely just Star Guardians. You have 1 comp. Oh, okay, that could be it. That could be it.
We'll find out right now if it is going to be Star Guardians.
There's a Malzahar as well for Sangyup. Seems like he is going to be angling with that ticket for the Malzahar reroll alongside the heavyweights.
Jinx is picked up for Tomino, by the way. With Sword, allows him to make a Shojin alongside the IE that he already has slammed.
Everything working out for him.
I mean, and that is the way that Tomino has played in his career of TFT. He's one of the few players that has a win rate above 17% that also has an 8th place rate above 10%. He's about 12% 8th place rate, 17% first place rate. This is a true 1st or 8th player if we have one in the field.
And there's a contest in the Crystal Gambits, both Sol and Tomino playing only those 3 Crystal Gambit units, so trying to out-grief each other when it comes to the lose streak in the tail end of the stage 3.
Without you not actually rolling all that deeply. He's obviously level 6 because he had the Sivir 3 early. And Sol versus Tomino is going to be the key difference maker here.
Wow.
Both double down.
And this is such a great spot for Sangyop, by the way. I was saying before how good the Deadlier Blades is when you're playing it from tempo, and granted, having fewer units on the field technically means you're getting fewer stacks. What's most important, though, is that you have tempo, that you have the ability to save HP, that you are able to go to level 7 more freely. Although, I do want to say he's level 6 30 gold. So that implies that he rolled relatively heavily on level 6 in order to get the board he has now, which is, though he has a Jace 2, it's still Darius 1 and Malzahar 1.
This is one of the big deals with 3-cost reroll. You're really trying to wait, obviously,
you want to
until
stack the
stage
sword.
4 to go 7 and start
So,
rolling. And winning the
it's
fight
actually okay.
in stage 3 is one of the key parts of feeling like you're stable and healthy coming to your stage 4 roll down. Having so many Crystal Gambit players who are essentially opening is a huge deal. A lot less pressure on the 3-cost reroll overall.
Did see Tomino cash out here. I think it was one of the smaller ones, not the 210s.
And he did sell the Jinx in order to try and guarantee the loss that last fight as well.
Wow.
So really trying to value going for the 10 loss here and break Sol's streak in the process.
All the players coming, just checking his board. I think he's going for HP preservation, so he's kind of okay if Sol continues his double down.
You see even some frustration there. Maybe scouting his matchups and knowing that he has a handful that he might be able to win.
Yep.
This is certainly not the one that he had in his pool, though. Janna 2 found by Waymu, and you see Kobuko 2 with 3 items there. That's going to be an absolute beast until we get...
He dodges this up for stage 4, so...
Would have been a huge win to preserve HP here. Now Tomino down to what should probably be 2 lives, depending on how big those losses are in stage 4. And it's always risky. You are not going to go 9, you're going to roll on 8. There's a chance you can miss your 2-star upgrades on your 4 costs.
And you have players like YBY who are playing into the late game, trying to secure the top end of the lobby. And at some point in time, if you're assuming YBY hits that critical mass, Tomino just has to rotate into YBY 2 times in order to be eliminated.
And you mentioned it, Clement. Tomino does not have to play for a first tier. He only needs a top 4. So this riskier 10-loss strategy across the early game could come back to bite him.
I just feel like he's boxed in. He's going Bastions with IE and Shojin, but that's exactly what Sol is going for. And Sol has a 20 HP lead. He has the Emblem lead as well. He needs to pray that Sol actually low rolls incredibly hard to survive.
We know rolling early, the humble roll down on creeps, making sure to try and have all his decision made across 2 different turns.
Also, in the lobby, Terry is really planted in the Jinx line as well, so either direction, he is going to be facing contests. Less than 20 gold. He needs to find the 2-star carry.
As both a paired Leona and the paired Jinx here. There's a Jinx upgrade that could be absolutely massive in terms of trying to turn around this lose streak and stabilize, obviously, on the rest of the stage 4.
It's okay.
I mean, he has some upgraded front line, some upgraded back line. There are pieces here and a lot of items. That definitely does not feel like he's out of the woods yet, though. But this matchup is going to be very good for him up against Sol, who's still losing, though. He doesn't actually have, he's not cashing out, or he doesn't have an additional double down. So he's going to be stabilizing next turn. This is the perfect time for you to fight him if you're Tomino.
Especially if you have this next augment help Tomino stabilize even further, where we didn't see a full roll into 0 because of that. So very fortunate. Sol to pick up the second Soul Fighter emblem, so gonna be a pretty scary board, especially if a chance for a prismatic Soul Fighter win maybe if Sol really takes over the game.
Invested here back to save some econ for him. He's good, but I think he went for the Star Guardian.
No, I think it's Rascal's Gloves.
Oh, okay.
For the Volibear.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
So he just needs to hit the volley. If he can hit the volley, I'm pretty sure he's out of danger.
Sangyop rolling pretty deep, still just on Malzahar 1. 5 copies of Darius as well. does pick up the Radiant Refractor.
Really want to find the rod off of this anvil for the JHG for Malzahar. But more importantly, the Malzahar 2, I think, is the key thing he's looking for.
I mean, this is a strong board. And able to find the Lee Sin, which slots in really well when you don't have the Poppy, because you can play it for the Juggernaut that you have with the Aatrox, and then most likely, I imagine that's going to be Radiant Sterix on the Darius.
Ironbog trying to play for the 5 crystal, but it doesn't look like his front line is good enough for this Ashe to stack up. I still expect
that's
Tamino
I mean, he has the Warmog
off
sponging.
Tamino really wants to find that Volibear 2 to fully stabilize this stage 4. As you mentioned before, he does not need the first place. He just needs the top 4, so it's all about winning most or all of these fights in stage 4, ideally.
Yeah, I didn't even realize this is a level 7 board from Ironbog that has Ashe 2.
Double Shojin, who's going to be Gather Force.
It did feel like a bit of a low econ game.
Wait, what's
Also, you
Tamino's
can really
first?
get Crystal Gambit going with both Sil, Weimu, and Tamino playing for it as well in stage 2 and 3. We do see Tiny but Deadly for Soul with the Soul Fighter line. The Volibear especially going to be an absolute menace off of that. And Terry has picked up Call to Chaos with a whole lot of emblems.
Oh.
Is this Bis Seraphine, Clement?
Wait, it's actually pretty good.
It's actually really good.
If you had
I'm not joking, Kingsley. I'm offended you think so.
It's a lot of damage amp for sure going into this position, but
Wait, he doesn't know the
I can't
Blade
imagine this is
NATO
the thing that he
Volibear.
wanted to hit, you know. We'll see if he can find some Reforgers maybe in
Maybe
the
you
next,
just put the sniper
PvE
onto the
round. That would help him a
Volibear.
lot.
More than anything, wants to find the Jinx, right? To get the Sniper online, to get the Star Guardian online. The only real, the not ideal emblems here are the Juggernauts, and I have to assume, I guess the Protector's also pretty good. And the Strategist, not really ideal for the Star Guardian build.
Songyop also 10 gold right now, and he's only 2 off the Darius, but very far from the Malzahar. So I think Songyop might actually be incentivized to roll a little bit more aggressively in the back half of the stage to try and preserve some HP.
Curious if Ironbog wants to go for the Varus. He did play a lot of Varus Fast 9 as his alternate to Crystal Gambit, but we'll be going for the Cloak instead, and for this Dwayne here.
Kraken for the Ashe, so able to secure a 3rd item for his backline carry.
Couple big legendaries for the board right here, both Gwen and the Varus. Varus going to go towards Terry, and looking at Without You, our current lobby leader, he also hit the fabled 1%er, the Twisted Fate.
Oh, we did on 7.
That's why
Everyone hit TF on 7.
He low rolled pretty hard early. What happened to the board?
And it's a really tanky setup here as well, with the Belt Overflow plus the Giant and Mighty buying so much time for the eventual Ziggs 3 for now, still quite a ways away. Without You, a player who won a game already with Crew, I think showcased the power of this one-cost reroll, but how it can scale into that late game off of the right combat augments, off of TF in particular.
And this is a great line to go up against something like the Volibear.
Yeah.
Volibear is going to get stuck on the Malphite for quite a long time. It's a matchup advantage to him. Wow.
Okay, this is the Darius 3. We're kind of seeing the same board almost mirrored here, right? The Volibear on one side breaking through the weak side, the Darius on the other doing the same. The Braum is going to make a huge difference here, though. And the question is, can Darius actually break through the rest of this front line? No, it doesn't seem like the case. So Songyop is going to take a big hit there, and still just at 5 Malzahars means he's pretty far away from his next spike.
Ooh, will Tamino continue to win here? 3-win streak, and he's got it.
That was the goal for this stage, try and win every single fight as we mentioned, try and stabilize off of the forecast, and really just aim for that top 4. Hope that some of these Fast 9 players miss on their roll downs and end up having that first phase style where they end up 8th.
And talking about Fast 9 players, here's YBY1's board.
Already did his roll down. Hit Braum 2, hit the Lee of 3 items, TF. No TF pair, but does have the Lee pair. So he's very, very close to becoming, I would say, a threat for a significant amount of time in this game.
3rd Fast 9 game in a row from YBY1, scaling slowly.
Yep.
A very bad start in that game 1, but slowly moving up into that top 4, maybe into the win. Obviously going more for the Juggernauts due to the early slams and the Fury for solo leveling, so could not really opt to play his more traditional Bastion.
It's great augment selection coming in from him. Invested on 3-2, probably the best augment if you're going for this Fast 9 line. And also a stage 4 Twisted Fate.
It's going to take a loss there to Solt. So not having the Lee Sin 2 or the TF2, it's going to be the main pieces of this board. Of course, having the set 2 and the Braum 2 give you some damage, give you a lot of stall, but until you have the DPS check to beat something like that Volibear 2 with 8
Dynamo going
behind
8th again.
it is hard to beat the very high damage boards.
And Soul is the Tiny But Deadly merchant. In that Yona game we saw yesterday with the Bronze for Life, also had Tiny But Deadly as a second prismatic augment, so really elevating a lot of these melee carries that Soul seems to really enjoy playing.
I mean,
And I think for
stable
our
now,
top
so he should be
runners,
losing more.
Ironbog might be doing them a favor because he's playing 5 Crystal, trying to get tempo cash out.
But
and
he,
he's not been
he needs a
winning
good
many
cash out.
fights. So it's really hard to see him going anywhere else but bottom 2.
And
Ash
ideal
3?
components as well. Wants to obviously finish a Zyra item here, has the front line covered thanks to the sponging.
Yeah, I mean, he has the items on the front line. The big problem is he doesn't have the upgrades, right? He's Leona 1, he's Cassante 1. Even if you do have 2 items on all of them, it's not going to hold up against the high damage boards.
And we're seeing where those Leonas are. Tomino playing a unique variation of this Star Guardian board with Leona as the main tank over the Poppy, at least for this turn.
Pretty good. Gather Force, like,
Honestly,
yeah,
if he tries to
this
go
is
for
a
some
good
reforges, he needs extra tank items.
thing set up because it's
His
just
current
it's
line
4
actually
autos.
really likes to tank Poppy.
Really big fight here for Tomino, facing Waymu before he hits a Janet 3. Is this the window of time where Tomino can stay at 2 lives still? It would be a huge win in this direct matchup between both players who are angling for that check in this game 3, and it's a huge win for Tomino, a 6-win streak now. This is the
Waymu
part
still
of the
doesn't
puzzle
have
he had to
Janna.
complete to try and top 4.
Look at the HP totals. I think there's still a fight going on. It might be Ironbogs. Yeah, okay.
Ooh.
So Songyop is actually going to fall down to 13, but we could see, apart from Without You, who's sitting at 30 right now. Oh, Jace 3 going to be found.
I think
Gonna have to
Jace
skip
is a
it out.
bait.
Yeah. But we're seeing 37
Okay.
HP for YBY all the way down to 13. It's not a huge gap. So players like Waymu, who, even though he's in 3rd place right now, is in a position where he could very easily fall into the top 2 and potentially miss out on reaching check.
Yeah, I think Waymu kind of low roll, didn't find the Janna on 6 and was forced to level. So he's kind of doing it off tempo. Very slow, still doesn't have the Janna 3 pop.
Also Cluttered Mind too, right? So
Yep.
he's naturally going to level 7, which does reduce your odds to find the Janna slightly.
Weak side for this Darius here for Songyop. Has to try and stay alive. It's a 3 loss streak for now for the Korean player. Darius up into the middle, going to be surrounded by the Lee Sin. A lot to chew through here with Maldahar slowly getting that damage in, but it looks like it's too little too late. YBY's board is just way too strong in this fast 9. That's curtains for Songyop. Unfortunate 8th place for the Korean player in game 3.
Yeah, and it's tough because, you know, it did seem like he had a reasonable spot. I can't help but think back to when we saw him.
I
sitting
think
at
it's just
30 gold
line
on
selection.
Stage 3, though. Still level 6 with Darius 1 Malzahar. And maybe if he had been able to save a little bit more HP, get his board online slightly faster, he could have won some of those matchups that were playing around 4 cost, but you're not going to be
If
beating
Waymu
the
bought
fast 9 players
fours,
after they hit.
I'd be
Waymu Locho now on 1 life. If he goes down here, that means no check, and
Huge.
Tomino might be the only one everyone needs to focus on. But actually, both players just took big losses.
Yeah.
Big win from
you
Ironbog.
know, also
The part of the puzzle, he's currently sitting at 4th place, trying to hold a line, not allow check to be reached here in this game 3. Waymu up against Soul here. Looks like there's going to be the Ghost.
Yep, that is a huge high roll for Waymu to be able to play against the Ghost right now. Not nearly going to be as powerful as it would be otherwise. And it's just a Samira 1 sitting on the other side. So it looks like the Volibear, it's about to fall. It's extremely close. It does. Kobuko's barely staying alive. Yeah, there's no more damage on the other side.
Does Tomino win? That's the big question. We have to check out his fight, the result of it. Because if so, Tomino's out. Waymu now the only player who can reach check in this game 3. He has the top 4. So the rest of the lobby, only one real player with a target on their back. They have to, if they can, try and outposition this Jan at the Kabuko.
Soul is about to pick up, he's thinking about it, another Soul Fighter spat.
And we have Terry denying the Twisted Fate plus the Infinity Edge from Without You. That probably just kills off a lot of the bottom part of the lobby. I do have a hard time seeing Waymu Locho coming out on 4th. Ironbog, I feel like, might have turned the corner here.
Depending on the matchmaking, though.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
a big
Ironbog
question.
lost.
You run into YBY right now if you're
Yep.
Ironbog. I don't know if you have enough juice.
But yeah, if Waymu also bought
I
fours,
feel like
that'd be huge.
Ironbog loves this sponging augment, by the way. I feel like every game I see Ironbog play, he has sponging.
I think it really favors the fast 9 line in particular because you can just get full frontline value with a ton of items while equipping 2 or 3 main carries like the Seraphine, like the TF, earlier into stage 5.
Gets the strongest matchup in the lobby. YBY1's board. This is bad
RBY1
news for
can
Weimu
kill
Luoqiu,
him
potentially
right
good news
now.
for everyone else. But Ironbog and Soul, this also means they don't have to fight YBY, at least not the real one.
Yeah. There is a lot of damage on this Janna board. But it looks like the front line's still holding up for right now. Yeah, it's going to crumble, so Weimu's going to go out. Looks like it is going to be a 5th place finish, and it's going to be 1 point away from check, but 19 does not get you there. Question is, does Ironbog lose, actually? Because if Ironbog goes out, no, Ironbog did find a win there.
Ironbog saves the tournament, at least extending it, guaranteeing that there won't be a player in check after this game 3. Bad news for Tomino, though. Weimu will be sitting on 19 points once this game is over. He can obviously get 8th in game 4 and still reach check. So Tomino will have a very hard time playing any kind of rebro and will most likely be target griefed by Weimu throughout the entirety of that game 4.
Yeah, I do feel like Tomino's game plan in his spot within the tournament was probably a little bit too risky. He actually had the lead on the Janna. We saw him angling towards it, but because he broke Weimu's streak, he actually incentivized him to go there.
Ironbog, the player with the most pressure on his shoulders, sitting on only 3 points, needs to play 4 at first, ideally, in this game 3 to try and catch back up to the rest of the pack. This Ash is in trouble already. The set moved in, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the road for Ironbog as well. A top 4, we're moving up in the world, but definitely not what Ironbog was hoping for.
And look at the rest of the players that are in this field and their point totals right now, right? 6 points, 10 points, 9 points. Nobody's really threatening check. And in fact, some of them, even if you go first in the next game, you need another strong finish in order to reach check for the game after that. So we're going to see the lobby start to slow down a bit in the standings as it starts to materialize more in that center point. We get players who are potentially going to reach check in game 4, and game 5 comes around. We might actually have 3 players in check.
I think Terry without you is definitely going to be in check by game 5, so we're looking at potentially a 4 open man lobby that is going to end the series rather quickly.
And I love that YBY stuck to his guns, right? Had 2 relatively weak finishes on the day, but stuck with the game plan. And it shows a certain level of confidence that you know the game plan that got you here to the finals. And also, on top of that, that gave you one of the strongest TPC runs we've seen in the entire world all set long. YBY has dominated the domestic scene of APAC for set 15, and I love to see that confidence being shown on game 3, even if games 1 and 2 didn't go your way.
I do think for YBY1 it was much easier in this game 3 because the setup for Fast 9 was almost as good as it can be off of a gold prismatic start, solo leveling with a perfect streak into
I feel like you could have gone for like the...
You can't really ask for more off of this category start, so really strong game here from YBY1. Definitely getting his reps in for the rest of the day. I think it's going to be Fast 9 all the way for the APAC player.
I'm genuinely curious how many players with Justin and Fury 1 would have taken solo leveling in that spot, and how much of that is YBY kind of showcasing his preference for
I mean, I would have done that.
Sniper Seraphine not quite able to close it out there for Terry.
I feel like
down to 1 life now, so a 2-horse
you
race
just have like
now,
any kind of bruiser item and you put it on a bruiser,
trying to scale those TF
and he
rewards,
hits Phil
maybe
Seeker,
that can get him
which
back
is
into the game, but
really good.
Seems just too far ahead.
It's really good
Almost
early.
going to 10 at this point in time, so just a huge econ lead over everyone else.
This is the typical line you play if you get a lot of emblems. Star Guardians usually is the preferred one. There's a lot of hanging traits that you can go into. But against someone like YBY1, I just have a very difficult time seeing it. There's not that scaling aspect that you get from the Twisted Fate on this composition. So Terry's probably just going to get out HP'd out of the lobby.
He is up against a Ghost right now of Without You, and did also find the Varus too. There's a reasonable chance he can steal a win.
This is a pretty good board.
And if he's actually that much stronger than Without You, matchmaking might have him up against Without You next, and maybe he could actually steal out a second. It starts here, though.
Just so much frontline to chew through. Cassandra holds on for a long time, though. This is going to be a win for Terry with an interesting variation, right? Adding in the Janna to get the Strategist online and the 4 Protector, doing a marvelous job of adapting to his emblems. Really only the Juggernaut that's left hanging.
Poppy, too, also going to be found there. And we get the artifact from the Rogue Captain.
And this is the scaling we were talking about. This is why,
that's
despite
crazy.
Crew being a 1-cost reroll, it can find its way into more and more power, even in Stage 6.
How does Titanic Hydra
Level
work on
7
TF?
Twisted Fate coming in for Without You, and then he gets the early, I believe it's 9 wins for the
What's the Titanic Hydra interaction with TF?
He's going to get extra attack speed with the mittens onto the Ziggs.
Yep.
He just played YBY, so he's going up against Terry.
Should be Terry adverse Without You in both reels.
Has to split his backliners due to the Seraphine with the Sniper's Emblem in particular, despite no mage.
Wait, wouldn't
We'll
Titanic
see what
be
this Sonic can do in
insane?
buying time for the Jinx and the Seraphine, and the Varus, of course, to scale.
Battle for the
I
second
mean, it's
place
probably better to
happening
have
here.
a Ziggs item, but like,
Watch the Varus arrow, see if anything's going to get sniped out. They get whittled down. The Seraphine ult does kill some, but doesn't break that entire backline. Another cast comes through. We still have the 2 Ziggs, but no, it's not enough. Without U's going to take a hit, and it's barely eliminated. Just needed to kill 2 more units to stay alive. And Terry finds himself in the top 2 alongside YBY.
Terry with probably the most stable game plan, and I think he's been top 4 this entire 3 games here. Just playing for the level 8 comps, knowing that some people are going to be forcing themselves into Fast 9.
Fortunately, Soul no longer here to pick up his 4th Soul Fighter emblem, respecting his own name.
Terry, one of the players from APAC that feels like has had a steady rise over the last couple sets, has narrowly missed making his way to TAC Crown in 2 previous sets, and winning the regional finals here. I think for a lot of Western TFT fans, we were a bit surprised to see Terry take that.
Seraphine 2.
But making another run here, it's positioning Terry to feel like a potential favorite from APAC going forward.
Another emblem he can make use of as well with a Prodigy added in alongside the Seraphine. This is a really, really cool board from Terry. We'll see what it can do against YBY1's Fast 9.
A lot of it is going to come down to those
he already had
Seraphine hits,
Coliseum.
and there is a bit of RNG because of the Lee Sin. He gets 60%
Prodigy is
durability after
very
he casts. So if you cast on top of that durability,
it's
almost no
pretty
damage.
much just 2
Frontline's
Prodigy.
still there. It's starting
Varus
to crumble
putting a lot of
though.
work.
Wait a second.
YBY1 still a lot of life to work with, but the win streak has been snapped now. The Poro fans took most or all of that damage there with how much the Braum had scaled the HP shield for YBY1, so still 2, maybe 3 lives. And there is a artifact in return here from YBY1
Wow,
off
okay.
of his own Twisted Fate.
Real tit-for-tat moment. I don't know how much of a difference this is going to make. I imagine it's a pretty significant buff. Where does that last item go, though? See, that's the difference, right? When you have the mittens being put on the Ziggs, and we saw Rageblade put on the TF, that's one thing. But here, we're just kind of left over with this random Bloodthirster that's being put onto the Udyr.
YBY1's TF saying, look at me, I'm the captain now.
He wants to be on the same side with the Twisted Fate and Lee Sin against the Varus, who is already powered up. Let's see if he gets it.
No, up against the Poppy there. It's going to be quite hard to break through that. We saw before that YBY, that even though everything is upgraded, the front line just crumbled a little bit too
The
fast
main
here
thing
from
is-
the Jinx, the Varus, and the Seraphine. We're starting to see it again, though. It's just
Yeah,
the Lee Sin
I
that's
guess he
left.
doesn't need any
It's another
healing.
cast, but that backline is still all alive.
took a lot
TF
of
is doing
damage.
his very best, but no, YBY is going to take another hit there.
Cassante, maybe the silent MVP on this board, holding on for so long with a heavyweight emblem. Also scaling with the more and more permanent HP he's able to get off all these fights.
The direction of the Braum throw for YBY also not working in his favor. Braum actually throwing the Cassante right in front of the Lee Sin, making sure there isn't a walk directly towards the Jinx.
I'm curious to
he's
see how
going
much
for
this
it.
fight changes if Lee Sin and the backline is on the weak side of Terry's board instead.
He might go for
There is going to
Braum
be a
3.
6th Braum. We can start whispering now. Maybe a chance for YBY1 to go for his traditional way of winning games in this weekend, apparently.
He actually took it up. I thought he was going
oh,
to
that's
look
seven,
for
that's
Lee Sin
seven.
too.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Does he sell board? There's not a single Braum in possession
Yeah.
for Terry, starting to roll now, trying to play defense. There's still 2 lives for YBY1. Doesn't have to pull the trigger right now, but if he's able to win another game with a 3-star 5 cost, someone must check his CC. This is not normally.
Look at how much YBY's board has improved, by the way. Now with a second Lee Sin too, and on top of that, we saw a random Bloodthirster before that was on the Udyr, now sitting alongside a Titans on a Braum 2 in the front line.
I do expect this to go in YBY1's favor right now. It's just about the stacking of the position. He has it on the Varus, which is actually bigger of a damage threat.
It's not going to be able to reach it, though. Gets a little bit of chip damage onto that Seraphine there, though. The TF maybe able to close that out. Frontline is holding up a lot longer than last time for YBY, but we see
sniped.
the TF is down. It's just the Zyra dealing
The
damage
Zyra is
alongside the
doing
TF.
okay.
It's a close fight. That
The
Lee Sin
Varus, does he have
Close.
enough single target to take down the Lee Sin?
and the Cassante. No, once again, the Cassante survived.
Okay, he's gotta send
forever.
it.
YBY
He's gotta send
goes
it.
down to 3 HP.
This might
Hands
be
up.
it. Will have to
Oh,
be a
that's
board
eight,
spell.
that's
8
eight.
Braum.
He's going, he's
going,
going,
he's
going.
Braum
Go, go,
off.
go.
Has to
Braum
sell
3,
board
Braum,
soon.
go, 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 go. Come on.
There's a
Come on,
chance
Braum 3.
to go for the 3-star here. Further win. Is there defense from Terry? That's the big question.
He doesn't have
Does he
money.
actually find it?
Where-
Oh, he's got it! YB1!
YB1, 3-star Braum
Are you
to win
kidding
game
me?
3, snatching it away from Terry.
How does he get it every single game?
Every time, man. Oh, these pick'ems are so doomed.
The
I feel like
third
he had, like-
3-star 5
oh, he
cost
doesn't
of
have
the
our movers.
tournament. I think most likely the first that we've seen at Grand Finals, at least in a very long time.
If you're Terry, you just have to smile here.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
unreal.
Just fit to
YBY
win.
has felt like a superhero all weekend long. Truly superhuman.
That's
and this
my
is
goat.
just the perfect manifestation of that. Back up against the wall, loses fight after fight.
That is my
makes small
goat.
optimizations at the end of the day. He gambles it all, and he hits.
Even the delay in buying the 6th copy of Braum to not, let Terry know that this might be his only chance at winning the game. But the foreshadowing,
Yeah, you
right?
gotta
We've
hide
seen
it in
before
the
yesterday,
animation
on day
when you
one,
get,
YBY
like,
one has found
the orbs
a
or
major
like
3-star
when
every
stuff is
day
on the
of this tournament.
screen,
He does it yet again.
so that
I was gonna make a joke.
people
he's
aren't
gonna
gonna
slowly
notice
scale
the
into the first place, maybe in
2-star
game 5,
flash
but
on
no,
the
he
side.
says, right now I'm catching
Yeah,
up to the leaders. I
that's
want to
the
win
move.
this game.
Going
Normally,
into
if you're
step 15,
hiding,
YBY
going for
had been a
3-star.
sort of always the bridesmaid, never the bride sort of character in TFT, had never found a win in a major tournament, and found his first win in one of the
But yeah, no,
CFT
okay,
events,
this guy's
had
for
an
sure cheating.
incredible
Like,
run in 3 previous
what is
pack
that? Like,
rounds. He's gone third, 9th.
he hit
has
it so
never been
easily.
able to actually close it out. This is the first time in a long time that YBY has felt like a true protagonist of the set, and is now setting himself up to make this comeback after 2 weak finishes in the first 2 games of the day to potentially put himself into check in game 4 and maybe win it out in game 5.
Only needs a top 3 to get check, and I think this is the first time in the tournament where everyone looks at YBY and says, this is actually the man. This is the
final
best
boss.
player out of the lobby by far. You know, he really didn't even need to play the last 2 games to ensure his qualification into the finals here. So I hope he can continue that momentum.
Ironbog, another one of the players that was sitting at the bottom, finding a top 4 there is going to give him a little bit of momentum, but for both Soul and Ironbog, they have a long road ahead of them. It doesn't mean that they're out of contention that we saw from Summertime or last set, right? It doesn't matter how low in points you are. Once you reach check, we're on even ground.
I think especially with having a player like Ironbog at 8 points, where he might be that secret weapon in Game 5 and Game 6. We know he can win. He was the player with the highest win rate coming into this tournament. It might be a case where everyone is in check and Ironbog isn't. He wins Game 6, he wins Game 7. We could see maybe the fabled 8-game grand finals today as well, with how everything is starting
Definitely
to set up
hope
here.
not.
And overall, I imagine the crowd has to be happy with the excitement of seeing a Braum 3-star this early on. A huge spike in dopamine for all our viewers at home.
This is one of the selfish regions. I love YBY. He is a natural entertainer. He interacts with his fans all the time. When he's winning, he's clapping, he's shouting, he's thanking Morkdog. He's a very expressive player, and he actually likes to get the emotions out. He's not someone that takes the stoic route and doesn't try to cause any waves there.
And for a huge community, by the way, right? Vietnam being one of the largest communities that we have globally in TFT. I personally am a big fan of that region for the way that they try to innovate and do some wacky things on ladder. And if we have someone like YBY spearheading the charge there, I'm here for it.
The big question now for Game 4, not a single player in check, but Weimu's on 19 points, which means that he has freedom to, target grief any specific player. Most likely will be Tomino due to his own proximity, but Terry, without you, also sitting on 16 points, so maybe a good thing for Tomino to now share the load of that griefing bullseye.
We have a total of 5 players that can hit check in the next game, and how many of them do is going to decide how hard it is going to be to claim the TAC Round Championship in Game 5 going forward. If there's more players in check, then it actually is a little bit easier. There's less players griefing, focusing you.
I love the point you brought up, David. I just want to kind of nail on that for a moment, that we really did think that Weimu was in a position to target Grief Tomino, but we can see it here. So many players all in check. I don't think Weimu has a potential to target grief any one player. And even if he does, it doesn't actually give him any sort of edge. So it almost feels like a sort of non-game for Weimu coming up.
For Ironbog, Soul, and Sangyup, a lot of catching up to do. They have to really just focus on their own games, play maybe not the riskiest playstyle. I think they have the time to catch up in these next 2 games, but definitely try and aim for that 3rd or better, especially for someone like Sangyup, who's played so many different comps. I think he has the chance to adapt to whatever's given to him, play his own game, and try and cruise to that top 4, while other players will take bigger risks potentially.
I do want to say Songyop, one of the players I'm a bit concerned about in the position right now. Songyop is the lowest win rate coming into the tournament of all the players in the field already. And so even if you do make it to check, on average it takes Songyop more games to find a first place position than the average player. That said, Songyop has played in many Korean domestic tournaments where he has showcased the prowess in checkmate. So what I wonder is if Songyop is going to be able to fully pivot away from this tempo-oriented playstyle and find a first or eighth position that he otherwise just is not willing to opt into throughout this tournament.
I think for Terry as well, it's a similar question. Terry has a very unique playstyle across the first phase of the tournament. He played, I think, very little, maybe no Fast 9 whatsoever. He was only relying on a whole different variety of 4-cost game plans, which you saw here as well, with the Star Guardian setup, alongside some reroll, but also from selective spots similar to YBY1. I'm curious if he can also flip the switch when he is in check. Can he play for Fast 9? Can he find ways to maybe with double triple Malzahar or different augments enable himself to play for a first as well when he needs to? That's the big question. Some of the players that we've seen, like Robin Song's last set, where you can play for top 4, you're playing more humble TFT. Can you play confident, cocky TFT when you're trying to play for the big win?
Big question for our top 4 oriented players. And historically, Terry actually has a 20% first place rate throughout the APAC tournament. He's been a top 10 player in our region for a very, very long time. The issue is, this is the first time attack round.
Yep.
Do the nerves get to him? Do the checkmate environment changes his game plan and how he views his position in the leaderboard?
Even just playing on land too. We've kind of talked about it more on day 1, but just playing 2 additional days on land doesn't necessarily mean that you're suddenly comfortable for it. There are players in this field that have played in Chengdu before. I know Ironbog is one of those players that when they're under the lights, when there's a crowd in front of them, I imagine that has to have some level of distraction to your gameplay.
Just looking at our bottom players, Seoul, Ironbog there, they really want to hit 12 points the next game. You want to be in striking distance to deny someone with the first place and also be in check yourself. So that's kind of the game plan there. You don't need to rush yourself. You're just trying to play the long game, elongate the series, and also deny.
Predictions, are we going to see a 5-game attack on this time? It's going to be 6. We had 7, which was, I believe, the record.
Was the
last
record.
set.
Yeah, it was.
We have never reached that far. It was obviously the most excitement you can ever hope for with every single player and every single region in contention for the big win.
I'm feeling 5, to be honest. I feel like it's going to be a 4-man race going into game 5.
I'll go out on a limb and say I want to see 8. And by then, it's no longer checkmate. It's just who has the highest points.
Yep. We've
Basically
never seen
means
that before.
Clement is all in on Ironbog, taking over
Yeah,
from
exactly.
game 6
Right.
onwards. Maybe a few more Living Forge Kog'Maw games.
You got my secret message.
Game 8 comes along, it's just Clement on the couch. No one else. Everyone's
5
tired.
games.
Everyone's just going home. It's just Clement here rooting for Ironbog alone. Something about Terry I wanted to ask you.
Give me the
actually.
YBY 1-1.
If you looked at just the stats alone and didn't watch TFT, you would
If
think
not,
that
I'll
Terry
take a
is
toe.
like a baby YBY or Ironbog.
You know,
Perception domestically, though, it feels like you're saying
top
top
6
10,
to
maybe
first.
more of like
Down for that too.
A- tier player. What do you feel like is the differentiator between them?
Well, I think YBY is just much more flexible in his style. He can play a lot more lose streak situations. Terry, we call him TW Shunge, who is known to just play win streak all the time. He's much more flowcharty, much more Robin Songs-like in terms of the player archetype. While, YBY and Lakoko, they're kind of in a different category where they're super flexible, they can loss streak, they have a lot more of their edge coming from things like the rerolls. While Terry's kind of more of a dead set, I'm playing for a cost, and I'm playing for a stable game plan and just trying to be strong early.
Doesn't mean Terry's not flexible, just not flexible within multiple play styles.
Yeah.
I think you hit the nail in the coffin there, Clement, because that's what we've been seeing this entire tournament. It could be the case where you mentioned he does have 20% win rate domestically, that he purposely did shift some of that play style in day 1 and 2, saying, I don't have to play for wins here. I'm going to play consistent. I'm going to let other players try and coin flip even from game 1 of the tournament, playing into Fast 9, and I will just play much safer. And once I get into day 3, then we start shifting more towards that first play style.
That was the thing about his day 1. He had double trouble, and then he had a Smolder 2 on 2-3. Instant first placements, like right off the sport. And on day 2, he just said, okay, I can play, these no-cap 4-cost boards. So I think it was a big adjustment to his game plan, and something that he's been doing better and better is getting to read the tournament situation.
Wait,
That's something that I
set
think new
16.
players attack
It already dropped?
How much do you
Like
think
the-
this run
the
from
info?
Tamino is going to impact the lasting perception that he has? Because I
Oh.
feel like Klikornin, though he made final lobby,
Oh,
it didn't
baby.
feel like it really changed the way people felt about him moving forward.
I think the difference at Gordon was a much bigger relative spike
Holy.
last set, whereas Tamino has been
Okay.
3 sets. Tamino has not just performed well in this tournament, but he's performed well at pretty much every
Unfortunately,
single
I
TBC,
would need to sleep
throughout
after this,
entire
but
set,
I
with TBC
will
being a harder
immediately
tournament
get
now
up.
when you have 32 of the most elite players all concentrated.
Okay, so
in
let's look
Division
at
1
the whole
tournaments.
roster.
So I think Tamino has set after set since set 13 onwards.
Okay, I guess I'll do this. I'll do this part now, I guess. And then later I'll immediately get into comp building. Okay, so the starting units, the normal pool. Okay, so we start off with what's 12, 14. So it's like, okay, this is normal. There's 11 here, or not 11. There's 13 here. 14, 11, 8. So, okay, so the normal pool is the same, but then there's unlocks, and then there's even, okay. There's 6 more 2 costs. There's 5 more 3 costs. There is 10 more 4 costs. No, there's 14 more 4 costs. And what, there's 16 more 5 costs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Okay, so is that Zahan is in this? Okay, so let's look at, okay. So there's Zahan, there's T-Hex, there is Brock. What is a Brock? Looks like a golem of some kind. Baron. Anything weird here? Rift Herald. Nidalee, but that's like, I don't know. That looks weird. Weird skin. That's a weird Nidalee. Kabuko and Yumi. What is this? Huh? Kabuko and Yumi. Who asked for this? Okay. Oriana. Zillion. Lucian and Senna. Yunara. Another 3-star Malzahar. Okay, nothing too interesting. Traits. There's a lot of traits here. New augments. Okay. Let's start looking at these abilities. Anivia, it is just... Okay. Fire Ice Shard. So this is gonna be early. Actually, okay. I mean, no, it's just gonna be spam single target caster. Highish mana cost for this type of units. If it's chilled, it critical strikes. So that means you don't need crits. You probably just want mana AP. Yeah, that's okay. And then traits. Invoker, I assume, is mana. Okay, so mana regen, they gain more from all sources. Okay, so this is a fake support trait. It's fine. This trait seems weak. Or 4 Invoker seems weak. 2 Invokers, fine. But with mana regen, maybe this is actually not that bad. Like with their mana regen changes from the current set. Okay, and then Freljord. This Freljord summon a frozen tower allied in the front of it gain health. So it's like Jade. It's kind of like Jade statues, sort of, or like how you position, I guess. Okay. Oh, okay. They started.
Are the Malphites and the Kales? I would say those are the high rolls.
These are also some high rolls there. We're seeing the Lulu offered up for Thierry as well as the Malzahar. Maybe a double trouble.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna go
on
over
the gold augments. For
I
someone like
wanna
Without
get
You in
everything
particular, definitely
together all
for
at
him
once.
to get a crew unit like the Malphite or the Stivir.
I want to say, even if I can make interest interval, I'm keeping that pair right there just to high roll on the double trouble. If I get it, GG.
No, you're a better player than I thought, Clement, because that is a very sound decision in terms of the power we've been seeing from Malzahar in all of its variations across this tournament. Even Ironbog, I think he played a game of Perfect Form Zac going into Malzahar reroll as well, and that was the first place. So truly one of the main carries we'll be seeing, maybe even for that checkmate situation.
I came back to shade being thrown between the two of you on broadcast. I knew I was right back where I belonged.
Necker's like, I'm happy that shade is not directed my way.
Yeah. Oh, what a crazy game we have in like a very interesting circumstance now for our players that are in the top 5 of the standings.
Yeah, 5 of them in check already. It really decides a lot about the next game, how hard it is to be the Tactician champion, how many players are going to be focusing on you.
Some players pigeonholed into specific playstyles for this game. For Tomino, really only needs a 6th. I think we will see hopefully even less risk than what we saw from him in game 3. Just really has to try and dodge that 7th or 8th place position. YBY1 off of his win last game only needs a 3rd to make it into check. So I think that's his magic number, right? 3rd. So he should be able to do it.
Don't jinx my boy. And it is going to be gold. So the double trouble thing, if Terry does hold on to it, could just give him a massive lead.
So Crystal Gambit Crest for YBY1 offered, as well as Mundo Hero Augment. We haven't seen any Mundo yet today. We did see it across a lot of these players actually through the first 2 days.
Oh, wait.
It will be Mundo Hero Augment, it looks like.
It does look that way.
Max Vitality not found off of this first power-up.
I do have to say Mundo Augment is generally considered a little bit weaker on this patch because you have so many Juggernaut Fast 9 players contesting you on the same thing.
Like we saw in the Shen Hero Augment game.
Same thing, yep.
Ironbog taking a page out of YB1's book, going for the solo leveling, going for the Sterax slam.
It was
this time
like
with
slightly
Aatrox
less
instead of a
contested,
Fear,
but it's
a
also
very strong opener. If
Actually, it's
Ironbog
about the same
goes and
contested, but
manages
it's
that
also
5-win streak,
weaker
a
than the
very
Shen
strong
Augment.
composition
So
off of a gold augment start.
There's also a chance you could get Mecha Blade there, so I want to see if that can pop up. That's one of the strongest starts you could get.
The moment you mention Mecha Blade, you're summoning Gangly to come back onto the cast.
I'm waiting for him to just pop up behind the couch.
no, but Mecha Blade is my thing.
Right now.
I know. I was like, wait a
Bragging
minute.
this morning, every time there was another
I'm the
one
Mecha Blade
Sterax,
expert.
player, he was like, yeah, that's all me.
Oh my goodness.
No.
A Mundo 2 just in the shop.
YBY, that's not a 5 cost. You're not supposed to be rolling these.
Also has very, very strong component start, at least half components for Mundo's bits with both the Rage Blade potential and the IE potentially as well.
It was funny because like I thought maybe he wasn't slamming items because he thought he would lose anyway. And also like I guess keeping the components open, you give yourself better priority on something like the carousel. But now that he has got the Mundo 2, I
He
do
doesn't have to
wonder if
roll.
you consider
That's really good.
like tempoing with that.
Also, people aren't
With
going to
hero
grief him.
augments, because of the importance
So he can
of
actually play it
getting
out.
your base items, there's a lot of value in purposely having a 3 loss to start things off to have either first pick, especially when you're looking for a bow on carousel
that
for
makes
that Rage
sense.
Blade.
I didn't realize
And
why
we
they
have
were
seen the
saying
main line
Mecha
for
Blade
the- given the
Aatrox.
chair
But yeah, no,
B6
yeah,
Juggernaut
with
with an additional
solo leveling,
Mundo
it's
3 carry. You just kind of go for the
yeah, no, that is
Zyra and
the
Lee
strongest
Sin
thing you
later
could
on.
hit.
Very similar endgame board to the Juggernaut Legendaries.
Start off with a loss for Ironbog, but does get this last win on the Aatrox here. Gonna try and maybe make 20 For Soul, once again, going for the Crystal Gambit start. Didn't quite work out last game, ending with that Soul Fighter board, which ended in the bottom 4.
Does want to make up a lot of points here. There's a lot of interesting pickups in terms of item components here. Ironbach would really like a chain to finish off that Titans. And we also see, obviously for YBY, he just wants the bows, i.e. Infinity Edge, Striker's Flail, and Guinsu's typically being the best item.
Songyup, though, also going for this Crystal Gambit start. But with these items, does this look like just like a Janna reroll to you, maybe?
Yep,
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the case. Has a Crimea River, a fairly good augment for Janna in terms of getting her a little bit of extra mana regen, plus the early tier to get the blue buff online. And if uncontested, we've seen Janna perform at a very high level this entire tournament. I think some players were a little bit low on Janna, but quickly we saw a lot of players had it as their comfort pick. Tomino, 3 games with Janna. Dave Hall was playing it a lot across the first few days and found a lot of edge on this reroll line.
Won the first game today.
Yep.
Let's see if there's a sword for YBY1. Yep, it's moving towards the Jin. That will close off the Infinity Edge.
Songyup, in all of the different 11 comps he played across day 1 and 2, Janna was not one of them. So adding yet another comp to his book of plays.
I feel like every player at this level, though, can do that, right? They can play anything.
I wonder what the record is for amount of unique comps played in the Tactician's Crown. I can't imagine it's much higher than 14 or 15. That would be pretty insane. And it's obviously a good sign of what the meta looks like in terms of its flexibility and the possibilities you can get.
We're going to have to send Clement down to the data archives for that one.
Sure, I'll hold that one out for you. I'm building some really cool stuff. I can't wait to show next set. But you guys are going to have to hold on to it a little longer.
All right.
There's a lot of really good finds in the carousel here. And Without You with the static ship, really good heavyweight lined up for him. Also has the early Darius. And of course, Ironbog did get that chain, even a 3-cost chain. So a lot of strong things going in for these players.
For Tomino, does have the adaptive Helm Garen strategy here. Looks like it's going to be played to Katarina most likely.
Those look like cat items.
But it will
Put
be
on a Zac.
It's the variation where the Garen is actually able to main tank, at least until the Rakan 2 or Rakan 3 is found. And it does usually help with the early game in particular.
No, sorry, I'm also looking at Weimu will choose items as well, and I'm like, those also look like Katarina items.
Yeah, he's playing fake perfect form, basically. But he does have the salvage bin, so he's just trying to go full tempo. Already has the 4-win streak. Can he break Terry?
Smart.
And Weimu, of course, only needs 1 point to get into check on this game, so not a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's mostly going to be scouting, I think, the rest of this game, trying to see what he can do to throw a wrench in the plans of the other players who are in contention of reaching check as well.
Yeah. Tomino, this is a very interesting style to play the Katarina. We have actually seen Garen 3s with fully adopted be kind of the main tank instead of the Rakan on the Katarina line. So it's an interesting.
I feel like fully adapted is like kind of a base. You can get most of the benefit just building the adaptives without the offense. The augment doesn't actually do very much.
You're sacrificing the chance to
it gives you 15 AP.
Maybe not a big concern for Tomino. He's looking more to stabilize and finish in the 6th place position.
Which doesn't really mean that much in the grand
I've seen
scheme
a lot
of
of
like
Katarinas
things.
pick things like
It's more the fact that
Crimson
you're
Veil
just
or
building
like,
Hemorrhage.
adaptive
Hemorrhage is a
helms.
really good one.
Even finalists potentially coming into the later stages.
You can tell if someone's a volley player if they keep a power-up on stage 4. They're just like, I'm not touching that. It's like, you could optimize. No. It's finalist for volley, okay? You guys,
I
wait.
see.
Early Cassandra here. I wonder if there's any chance that Tomino goes off of this Katarina. Maybe thinks it's maybe too risky, but it has lost a lot of HP already. I think he really does want to stabilize at some point in stage 3.
Yeah, I think with this start and a gold augment start, you're not going to have the econ to really look at the Seraphine, so most likely just Katarina with Wits Nashers is going to be the play. Also, Janna is going to get blocked off from one of the different positions. Soul with a very critical 5 full loss streak. He needs the points, so I think he's made his intentions clear. Just beelining towards 5 crystal. The best thing that could happen for him is injection of econ on 3-2 and allowing him to roll. We have seen a lot of the players from JOC actually rolling for Ashe on 7 to make that 5 crystal work. They also roll on 6, but I don't really advise that.
That sounds like really difficult to hit the Ashe.
That's the I need first place this game type of playstyle. We have seen it happen at TechRound already.
Waymo does have the salvage bin, so the item build we saw earlier was just temporary, just trying to get a few of the kills in stage 2, not lose too much HP. Coming to stage 3 now with 93 HP, playing now for the Callista, Nefiri combo, the early Soul Fighter. We'll see what he ends up on. Obviously, you can play into anything. This is maybe one of the augments you want to have when you are in check, actually, because you can pivot and you're pretty much uncontestable in terms of playing one line, having unit players hold these units, and then just switching off into something else in stage 4.
And for me, Waymu has one of the best spots going into a Fast 9 board. He can pivot into anyone because he can just rebuild his items on a whim. And he's still fairly healthy early on. So, and he's also keeping the crystal. So I think a big thing is find the crystal, keep on doing this streak, play very high tempo, and then hopefully go for the double down on stage 4.
Prismatic, though, does this change anything for the tempo of the players in the lobby so far?
It's actually huge for Soul if he can get invested. Huge injection of gold. He can immediately switch into tempo with Ashe.
It's also really big for Tomino if he commits to Katarina, if he finds Radiant Refractor or just a Radiant to just make that Katarina really unstoppable in this stage 3.
He took food fight.
Fault.
Messy food fight.
You're like me. I call that food fight
I know.
too.
Well,
I just want to clarify that originally it was actually food fight. You know, when we were doing the set 15, it was. That's why we have the same memory.
but then they couldn't put food fight tactics into the game
True.
yet.
True.
Come
It's
on.
actually true. It's actually the lore of the game.
The double down here from Sangyup, one of the players who has to take a big risk. Also for Seoul, both of the Korean players trying to find ways to get these extra resources online for their stage 4 roll downs. Waymu happy to fight one of these players now. Going to be an easy win for him, trying to preserve as much HP as possible.
Yeah, Waymu's most likely going for the 3-5 double down route. He already has the 3 crystal ready to go for that. So he's just HP preservation. We're going to cash out on 4-7 and just make things very, very smooth for ourselves. Soul, for him, the most important thing is the next carousel. Can he find the Ashe? And if not, the 3-7 roll down is going to determine his game.
Tomino did get his win, picked up unlimited power on 3-2, trying to, as we mentioned, preserve HP. He only needs a
Double
6th place
down.
in this game 4 to make it to check going into game 5. So the key is not losing any more fights in stage 3, letting other player take those bigger risks and scavenging placements here or there coming into stage 4. If he's able to win every fight in stage 3 and maybe 4-1 and 4-2, I think it's almost guaranteed that he'll be in a spot to at the very least finish 6th.
And he is holding on to the extra Garens is something I really like about the line. Playing fully adapted here.
Also pre-levels to 6, so really trying to play for more econ. Any fight he able to win here on 5 is a really big deal. Ooh, a scary setup here from IBY1. Really helps pick up the sponging, buying so much more time for this Mundo.
It's actually really good sponging because he's getting the Warmogs onto the Mundo as well. Mundo scales with max HP. Something we do have to check is his power-up. If he gets the scaling max vitality one, it's the best augment possible for the Mundo. It takes the comp to an entirely different level.
Face kind of like doesn't have many coffees.
Oh, he hasn't rolled too much just yet, it looks like.
Or that's true. After you natural the 2-star. But oh, there's a spat on the carousel.
Also going to be a Mundo for IBY1. Sangyup right off the bat picks up that spatula. Could have been interesting for someone like Tomino even. We've seen the power of Executioner Yumi in terms of spiking earlier on 7, not having to fit in the rise for the Executioner to enable Katarina.
In terms of AVP differential, it definitely would have been best on Without You with the Rammus heavyweight. That would have been the scariest. So I'm very happy that players are denying that. A little bit sad for Soul because he did not find the Ashe. And this is where we should expect the roll down. You know, if you want to play a Temple Ashe game, we have typically seen most of the CN region do it on 7.
Small roll down here from IBY1. Understandably so, he's on a 4-win streak. Definitely wants to try and prolong this for this stage and then have a pretty massive roll down, I have to assume, on for 1. Is going to be on over 9,000 Mundo. We usually see the max vitality as a scaling option for the Mundo hero augment. In this case, going for the over 9,000 instead.
But that's also going to give you some nice stats. I looked like some of the rolls were pretty okay.
Can make better use of a lot of stats, obviously, than I think most carries can, with the HP also benefiting him.
Doing some really nice last-second optimization, waiting for the sponging to hit the Mundo before putting the Guinsus online. Make sure he gets that 3-item fight. And we're going to have 2 crystal players in our lobby so far, both Ironbog and Soul going there. And most likely Weimu Luocho as well. So 3 crystals. Very easy tempo game for our rerollers.
Sponging squared showdown between YBY1 and Ironblock. Both players highlighting the power of this augment. We talked about it with Fast 9. With
I'm
this,
also
even this
a
Mundo setup is very
sponging
similar,
lover.
where you can't really play 4 frontline items until much later into the game, but you want to have a time to scale this Mundo, especially with the Rage Blade Slam maybe later on.
It's a great stabilization if you're going Fast 9 and you're taking
Sponging
ecom
with
early on. You're usually missing
Redemption,
the items, and it is a very strong tempo option when
like old
not
Redemption,
everyone has fully
that
built
was
items. Sponging
really,
gets
really
its most
insane.
value, so that kind of bridges you into the Fast 9 where you can stabilize, hit your carries. Probably one of the best combat augments if you're going down that route.
Without You does still have a huge win streak throughout the stage 3. And with the, I mean, Noxus Trap, Malzahar will definitely do it for you. But I like that he teched in the 4 Wraith as just kind of like a bridge to get there.
Forthwith is so strong, it was buffed to 45% damage amp essentially, so this is one of the smaller optimizations I think people miss a lot of times, and honestly I feel like he's getting this win streak because there's 3 crystal players here. He's just kind of feasting on them.
Even the other reroll players like Sangyup with Dramatic Ticket and Tomino didn't really push to full gas in stage 3. They're opting for a longer term instead.
Wow.
This is not one of your favorite cash outs. There's an artifact that you can miss on quite heavily.
You're just gambling the artifacts
so
now?
A lot of times you would actually prefer the 250, 35 gold cash out, prefer this one.
But he has an Ash in his shop if he wants it.
That's true.
I mean, maybe
have to
he
wait
gets
until
stuck up
4-1
blades
to
or
pop
something.
the artifact, and then maybe decide the line that you go down, trying to make best use of this power spike.
Oh, he's ignoring it.
He wants to wait until 4-1 to take off the gold generating augment or artifacts.
No, sorry. I thought he was waiting to pick up the Ash.
Oh.
That's why I thought for a second, I was like, is he really going to just ignore that there's an Ash in the shop for the Jinx?
Trying to hold 2 lines. We'll see which one will be. Oh, Flicker Blade.
Well, now we have a good idea, right?
That's a tailored cash out. Wow, that's crazy. Mana Zane with Flicker Blade. Plenty of options to go for. I think the reason he's holding both lines is because he didn't actually roll on 7. This is a more of a later stage game plan, so he's keeping himself open towards the Star Guardians line as well.
But now he's got 2 copies of the Ash, and as he keeps rolling, I mean, like, this is actually not a bad board. I think he has a little bit to do, but the fact that you have that 3-star Rel that can kind of help you out a little, like, just a little, gives you a second to think.
Pretty deep roll for Sangyup, and not hitting the Janna 3 despite having the Prismatic Ticket, and playing a greedier stage 3 is not ideal for a player who really needs to come back into the standings only on 10 points after these 3 games.
Yeah, it's really about just getting those 10 points in 2 games. So going on the reroll line, I think it's perfectly fine. He did find the extra spat from the carousel, and best use of that, of course, is going to be the
Gunblade
strategist.
healing, not enough. The Cassante pair pretty expensive as well, especially with Prismatic Ticket, where each piece of gold is that much more valuable off of the extra rolls you can get.
I will say generally our rerollers have not been doing so well in finding copies. Without You on both 1-stars.
Sangyup hit though.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Airbug also in a very strong position. Has so much gold to work with, is double down, but he's still pretty healthy, 50 HP.
Yeah, this is a Fast 9 angle if we ever seen one. Weimu Luocho won, so I'm not sure if he's probably not on the double down anymore.
No, he started to pivot, and it looks like he's starting to tech in a couple more Star Guardians, but yeah, with itemization onto the Jinx, that might be the carry since there's already a 2-star Ash from Soul. It's a much better looking board when we last checked in with it, so.
Perfect items from Soul, and I really think that this is the lobby for him to come back because a lot of people are not high rolling at all. If we're looking at the rerolls, there's no one that's 3-star on 4-2.
And this is where this setup really snowballs, right? Where you have the 5 Crystal Gambit, no one is really putting up too big of a fight in stage 4. Once you have that initial stage of snowballing, you can match the power much better on those fast 9 players as well in stage 5, and it just continues snowballing the rest of this game.
Wow. So
Best
much
cash out.
gold.
Straight to 940 gold to roll with, skipping maybe the 4 cost altogether, going straight to the 5 cost, the Iron Box special here.
He's going
And
to
he's
go
due, right?
Juggernaut with the items. Yep.
Oh, but there was like there's an option for the Leona, but I know he's just taking the 4 cost out to just like get the fools better, right?
The key thing here is that there's no Lee Sin and no Volley Bear. There's only one Volley, so the items don't work out very well for his stage here.
Going into the Mundo line as well from Ironbog, making life harder for YBY1, who still has not hit the 3-star. Tomino just hit his Katarina 3, going for full tempo with the Blood Rage, trying to take over the missing Hodge, for example, in terms of the Omnivamp, and Tomino really needs to win these next few fights.
Well, that's going to be the Katarina down, and so it's really all left to this Garen, but the more time that this takes, the Mundo actually has some time to ramp up. And with all of the sponging still taking effect for the front line, it's looking like this might be a Mundo win.
Yeah, I'm stuck on 6 as well still.
I'm worried about the mental for Tomino because he still needs to go 6 at least. If he goes 7 and 8, he actually misses check, and that's when players are the most vulnerable. Varus and Yone, neither of these are really big hits for our Fast 9 players. Ironbog is going to pick up the tier.
I've been talking about Terry for a while, but he is playing into the Yuumi line. Has not hit a Leona, which is a little bit unfortunate for his front line. Still playing Crystal Gambit as well, so Terry may be trying to play a kind of a weird play style. I had no success whatsoever slotting in Crystal Gambit when playing Yuumi because you really have to win pretty much every fight in stage 4 when playing Prodigies.
I mean, Tomino hasn't hit a Leona either, which is also going to be super important for the comp later, but yeah, well,
Let's get the Seraphine.
that's kind of nice.
Took a Sante, but no Leona is really, really tough when trying to play for
Really
Yuumi.
rough. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Maybe too late to have the solo swing too, but then you're going to have a pretty unstable front line.
5 Battle Academia is so huge, though, for this comp.
That's true.
I wonder if you take out the well, I guess you can't buy it either because you would
You're
have
hoping to win
sell
this fight,
something.
otherwise
Yeah,
you're in big trouble. If it's a 6 loss streak playing Yuumi in stage 4, that's, I think, almost you're doomed to bottom 4 in that position.
This is kind of
No,
one
it's
of
for
those
sure better,
spots
'cause
where
it
you
makes
might
the
be
Garen
playing a little
tank
bit
here.
too safe, too unambitious. Terry's just aiming for a top 4, but this is looking less and less likely.
Ironbog is still losing. Okay, he finally got a win, but that was a long streak that he's just now breaking. Everybody in the bottom 4 is also super close together. There's not really a whole lot of HP even differentiating them from Weimu in 5th.
Tomino also got a win. It's really massive for him in particular. He is looking at the low rollers and just crossing his fingers, hoping they go down before him. He only needs a 6, so as long as 2 of these players, like maybe Terry as well, are not able to hit or not able to stabilize, that is great news for Tomino. And Tomino, he's directly contesting Terry on those Leonas, on the Yuumis as well, while playing Katarina.
This is where you should start griefing players, you know, helping them along, going to 7 and 8. It's a tactical play that we should see from him. I really enjoy players that have the awareness of the tournament condition. And Sanyap should be on a very strong spike at this point. Both 3 stars, snipes the backline.
And Weimu, despite being on 19 points, we don't really see too much griefing from him on his bench. He's just kind of playing his own game. We don't see any Mundos being held, I guess before YB1 hit, for example.
Oh, Tomino lost again.
Maybe he was griefing a little bit earlier on before players hit the big fights.
Oh, Tomino, another loss. Now, lowest HP on the lobby.
It's definitely really scary.
And you've kind of hit your cap, right? You're trying to push level 8 to fit in the Executioner, which you're missing right now.
I think he's going for 3-star Caitlyn.
It's a lot of gold.
Or is that just like you can sell the Caitlyn and put the items on the Yuumi?
I really want him to actually just sell the Caitlyn. I feel like a Yuumi 2 would serve you better.
I guess if he can make 8 without selling the Caitlyn, that would be the best news. But I think he's going to have to if he wants to make 8 this next turn. And I think he does want to, right? To fit an Executioner, it's a big deal.
Yeah, there it goes.
He has just enough, actually, and yeah. Would love to have a Rise. Obviously, for the mentor bonus would be a small little optimization that could help him win some of these next few fights. Dark Amulet Katarina in the end.
So it does scale up and has the extra augment for the blood healing, but he needs his fight to go along, which is the reason I don't really like the combination with Katarina. You're much more of a bursty champion.
That's the Void Staff on, going to be pretty big for the Shred for both the Katarina and the Yuumi. Can the Katarina wrap onto this Ashe? That's the big question. Looks like she might be able to.
There is a
Brain
bridge.
has bridged over there into the third. Edge Knight has already procced. The Ashe is onto the Katarina. It's not good news for Tamino. His main carry is down. He still should be on 2 lives. This is stage 5. He's barely left alive on 2 HP. He needs to fight for the 6th place.
This next roll is going to be huge. He needs the Rise or the Yuumi. I think the Yuumi is actually probably a bigger boost because he has someone to give the items to.
Especially with less of the power being concentrated on the Katarina due to her not having one of the scaling power-ups. The Yuumi has to put up more of the weight.
I would actually take that
No
Jace there.
gold.
I think you should be willing to sell the Caitlyn too.
You think Jace 1 is stronger than Caitlyn 2?
Just to have the goal to try and find the Rise
Oh.
potentially, because that's going
Yeah.
to be more impactful in the bigger
that
picture.
makes sense.
The Yuumi 2 is the hardest thing that spikes his board right now. You should be willing to sell it for it.
Oh, it's just so. It just feels
Oh,
so
doesn't find it.
desperate. Not like this. No,
Oh,
he's
no.
shaking his
It's
head.
against Sangyup, one of the stronger players on a 7-win streak. Unless the Katarina can cheese this fight in his favor, this might be an 8th place for the Slovakian player when he only needed a 6 to get into check, really delaying his chances of playing for the checkmate.
No,
Yeah, it's
the
tough.
Garen is just like not buying enough time. And the Rise deletes it, and Tomino goes out in 8th place. So he's only going to have 18 points at the end of this 4th game.
This is the roller coaster
Terry also
effect.
missed.
When you were on the high, you were starting your day with 15 points, and then all of a sudden, you're behind the curve. That really hits players the hardest. I hope he can stabilize. I hope he has someone here that gives him some words.
Terry as well goes out in 7th, not going to be able to reach check. Was maybe, as you mentioned, Clement, maybe playing too humble, playing for the Yuumi, saying I just need a top 4. The
The players to look at right now are
contested. There was,
YBO1
you
and
know,
Without
some
You.
direct contest between both of these players who went out in the first 2 positions.
I just don't know how much I like the Yuumi line in general. I don't feel like it's performed very well in this entire tournament.
If it's uncontested and you say I'm going to hit my Leona 2 on 4-2, great,
yeah,
but
but
there
it
was no
was
Leona.
contested.
Yeah.
It's never uncontested. That's the problem. You only
Yeah.
have Leona 2 and Cassante 2 to look forward to. And
I would have rather seen Karma.
yeah, maybe for Terry. You know, he's a Karma master. YBY finally gets all of his upgrades onto his board here, still running around with sponging, but the backline goes onto Mundo.
Ooh, the volley's smacking it, but it can't actually finish off the kills. So Mundo actually gets a bit of breathing room here.
Jinx does target the Mundo early, which means it will be a fight win for Weimu. One of the players who obviously does not really need any particular position. An 8th place would have sufficed for his check after this game 4 concludes.
Oh,
A
there
few
was a
emblems.
Battle Academia spat.
There was a
Huge
Yuumi as
here.
well. Tragic.
Heavyweight for Without You on board. Oh, gonna get denied. This is smart from Weimu. He's not really playing for anything, so he just wants to make sure everyone's placements is a little bit lower.
That still helps out his board too, honestly, because like when you have the Poppy, just put it on something.
Yeah, for sure. Does Without You get the lease? There's a lease in 2 that needs to be found by
Yeah, I feel like
Ironbog.
Without You
That's
is
the only thing
guaranteed.
that can save him right now.
Without You also looks so strong.
So we just need a 5th or higher.
I know he's kind of losing right now, but he's got Darius 3 and Jace 3 on his board. He's missing, but he's missing the Kog'Maw, which is the critical piece.
YBO1 needs a top 3.
Without You only needs a top 4 to make it into check. So someone like Weimu's really trying to ideally send Without You into that 5th place position. We're going to be very difficult, I think, from his HP lead he currently has. The rest of the players who did need a really big result in this game are getting there. Ironbog and both Sangyup and Spill. This is the Koreans, right, on an 8 and 9 win streak right now.
But Ironbog still needs to be able to get a win here, and this veteran Janna board is just a little bit too much, even with time standing still for just a brief moment. Ironbog is also going to be
Without You, mate.
eliminated in this game in 6th place.
Without You, also in check.
4th, bottom 4 in a row for Ironbog. Not a great result, but it is setting up for the potential hero arc for Ironbog in terms of winning those games 5 and 6, prolonging the tournament, and maybe.
I mean, he's
able to
11
win
points.
late
He
into the
needs.
day.
It feels bad to end on
It's
11 because that means
nah.
your
I don't
win
think
doesn't
I think
deny
Ironbog-
something
very
else.
true.
So hope he can bounce back here. Soul
Like
now
it
looks
would
like the
literally
front
take 7
runner
games.
to just win out this lobby. Highest cap for sure. I think his observation that the lobby was actually a bit low roll and waiting to roll for that Ash was a huge decision.
Oh, but look, Without You actually did finally hit the Kog'Maw.
Pivotal fight here. YBY1 needs a 3rd place to get into check. Without You needs a top 4. So this direct matchup so important for both
No,
of these
Without
players.
You
The
needs
Mundo
a
is
top
slowly scaling
5.
into the fight, but the
Fury
Darius
has.
is still very healthy, buying time for the Kog'Maw to ramp the static shift damage. Mundo yeeted away. YBY1 not going to be able to make it to check, and Weimu is already there.
YBY1 finishing in 5th.
This means 2 players will be in check coming into next game. That'll be Without You. Currently going to be at the very least 20 points. And also Weimu, who was on 19, pretty much locked the moment this game started off.
Overtaking Tamino has to be a huge boost there, you know, knowing that you're maybe 4th or 5th and suddenly being in the top 2 contention just to close it all out in the next game.
It's a very necessary result for both Sangyop and Sil as well. A very slow start to their days. The players alongside Ironbog who most needed to catch up in points are doing their job in this game 4. We could see, like we saw last year, 6, 7 players in check if we prolong to that game 6 or 7. Laughing, Necro. That was not intentional.
I see what you did there.
You don't want to go game 8? Probably not. Sign up with a lot of HP lead. He can still wait here and go for his executioners later on. So just waiting to level on interval.
And Janna really eclipsing Katarina as the powerhouse AP reroll, 2-buff reroll in particular across this entire tournament. We saw a lot of players going for it as a comfort pick yesterday, especially Daehwa, I think was a key example, Samino as well. And today, a lot of success for Janna. First place from Weimu in that game 1. Now a very strong showing here for Sangyop.
And I think we can mention the reason. It's because Katarina actually loses out in the matchup to the Janna reroll and also to the give him the chair. You go underneath their front line is super tanky, and you just get hit in the face.
Even Janna, I think, nerfs came through, then it was a bit forgotten because it had a terrible matchup into Mighty Mech in week 1 of regionals, but a lot of players still remember the strength of this Janna board, especially if you find an early rise, which we've seen most of these players actually luck into in Stage 3. That really changes how early you can start spiking and preserving HP.
Songyup also went to level 9 and is going to be able to get in quite a few upgrades. Holding on to I thought maybe holding on to like trying to get a 3-star 4 cross, but I don't know if the game is going to go on long enough for that. Soul also just hit level 10.
Just throws in an extra strategist for Sanya. Still a pretty big spike for him.
And Soul should be the likely winner, I think. We kind of foreshadowed this outcome all the way in Stage 4 when we saw the relative weakness of most of the boards that could potentially stop the snowballing from starting early on.
And we saw this
Soul.
results when we
But
saw the
it's a
Flicker
12 win
Blade.
streak now, 12 win streak worth of 5 Crystal Gambit cash outs. You only get stronger and stronger. You skill more than pretty much anything else in the game at this point in time.
Yeah, had a great cash out, 300 with the correct artifacts. Had even 2 to choose from in the mana zane as well. So very lucky finds there. His lobby reading is really what got him here. He could only play for first place basically in this game. He wants to play catch up. Was set on this line already.
5 Brahms.
Not again! I'm so jealous I wasn't here.
I don't think we're gonna get to see it because he's in the dominant position. He doesn't need to do the full sell, but
he could for style
For the
point.
fans.
Yeah, for the fans.
What do you
For the
value
Poro
more?
fans.
$50,000 or fan support?
Definitely the fan support. All the Poros.
Can I take the 50 by the way? Is it still on offer?
You can click on it. The Braum targeted, the Janna trying to chew through this entire front line. The Flicker Blade's Ash is still scaling.
But it is actually getting attacked just a little bit.
Take the Braum, take the Braum.
It's too much to deal with. The Braum, you're losing 1 point of econ.
Buy it. That's okay.
Duelist +1 is big here for Soul as well on his side.
Can't get denied. I think that's amazing
There's
for
just
him.
too many things going in his favor here. A much needed risky game plan that finally did pan out for Seoul here.
Yeah, a lot of things did go well for him. He actually hit the Zyra on the dual Q as well, so could slot everything in. A great synergy between Flicker Blade and the extra attack speed.
Also rewarded for holding both the Ashe line and the Star Guardian line as the catch-out came through, trying to play around whatever artifact he was given. Saw the Flicker Blades, immediately beeline for the Five Crystal Gambit. We're seeing now the Duelist TF as well, so
Oh
one
my
of the
goodness.
higher cap variations of Five Crystal Gambit we've seen all weekend long. An understandable 13 win streak here for Seoul in game number 4.
And guess what? He's holding 5 copies of Lee Sin. It's not gonna happen, but I want it to happen.
There's still one more round. If that shot pops up, we could see it happen.
But he's also smart because he's holding a copy of Rise.
Oh, that
Iggy
does
sees
seem to be a
that
win condition.
Songyup is holding 5 Rises, so this does make the odds of hitting the 3-star Rise pretty difficult.
And Sangyap has no gold, that's the big thing, right? Because with the Prismatic Ticket, one of the ways to re-spike your board and find these more creative win conditions is rolling for a 3-star 4 cost after you've already hit your 2-star upgrades with your reroll line. But not enough gold to do so. As you mentioned, Necra, very smart from Seoul to hold at least 1 copy of Rise to deny this from happening.
Lost optimizations coming in from both sides. I'm kind of surprised that we have Seoul keeping the power up on Zyra. Okay, yeah, it should go on the Twisted Fate. That's much, much stronger. Once you hit the Twisted Fate with the Duelist Emblem 2-star, then your AVP, I think, is about like 1.15 or something.
Too late to
crazy,
hit the Shadow Clone, unfortunately. The round has already started. Gonna go for the Fury Break instead.
Ashe is not going to be dying, though, so not really going to get a lot of attack speed, but hey, he doesn't need it.
It's an absolute wipe here from Seoul. I think we could predict this early on in stage 4. Once we saw that 10 win streak online, it's almost inevitable despite the strength of this Janna reroll. Once again, Janna in the top 2, though, and the biggest celebration here is for both of these South Korean players in terms of their very needed result here in game 4. Now, evening up the field, the points will be so much closer.
Yine nasıl takılan sakat hurts. Durath, he gives you charms. So like set 12, just the mechanic. Kaisa has 2 forms. Bilgewater, he gets upgrades. What do these upgrades look like? Like what's a Lowy upgrade? It doesn't show here. Guess not. Blacksmith. If you get triple artifact Orn to start, you can give him 3600 health. What would be BIS artifacts? What's this actual spell? It's AOE. Okay, so this is the reprint. I never played this one, but I mean, I understand what it is. So you're a CC unit. You don't have very high AP scaling. So you probably just want like generic stuff. Caretaker. Gain a random unit after losing combat. That seems strong. Isn't that just Yordle? But like one unit? To unlock. How do you unlock Bard? Reroll 4 times before stage 2. Oh, wait, before the carousel. Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, it would be much better if it was like reroll before stage 2. Actually, I have to commit to it. Because this guy gives you Yordle. That is econ. That is free. That is, I feel like that's actually going to be broken. Silas rotates between 3 different forms. I cannot cast the same one twice in a row. I remember from the dev interview or something. So he can do J4 Lux or Garen. So it's like J4 stun, Lux laser, or Garen ult. Like Garen like the true damage execute. Chrono Keeper every 2 casts. He stores XP. Every 2 casts. What's his mana cost? 40? I mean, it's a 5 cost, so it's like I'm gonna get that much out of it. It'll take too long for him to like actually generate enough, but like it's gonna help you go 10 maybe. It can help you go 9. Oh wait, this is like a dot champion. It does damage each second. Wait, if a unit, okay, so you just give him mana. You just give him infinite mana items. Like it's just triple blue buff plus stall. If you just have enough stall, Zillion will just instantly kill everything. Annie has Tibbers and it's 2 units. Darken. Hmm. Okay, but they're both 5 costs. But this is a lot. I feel like that's gonna be a lot. Okay, so Damasha. Each time a team loses. To rally increases the cost of the each time. So I think this is like static, or it's like it just happens 3 times. Because if you heal, how does this work with healing? Dragonborn was a spell. So this is just set 7 Shyvana. But you also have allows take 10% less damage from abilities. I mean that's pretty good. Azir places 2 guards who can be placed anywhere. Okay, just statues. Kindred. Every 3rd attack on the same enemy. Okay. So with towers, Glutton, which you can feed Tahm Kench. How do you get Tahm Kench? You just spend a bunch of silver serpents. So basically just play Bilgewater. Harvester. Each time an enemy dies, gain mana. Casting abilities does not consume mana. What does mana do then? Oh. So basically, you just need 5 enemies to die. Or you have mana regen. Oh, but that's for the numbers look a little weird here. Galileo is just a fawn. That's really good. Like 12 star levels of Damasha. How many Damasha are there? Like, so realistically, you need. Oh, it's not even that hard. Oh, okay. Wait, I feel like they should make it like 14 or something. Because this isn't that hard to attain. Mech, Hex Mech, gain a pilot. Their health and bonus stats. There's definitely going to be a correct answer here, and I'll figure it out. What is this? When your strongest Nego's alive, your strongest Needle is untargetable. Two two-star Nikos in combat together. Immortal. Falzenjo's not on your board. Zahin gains Ionia, Demacia, and Warden traits. And you need Jinzhao to unlock him. On kill, he gets us to go focus. He needs 3 kills to get a revive. So you need to play Hero Augment and then give up the thing for the Ionia, Demacia, Warden traits. Demacia is not really that important. We'll see what Ionia Warden. Each game walk a different path. Okay, so it's like Mirage. That one could be impactful. Stack bonus health. Everything take down. Enlightenment, AD and AP, plus more based on your level. Bonus health deal, bonus magic damage. Okay, it's like a reroll, and then Path of Precision. And inabilities critically strike. Okay. These are more interesting. They're kind of similar, but there's definitely different playstyles. I'll try to figure those out. Ixtal. Complete quests to earn Sun Shards and spend them for loot. Heal player health. So this one's kind of wacky. They're winning combats. Noxus. This is summon trait. Built over. Built an invention. After 8 seconds, the invention activates, triggering each of its modules. This is like admin? This is like delayed admin? I think that's how that is. Something like that. Baron takes up 2 team slots and grants +2 to the void trait. It's a void rift. It's void. Is this all void units or ally void units? Because I like things that like, oh, you can technically buff your enemy. That's a pretty interesting risk reward. Did I miss anything? Or we just chilling? Okay. Rune Mage. Rune Mage benefits from all active region traits, but he contributes to none. Yeah, okay. I remember them saying Rise is like crazy. Four region traits. Yeah, okay, there's definitely lots to explore there. Shadow Isles, whenever any champion dies, gain souls. It is just Shadow Isles mechanic, and then each one is gonna have some kind of synergy with souls, right? So it's your heals based on souls. Okay, you get more casts. Summon. You split amongst the 3 enemies. Okay, so this is like 4 cost plus stuff, pretty much. Like the set's 12 plus stuff. Deal to enemies within 2 hexes. That seems pretty strong. Shurima. Each second, Shurimans ascend. They gain stats. Two, three, four. What determines the 2, 3, 4? Well, basically, you have to hit Azir like as soon as possible. Soulbound, they fight together, swapping when either casts. Soul gains increase Stardust for each target going in. Okay, so here's the Stardust mechanic. Targon are forged by the stars. Their trait list was stronger than the. Okay. Oh, okay. This is threats. And the boss is just the boss. And yeah, it's just pure reprint. Void. Gain mutations that only Void can use. Void jump scan attack speed. This is what's like Zon set set 9 Zon. World Under against AD Omnivamp. Yordle. I wonder if you even have to reroll here. Or like, what's the best way to play this? You just play 6 Yordle and 6? Reroll 2 costs? Wait, how do you unlock these? Do the Demolition or Yordle with 2 items. Okay, that's simple enough. 8 star levels of Yordle, Ionia, or Defender. 6-star levels of Brawler, Yodel, or Invoker. So basically, just upgrade your Yodels. Interesting. After 4 seconds, Zonites become Shimmer Fused. Shimmer Fused. Granting them 10% durability. This is kind of like Countech. Set 6. Kind of. Arcanist. AP trait. Okay, these are all origins, and the classes are gonna be simple. Arcanist is Arcanist, Wizard, Defender. It's both. Your team gains defender gain. Okay, it's 12, but 12 is good. It's better than normal. Disruptor. They dazzle enemies hit. Deal bonus damage to dazzled enemies. Okay. So being like multi-hit kind of stuff. Gunslinger, gain AD every 4th attack, deals with bonus physical damage. So this is like Artillerist, Invoker, I already read. Juggernaut is just Juggernaut. Long shots. This is just Sniper. Quick Striker is just Quick Striker. Slayer is just Slayer. Wait. Okay, Slayer, it's like set 12 Slayer. Vanquisher is just set 9 Vanquisher. Warden. It's a shield trait. I guess kind of closer to Vanguard. Set 12 Vanguard. Okay, and then augments. It's how many of them are there? A lot. It's like a normal amount. How many hero augments are there? One. So what are these axioms? 2. Okay, so there's 2 silvers. Uh, Singed, Viego, Echo. But this is like weird. This is like they're not like hero augments. Or okay, are these other ones a hero augment? Or are they like okay? This is a hero augment. This is a hero augment, but like these are a little different. Also, this seems broken. I just glanced over that. This is broken. It's just a better version of the like. Let me basic okay. Current Kahuna, like the power up, it's every 6. It's 120 or I think just 100. Like what? Why is this so much? But this is just more than double. And it's for your whole team. Alright, this isn't hero augment. This is a duo. And then this, I don't know if this is a hero or not. I can't really tell. This is more like a quest than it is like a hero augment. This is a hero augment. And then this is like a duo. That's like a duo. Yeah. Okay. There's so much stuff to look at. Blitzcrank shield, AoE damage, Briar leap within 3 hexes, gain its AD and decaying attack speed. Briar might be a crazy unit. Caitlyn shoots furthest. If they die, ricochets. Just a better version of current Calista. Alawi heal, do damage in line. J4 shield, grant all allies attack speed for 4 seconds. But it's like a lot lower than the OP J4, but like it's still pretty nice. Jin ults. That's okay. Isn't that like 4? That's just the 4 cost spell from set 6. I don't know. That seems strong. But I mean, the numbers are also lower. Cog, magic damage to target, reduce armor magic resist. Adjacent enemies are dealt 50% damage and effect. Okay, and he's low mana costs, so it's like kind of a tank buster. Lulu, do damage and make them dance for 2 seconds. Projectile bounces the nearest target. Does the projectile make the nearest target also dance? Probably not, right? It's just more damage. I'm assuming. Diana, dash nearby hex and swing forward, dealing damage 2 enemies and 2 hex lion. Rumble, shield, burst of flames, scaling with armor. Okay. Shan, shield, and to nearby damage to ally. Sona, do damage to 2 enemies, heal ally. Viego, sweet. As like top combat. This is set 9 Viego. Aphelios, start with Infernum equipped. On cast, switch to Severum for 8 attacks. Attacks hit 3 enemies and apply Sunder for 6 seconds. And then interesting. I mean, that's bad. Okay, that's pretty cool. Aphelios is interesting. There's definitely some optimization with I mean, of course, but like there's like for sure tech with that. Fire and arrow that deals damage. Does damage to adjacent enemies. Targets below 30% max health. Takes true damage instead. Chill on enemies hits. Bloodsword bond. Field ash enter the mirror. Your strongest copies for increased power on kill. Attacks fire bonus arrow for every 5% damage. Bloodsword bond. What is okay? Like okay. Let's turn the mirror. The mirror of 4 cost? Is it a 5 cost? No, it's a 2 cost. Okay. Unlockable 2 cost. How do you unlock them? Oh, turn the mirror. Field ash with 2 items. Okay, it's chill. That's like a duo. Cho'Gath. Heal. Rupture 2 hex circle beneath target. Oh, that's a 2 hex AoE knockup on a 2 cost. And the mana cost isn't that high. That seems very strong. Echo, 1 hex zone around target at last 3 seconds. Next 3 attacks deal bonus damage. When the zone ends, deal damage to plus 10% of damage taken to all enemies in zone. There seems like there's tech with this too. How long? Leap at targets, gain shields, slam down, chilling. Okay, simple enough. Dash the furthest enemy within 3 hexes and deal damage. Next 3 attacks hit adjacent enemies and are modified. Okay. This seems like it's gonna be a problem, no? Isn't this just gonna team? Well, wait. Within 3 hexes. Maybe not. You have to do some positioning stuff. I mean, okay, you could for sure positioning tech get it to guarantee wrap the backline, and like it'll for sure just okay. Now this unit's gonna be disgusting. Scion, gain max health, takedown, shield when it breaks, deal magic damage to adjacent enemies. Okay, Teemo, poisoned, unpoisoned enemy, magic damage, and poisoning them for 8 seconds. Poison enemies take magic damage. Okay, so this is dot champion. Is this DPS good? I'm not sure. So they're changing the formats. So instead of saying the total amounts, it's just per second. So like it's easier to understand. I still can't tell if this sucks or not. I think on in first inspection the damage is too low. Fire Master Cannonball at the target. Okay, so this is the Buster Shell. Okay. Knockback if they're through Texas. You can frontline this thing. Knockback. Attacks deal bonus magic damage. Every third attack, throw 3 cards in a cone. I mean, okay, that's attack speed synergy. By gain shield, slam on targets, 1 hex. Every third cast, deal more damage, and knock them up. This is a fighter, or is this a tank? This is a fighter, surely, right? The damage is higher than the shield, so this is probably damage dealer, so they don't get mana on attack. Yeah, but this is, I think, a damage dealer. Strike target 3 times. Each strike deals physical damage and restores the final one stuns for. The numbers seem low. Okay, this is a tank. Yeah, the numbers still seem a little low. But it's not like that. It's not like too bad. Dash, deal damage to adjacent enemies. Only one's hit, deal double. Yone Yasuo. When Yone casts, your strongest Yasuo blinks to every target Yone hits. What does Yone do? What is Yone? Yone is unlockable, surely. Yone, 4 cost. Also, is like a little cheerleader for Yone, I guess. Ari. Fire 3 hits targets, each dealing 85, 130, 200 magic damage.
Matters.
Also, the hope for CN. We look at someone like Flancy being that historical name, not quite being able to perform after that day 1 elimination, but now it is a JOCM player instead. It is Waymo instead carrying that hope forward for CN, which, similarly to Mia, they have been in a drought. There was a time and place where CN was the region with the dynasty, the back-to-back-to-back TAC crowns. You thought it was never going to end. I personally, being invested as a commentator, thought, is there anything you can do to dethrone CN before, obviously, Replay started off the big streak for the Americas, obviously a title starting it off for not just APAC, but for Zeta Division as a whole, with Summertimer winning last time. And they need that win again. I think Macau helped a lot in terms of giving that CN community hope again, in terms of their place in the ecosystem on the power rankings, regionally speaking, in TFT. And now Emu, front and center, 24 points coming to this game 5, already in check. He has the hope to do it again.
It's going to be a very intense game number 5 as our players are just doing final ready checks. 2 players from our lobby are already in check with a first place. They will win the KO Coliseum Tactician's crown. For everybody else, they're hoping to reach that 20-point mark and then win the next game so that they may be crowned the champion. I love getting our little check-in to our Chengdu hub over there. It's been great to be able to see all of the competitors over there, the spectators as well. It just feels like it's going to be such an atmosphere to be in.
Yeah, it looks amazing. The lights, everything. And once again, here in beautiful Alicante, the venue, the players still enjoying. A lot of the players still here backing up, most of them backing up Tomino. And I think it's a story about, we have 2 different completely profiles, right? Waymon together with Tomino, newcomers, as to speak. So that's the couch to crown, if you will, possibility versus YBY, Iron Buck players that we would love to see winning, and that's the beauty of TFT. Maybe YBY, Iron Buck had the most possibilities and are here, but it's possible for someone getting new into TFT, putting in the work, having some luck on their side to accomplish even a crown.
And Ironbog, if you are not necessarily rooting for any player in particular, probably he will get more of the fan votes because right now he has a chance to play spoiler. He has a chance to give us the maximum level of excitement, maybe send us to that historical Game 8. I'm trying to rewrite the script as we go. I would love to see it personally.
Historical, I think you mean fantasy. Like,
Necro's not a believer.
It's so like, it's tantalizing because it means we get a chance to see more amazing competitive TFT. But at the same time, it also means that, like, it's gonna be a long road for our competitors, and I think that's something that we've got to realize. Well, while we've had some short grand final days for the Tactician's crowns, they're not always sprints like that. They are marathons, and you have to think ahead to what if Ironbog does play spoiler? We go to a Game 7 or a Game 8, and how can you keep yourself focused for that entire length of time?
Especially now in a LAN event for everyone. We saw it maybe in Vegas, we saw it again in Macau. Players are tired because it's not used for them for the lights, being there, not being maybe in your house uncomfortable. And now we have confirmation, 8 players ready and prepped for this 5th game.
And they have had more time than ever to think through all the different possibilities of what this Game 5 has in store for them, especially in Stage 2 as players line up, all with very differing objectives. 2 players in check trying to end it all. 3 players on 18 points, probably trying to grief those players in check. And then a player like Ironbog who has to play for those big wins, not just in this game, but in the next game as well to get into check in 2 games and extend the tournament to potentially 7 or 8.
All right, we get the Yasuo encounter as well as we head into this game, so maybe a little bit of thought there for some of our players in terms of how they want to kind of move forward. And speaking of Yasuo, shows up here for Waymol, but I don't know, but just buys everything, just in case.
More importantly, there is going to be a Kale pair here. Waymol, I mentioned it before. CN across this entire set has been a region that has really performed much better than everyone else when it comes to kill reroll, especially after that first patch, which was very, very strong as an overall comp.
Oh, it's here, though.
Already has a win with it yesterday. Can he do it again in this position where he is now in check? Kale, much harder to grief. There are so many one-cost copies. Players, unless they're also playing one-cost reroll, are not necessarily rolling on 3-1 just to try and grief one of these players in check.
Yeah, you can soft grief, if you will. Maybe get an additional Kale, try to maybe we get 1 or 2, but there are so many copies of that one cost that you just mentioned that is just too difficult.
But he actually sells it.
Yep.
He doesn't keep the copies. Finds the early Swain instead, which might help to initiate a win streak just a little bit better, and then you can play from that high tempo. So very curious to see where actually ends up deciding to go with this. Also finding the early Neferi and Lux, maybe Soul Fighter on the board.
Opts to make 10 instead with the extra
Definitely
gold
not
he'll
Soul
pick up
Fighter.
on this stage. 1 golden Gala confirmed, so we'll see. Is there going to be a double triple pickup by the players in check? Are they going to want to opt into the risk of being directly target griefed on the Malzahars in particular? That's the big question. All eyes on both Waymon and Without You in terms of their current direction coming into this stage 2.
Well, so far I don't see one. I am seeing the gold generating artifacts from Terry and YBY1. We have a Caretaker's Favor from Sungyup, a Clear Mind from Ironbog, and solo leveling, I believe, from Soul. As there is no double trouble. So let's see where that brings us. But Waymo just decides to go with the Pandoras, get a couple of extra components.
Yeah, maybe trying to go for that bow, a Kraken's early, and thinking about that Ash. But no, decides to slam early, just slamming the boy stuff here, and thinking a little more about the late game.
And because these players who are on 20 points know there is a target on their back, both players are not committing to anything. Quite the opposite. They're keeping all doors open, Pandora's items, and the chance to re-roll your components and your items if you need to later on for Waymo. And Salvage Bin for Without You, one of the augments I mentioned earlier on, is one of the key augments to success when there is more griefing going your way, because you can repivot your items, you can adapt to the situation, you can play into any line that you natural into, that you find the right conditions for with your next augment, with your 4-2 augment, or with your natural shops leading into stage 4.
Wow. Tomino is gonna go ahead and put in
Pretty
some
chill
Star
AP
Guardians.
opener, Podge Smooth
The
Bastion.
early Syndra 2 is actually
I mean,
kinda,
yeah, they have the
kinda
Bramble.
nice.
But I mean,
Yeah, and I love the
think
start
he's just
because
playing
it's
Bronze
Duke
Trick down.
Gauntlet, so he's going to propose playing AP, but has the thumbnail here, so actually countering a little any AD lines that is the preferring the meta, and him himself playing AP means that it's more difficult for someone to go to that line.
Leveling up, playing Shadow Clone with this Syndra 2 is going to be a really big deal. Just a great amount of power with the Star Guardian, benefiting both copies here. And this is Tomino's game plan. Preserve HP, don't play first rate style, don't give away HP early for no reason in stages 2 and 3. If you're able to go into stage 4 with 80 HP off of playing tempo and playing strongest board, that's really the game plan.
Only looking for that 7th place, as you mentioned, and for now, working. 10 gold, 2-2, doing good. For now, Terry and him, the only one with a win streak. And Sanyo losing for now. Obviously, with Keitreke, thinking more about the mid game.
Unfortunate for Soul is going to be on a 2-loss streak despite the solo leveling. Was playing on a Fury 1, is now moving on to the Jace instead. You have to not just win fights, but at the very least kill units to get value from the solo leveling. We saw it used to great effect from both YBY1 and Ironbog in different games today, and that being one of the key indicators to playing for Fast 9. So Soul has to try and turn this loss streak around the rest of this stage too.
Wow. YBY1
Double
actually
gamblers.
does get in the Crystal Gambit super early.
And it's perfect because he has the Gambler, so he doesn't need to win. He only needs to delay a little to get that additional gold. And as you mentioned, Negra, now he's in a perfect spot to double up, to try to keep going. Of course, he only needs 2 points, so it's a little weird. Maybe just trying to get a little cash out and then try just to push that level 8.
As a duplicator as well, YUI1 is a player who famously doesn't opt into reroll very often, but when he does it for a very good reason. He has only top forward playing reroll this entire tournament, played it 3 times, and has top forward every single one of those times. I think YBY1 is on 18 points, doesn't need to play for a first, but one of the ways to deny players who are on check from ending the tournament is by winning yourself.
Yep.
That is sometimes the best path forward instead of just trying to
Yeah.
grief them. So YBY1, I think a player who may be happier going down that path, considering that he likely almost never goes 8th, so just a 7 is what he needs if he falls short.
Unfortunately for players like Ironbog, I think you have to go 1, 1, 1. It's like you gotta go 1 to put yourself closer to check. You gotta go 1 to deny everyone else from winning in the next game, and then 1 to actually close out the tournament yourself in game number 7.
Without You, once again, holding Smolder, just making sure maybe it's the tech or not. Saya normally a little cheaper. Maybe just trying to hold units and making sure he makes 20. Let's see if he put it in the end. There it is.
I'm almost a little surprised because I think you would have liked to be able to actually make 20, but I guess you hope you just win because you're playing up against the, the griefer, Songyop.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the solo leveler was like, actually no.
No,
I
the
think he's
griefer.
the griefer.
And Sangyup is trying to obviously force a loss streak. I think Ironbog has a Crystal Gambit and might have doubled down already if he had it from 2-1. Also would be denying stacks for solo leveling on Soul if he only has a single unit left to kill for that Jace. So just small optimizations that players are trying to commit to in terms of min-maxing their possibilities of developing their own game plan, but also
He
griefing
made
others.
Well, I mean, there are
Sunfire
two
and
Crystal Gambit
Void
players.
Staff.
And in fact, I don't know if Tomino will even
With
consider it, just knowing that he has the
Pandoras.
Syndra and the Swain, that there is at least a small possibility there that you could go down that route. So
What are
I
they
do think it's very
playing?
smart.
Yeah, Weimu also with the Swain. Soul, playing solo leveling, but in a Lustrik. And of course, the griefer here, Sanyop. So very difficult for all the Crystal Gambit players, as you mentioned.
Interesting setup here for Terry. Not playing for Mogul's Mill, not playing for Gambler's Late, not playing for the Loot Streak and the Gold Generation, instead playing for the Win Streak with a Gold Collector. I think this is a very Terry kind of line and play to go to. Only needs a 7th place. This is
Gets
the
the
most
5 streak.
comfortable territory possible for territory. I try to stop myself, but it is the truth. He loves playing around the 4 cost. He is very consistent at top 4ing. Will likely play around something like a Samira, for example, and that Volibear combo in stage 4.
The one who achieved Necra here is Tomino. Perfect spot. He needed 2 points. Managed to get the win streak right now. And for now, it's just keep playing it, keep pushing. But, I mean, job's done.
For stage 2.
I hope.
Let's hope the
But
stage
yeah.
3 continues.
He's definitely much richer than the rest of the lobby at the moment, but that might change. Songyup on the other side is hoping to also put together a nice loss streak with the 5 losses. Songyup can continue to play spoiler to some of these other Crystal Gambit players, and even as it looks, YB War 1 actually took a win, and Ironbug does not have a very full loss streak strung together yet.
Player to watch out for is Without You on a 4-win streak right now. Obviously going to try and opt for Fast 9, considering his current position in the tournament. And if players are not able to end his win streak, this is one of the scary spots where you're able to mostly win streak all of stage 2 and 3, slotting Crystal Gambit, entering stage 4, trade that HP for extra resources, and then come into stage 5, go 9, and have enough gold to hit all of your 2-star upgrades, plus maybe some combat power from your 4-2 augment. And that's a recipe for success in this meta.
What do you make there of Ironbog holding champions when he has clear mind?
It was just the PvE round. He'll sell them, I assume, as soon as this fight starts off.
The solo leveling, low stacks here for Soul. So in a very difficult position for now, just slamming items. Yeah, for now only on Nafiri and on Jace. And a very difficult position. Finds this whole fighter early, but not actually having enough tempo. So a very difficult position for him. 16 points, he needs a 5th, and it's not easy in this lobby.
Yeah, not when you've got some really big winners. I mean, Tomino still 6 win streak Without You, is able to put 5 together, and Songyup continuing to put that 6 loss streak even further. As we get into our next augment, I think this will also change a lot. I see some augments that will give you a bit of direction. I also am taking a look at kind of what people are picking.
Tesla coil for Without You, interesting, trying to go for that full items and get additional value.
What did YB1? What did YBY1 take?
Picked up Golden Quest, so that could be a path to denying the checkmate in this game from Weimu and from Without You by trying to win it off of the Golden Quest. Tomino going for Raining Gold, looking already at his level, stage 4, level 8 power spike, the roll down coming in, considering that he can't really play for tempo from the options he was given. Without You is the player trying to play for tempo with a Tesla Coil pickup. Isn't proccing it right now. He only has 2 item components already slammed on both his tank, the Rel, and the Smolder. So this is the vulnerable point in time for Without You. These next 2 fights. If he can win both of these fights, he's in a very good position to potentially win streak the rest of the stage 3 and have an easy path to that fast 9 on stage 5. But this Yasuo is bringing the business to that back line. The Smolder goes down. The win streak is out as well for Without You.
And what about that early Cassante? You just saw like that extra kind of refresh of the HP, just made that Cassante a terror. And so that is going to be the win streak snapped. Tomino gets to keep it, and Songyup on the loss streak.
And Soul rolled down to 10 gold, so he identified that they had to break the streak for Without You to make his game plan much, much harder in terms of trying to play for that win. So selfless play by Soul here, rolling down on level 7 on 3-2, which is a very high-tempo play, slamming all 3 items of the Yasuo, playing for immediate board strength to try and snap that win streak.
Yeah, and we saw the augment. It's Battle Academia augment to go for a vertical, so full going for the option to not allowing these players to go to checkmate and extending the game, as you mentioned, Panda.
YBY1 could be the hero, though. Golden Quest with the Gambler's Blade, Shadow Clone on the Cinder as well, has been printing gold. I imagine YBY1, this was definitely on his mind coming into 3-2. Didn't pump gold potentially to try and play for this high roll.
What about Songyup though?
Also has forward thinking, so could be another player spiking in a huge way on 4-2.
I think the two of them are the ones I'm most curious about in this lobby. But for Songyup, it's a very risky place to be. Forward thinking and also trying to keep this loss streak.
And Tomino must be so happy. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. An 8-win streak coming into the end of this, or halfway of stage 3. Has picked up raining gold, so no immediate power coming in on 3-2, but despite that, won these next 2 fights as well. All he needs is a 7th rather this time around. An 8-win streak in stage 3. Doesn't guarantee it, but puts you in a very good position.
Also, if you already managed to get the 7th, then you can put yourself in a Griffin position. Okay, I already did what I want. I don't need to do nothing else. Okay, who's in check? Who do I don't want to win, to elevate this to another game? So that's perfect for the rest of the lobby also.
It's true. I mean, Tomino, YBY1, and Terry, all 3 of them are at 18 points. And so could do very similar game plans to what you're saying, Hoope. Wow.
Very interesting. Don't see a double down here from YBY1. He cashes out. He gets gold off of that as well. So he can accelerate the rate at which he picks up that golden quest and can potentially spike as early as 4-2, 4-1, matching the spike from Songyup on forward thinking. Really depends on how much gold he's able to print with the Gambler's Blade and the Shadow Clone. Also would love to get a Reforger. We've talked about it many times throughout this weekend, but Gambler's Blade very good early. Yeah. Obviously kind of useless once you roll down to 0 gold, once you're trying to play for full board strength. Having a Reforger to turn it into a Silver Mirror Dawn, I think we saw on day 1, is a huge deal as well.
Decides to use the duplicators there on the Swain and just sell for economy. Yeah.
YBY1 has just one mission, accomplish the golden quest, and then, I mean, if there's any player who I think is best
okay, that's an insane spot for golden
creative
quest.
minds in TFT.
And also the roll down's gonna go insane. I can't wait. Oh, look at all the copies that he's holding as well of the set, the volley. Like, I feel like there's almost a clear direction. He gets the opportunity to go for Samira, or you can use the volley bear for something like the Jinx. And so that's also very exciting.
It's a great example of good players don't just high roll. They prepare themselves to benefit from those high rolls. I don't think I've seen this entire set a better spot from a gold augment start into that golden quest. He has 120 gold on 3-6 already. So really going to add a lot of pressure to this lobby the moment he spikes that. Tomino, 9-win streak, Hoope-san.
Nice.
It's happening.
I mean, the work is done. Is it done now?
No,
we can say it's
wait till this fight's over. If it's a win, then I'll let you say it.
Hoope already said it.
He's unpersonable at this
Say it
point.
again. 36, going for an additional cash out. Just trying to push the rest of the lobby. I mean, the power of Syndra here. Also good front line. Just stepping up, and Terry maintains the Soul Fighter line. We know it's a comp that can win. Maybe not the best early game for him. For now, looking good.
And that's maybe the bigger test here. Probably the strongest player in this stage 3 will be Terry. Has the backup dancers pick up on 3-2. This will be a loss for Tomino, but all in all, 9-win streak is a very good position for Tomino, needing only a 7th to lock in check after this game 5 concludes.
Open the chest. What?
Oh,
Wait.
He's going for the win. He said, okay, I have HP. I can propose fast 9 into Seraphine. Let's double up.
I think he should hold all the copies. Well, what if you just natural a Swain 3? Why not?
Very curious where he goes with this. Obviously, from this position, I think you just have to play high tempo. Don't think about what's the strongest board I'll be able to build in stage 6. Think about the right now. How do I make my board stronger turn by turn without sacrificing obviously too much potential to just try and play for that 6th or 7th place.
Early Ash.
That's one way to do it. Has a JG slam though, so it might be a little bit difficult.
Well.
YBY1 very close to proccing Golden Quest. Cancel units on his board. And yeah, has already procced it. Gwen 2 comes online. You can play around both the Soul Fighter variant or the Sorcerer's immediate roll down. 70 gold to work with on level 8. So wow, set 2 already found. YBY1 in a very strong position, a commanding spot for this stage 4 start.
Let's keep it coming.
Has a Reforger as well for the Gambler's Blade. This is the APM check. This is where YBY1 separates himself from even other best players in the world the speed at which he can commit all of these key decisions.
Oh, I mean, there's a lot that needs to go on here, but the fact that you've got Zhonya's Paradox on the Gwen, really amazing AP items.
Tankzilla is big.
Ah, so good. I mean, the fruits are almost perfect here.
And he takes his Ironbog, who's doubled down, so a breathing room for YBY1 on a turn where he didn't fully lock in all of his decisions, didn't make all of his items, didn't roll down fully.
Yeah, but he's still done, like, most of the work.
Yeah. For Terry, the only bad news here for Terry, playing Soul Fighter vertical, normally no one will be contesting you. Finds the win here for YBY, and now you will not find the set, you will not find the Samira. Difficult spot for Terry.
Yeah, that's actually really rough when Terry also just wanted to have that 4-cost mentality, but here's Songyup getting the forward thinking and a lot of gold to work with as well. And so we'll see what direction he also wants to go here with getting a Zyra and also an early Twisted Fate. Rolls past the Seraphine, but decides wants to go ahead and put together a couple more of these Juggernauts in the front line. And honestly, this is a pretty good roll down with a pair of TFs.
Is this going to be enough? His matchmaking pool is very important. He's on 13 HP. He is all in on winning these next few fights with Malicious as well, and that could swing him back into maybe being the strongest player in the lobby. But super high risk, high reward position for Songyup, who maybe doesn't really need it with his points, right? He's on 17 points. Maybe he has to play for more of a top 4. We'll see if it works out. Has a 2-item TF, has to hope it's going to be enough. Did he find a Lee Sin? He didn't. That's a crucial miss potentially on this roll down.
A safeguard gear going up against Ironbog, who still hasn't cashed out and has the Ash still 1 star.
The O-Cage business.
Yeah, good business here. A breather.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit, but at least you still have the 6 Juggernaut in. Like, ideally, yes, you have the Lee Sin to replace one of the lower-cost Juggernauts, but I think that's sometimes the biggest problem, making sure you actually have frontline until you can get those bigger upgrades.
You probably saw Ironbog was in his pool, so it just made the Malicious monetization that much more of a better idea. Had a chance to roll down here, try and find those crucial last few upgrades to continue snowballing this effect for the next few fights as well.
Finds a Braum, so you can get the Luchador in next to that the Mundo. But thought about the volley.
Oh,
there's a Lee Sin pair,
pair!
one shot.
What?
If he wins this next fight, he has a chance also to potentially find a TF or a Lee Sin in the carousel being first pick. So a risky play from Songyup, at least for now, seems to be paying off.
Lock the shop, lock the shop.
He's going to get gold from Malicious, so doesn't have to, as long as he kills 2 units, which I think he could be able to here.
Yeah, but also when I see the Gwen on the other side, I don't know, I'm always the type of person, I'm like, okay, lock the shop until you get the gold, buy the champion, then unlock the shop.
I think if he doesn't get enough gold to buy it, that means he's dead, because he's on 13 HP.
All right, you might be onto something, but... Oh my god, he's not going to win!
It's going to be enough here in stage 4 to stay alive at the very least, killed off enough units. He has to hope that this carousel has the right 5 cost for him. It'll be a Braum and a Zyra instead.
Oh no.
So risky from Songyup.
Worse.
There's a Braum, but again, it's paired.
They don't have any
pair
help?
of Braum, pair of Twisted Fate. He needs something
Yeah,
else
like a Sterak
to
or
avoid
something.
that 8th place
Just open the
and try
belt.
to put himself in check.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, this is another player, 17 points. You don't
No,
need
he's
that
not
many.
this trap.
You just needed a 6th in order to
I guess you
secure
just take
20
Braum for
points.
Braum.
And so I'm with you. Why so much risk?
And it's even worse because the moment one of these players goes out in 8th, if they're not the player with 18 points, 3 more players are guaranteed to be in check coming into Game 6. So it is just so impactful for this entire tournament. Tomino also needing to stabilize here. He has 52 HP to work with, though.
All right, 1 TF.
That's a
But where's
duplicator as well.
everything else? Seraphine is going to be good.
Varus just in case.
Pair of Seraphines.
Yeah, most important right now is that Seraphine.
Does he duplicate is a big question. I think he's healthy enough to maybe wait at least one more turn. Has to find
probably
Mage.
wait until the creep round too with how much HP.
Especially with, look at Ironbog and Songyup, both are on 1 life. If they face each other, that could be it. That
Well, he just got,
all the
he
games
got
played
perfect
players
fruits.
are in check for next game as well. It's going to be a pretty big loss, understandably so. YBY1 is the Grim Reaper in this stage 4. The moment he perfectly navigated that Golden Quest, cashed it out 4-1, and spiked with this Gwen 2. RFC, Zhonya's Jeweled Gauntlet.
I'm hearing some big cheers all across the way. Ironbog actually does get the win over Wingwoo and also Songyup winning on the other side. So the HP totals are going to start to even out here if Songyup and Ironbog can both continue to push this forward. Ironbog does have Deathfire Grasp now on this Twisted Fate. How much do you like that artifact on this champion?
Probably might be a Reforge if you can find it. Probably Twisted Fate is not the best supplier. It is just true damage as soon as the fight starts. It's not a terrible showing, but Songyup now.
It's not terrible, but you don't need to put it on TF.
Sure
like, you could just look for an actual TF item and put it on someone else.
He's on a 4 win streak now. We'll be facing Terry on a pretty humble Jinx 2 carry for now. Has rolled down all his gold. Terry understands his mission is to apply pressure to the Fast 9 players before this stage 4 ends, where they're at their most vulnerable. Is the Jinx going to be able to do with the gold collector?
Oh, I'm looking kind of tough, I think. Even though we actually do see this Cassante still holding its own in the front, the Lee Sin gets the walk onto the Jinx, and now it's just cleanup. So Songyup with another win. Ironbug on the other side, able to get another. So Tomino free falling with 6 losses.
And both Ironbog and Songyup staying alive, trying to, doom one of the 18-point players. In this case, it is Tomino on that vulnerable position. Both Weimu and Without You are still in positions to win this game. They are the 2 players in check. Weimu does not have the highest cap. He's playing around Volibear 2, Jinx 2 for now, so doesn't really seem to be a player that can play for a first, especially not with someone like YBY1 or Ironbog if he's able to turn the corner in this Fast 9 strategy.
It's really tough though, because Tomino sitting on the pair of Seraphines, pair of Twisted Fates, is being directly contested by Ironbog and Songyup, who have been able to hit some pretty big upgrades. You saw Songyup being able to hit the Braum 2 as well. Tomino finally finding the Seraphine is going to put him into a much better position.
So tough.
But it's the front line, and all of these front lines are contested. Maybe you can use the duplicator here onto the Twisted Fate. Okay, maybe Tomino stabilizes.
He wanted to roll to 0 to see if he could find either the Leona and TF and make a better decision around which one to duplicate. Doesn't hit either. The front line is scary. It's Leona 1 with these items. You have a 2-star Seraphine and TF, sure, but is your front line going to survive for long enough? He's facing off against one of the more humble players here. Yet again, it's going to be Terry with the Jinx, with the gold collector. This is the real test for Tomino. If he wins this fight, I think he should be kind of locked in for, at the very least, a 7th place position. The Leona is hanging on here.
Oh, and the Jinx, it is going to be able to target the Seraphine. But can this Twisted Fate actually get another cast? And it can't. Tomino takes another loss. And it's not looking good.
Songyup and Ironbog are both still alive. 3 win streak for either of the APAC players. No Leona is found for Tomino. The front line is too fragile against most of the boards he's facing.
Meanwhile, Songyup, with the Juggernaut variation of the front line, has been able to hit everything, including a Braum that is going to make it that much stronger. For Ironbog, also playing the Bastion line, he's going to be the one that does have that Leona too, but also missing a couple more key upgrades. And Tomino, I think he can feel it. He's going up against Songyup, one of the other legendary players, and it is going to be tough. If Tomino goes out in 8th here, he will not make check in this next game, and that would be brutal.
The Lee Sin is so scary. The Swain has the items now over the Leona. The Seraphine damage is coming through, but it's just not going to be enough. Tomino taken down. Songyup stays alive. Ironbog, he's the only hope for Tomino. If Ironbog goes out in 8th, maybe Tomino can reach check that way, but I think it's not going to be the case. Ironbog also. Wait, Ironbog has gone down, but it's not enough. 8th place for Tomino. Doesn't reach check. Ends on 19 points, and Ironbog is now going to be on 13. Can play spoiler next game, but is also very far away from reaching check.
Yeah, very tough path here for Tomino. Last 3 games, not going out their way, and I mean, it's just so tough. Reset now, and the possibility here. Soul finds the Caitlyn 3 in this vertical Caitlyn and Jace board. Very vintage. Just trying to find, and he's doing the work, trying to find that 5th place or better, and for now, it's working.
Depending on Songyup's loss, we'll see this matchup here. The Gwen is on the right side. The Caitlyn is not going to be one-shotting the Gwen or the Samira as soon as this fight starts off. I think it's the board is just not quite strong enough. We're seeing the Gwen damage come through.
It's too much.
Soul taken down. Also does not reach check, so many players not able to reach check in this game. 5 5 players remain. 2 of them are already in check. Without You and Weimu are still left alive.
But for YBY1, Terry, and Songyup, with these 3 eliminations, they have guaranteed themselves check. If any of them can win this game and stop Weimu Lochu or Without You from winning, we will go into a game number 6. But we still have a lot of this game left to play. There's still some very healthy HP totals for some of these players.
And for the win is being on the same side of the carry. You have the ideal possibility there to ramp up and eliminate these additional threats.
And it's a possibility that YBY1 is able to reach first, maybe the Samira 3, because he just found 3 copies in one roll. But also maybe the Prismatic Soul Fighter win condition with the amount of wins he has the moment he found the Gwen early off of the Golden Quest and rolled for 8 Soul Fighter on that turn. He's on an 8 win streak right now. So YBY1 in true YBY1 fashion, taking over this game. Only needed a 7th, but he says, you know what, I might just play for first.
Songyup also trying to do that though. 5 win streak with this Juggernaut Fast 9 board. And honestly, it is kind of looking like we will go to a game number 6.
Isn't
Both Weimu, Lochu, and Without You have tried to cap their boards around more of these.
Like, when did he get 8 Soul Fighter in?
In terms of Without You going for Rise and Karma.
Maybe like 6
but
stacks?
we also do have with Weimu Lochu going for Jinx and the Star Guardians. While this Rise is doing a lot of work, you can just see it's not able to stand tall against these legendary comps.
Yeah, it happened exactly as you mentioned. Without You is just living without gas. Forecast just not enough, and Sanjop looking so amazing right now. Is there something here he can improve? Maybe the Jone 2, there it is.
Ooh.
Very important, and the new carry that we have seen this in these finals.
Right. I mean, this is a legendary carry that I think a lot of people were surprised to see.
Okay, but like this isn't Bronze for Life. Tiny but deadly.
Now in the hands of Without You.
Like, no, this isn't gonna cap high enough.
That thinks maybe this might be good enough to help stabilize or even get him into a position where he can actually cap even higher than this. Looking at the board, he is missing some pretty critical pieces here. The fact that I mean, the Koboko, Seta, Yasuo, they're all still 1-star.
The spot just looks much weaker in terms of the total cap compared to the rest of the players here. I think Without You tried to play in an uncontested line, maybe trying to make use of the Tesla coil with vertical mech, despite obviously not having mech pilot or going for that line at all. I don't think it's going to be quite strong enough here. Even Terry, who is a player who only was playing for top 4, only was playing into pressure.
And Weimu Lochu is out. So the fact that we have one of our players in check eliminated, and if Without You goes out, we will go to a game number 6.
You already, I mean, won against Terry, but
I don't think he gets the Prismatic. I think he just wins.
So, I mean, it's just, can you really go against it? He even lost against Terry, sorry, in the last one. And now we're seeing a little of the board. Anything else to be improved? Trying to find that Braum only to go to a back line. Maybe the Varus 2-star also as a possibility here. But once again, humble board here for Terry. And secondary carries right now the Seraphim.
What a beautiful game from YBY1. I mean, just every decision he made leading up to that Golden Quest cash out, it was fantastic. Playing around this Gwen to maybe play for a Prismatic Soul Fighter game, which is kind of a win more. I think by the time he catches it out, he's pretty much going to win anyway, considering the HP totals here for Without You and Terry.
But it would look cool.
It did look cool, but we're seeing here, I mean, he's playing for the Braum 2, the full cap Soul Fighter. He has 7 Samiras. He can't keep getting away with it.
I mean, it's a down roll for him. Already 2 legendaries and now going for the forecast. And he doesn't need it. He's just too strong right now and should be able to maintain a little of the win streak here.
This is the key fight. YBY1, the current win-streaking player in this lobby, up against Without You, the only player left in check remaining in this lobby, trying to end the tournament in 5 games. But standing in front of him, one of the best players in the world, trying to prove it yet again for their 3rd final lobby appearance. YBY1 takes down Without You, forces a game 6. The hero that this lobby needed to try and extend this tournament onward.
Terry, well-earned 2nd place.
And Terry did his job in stage 4. This is kind of a baton relay in terms of where each player had a job to do for the extension of this tournament.
Yep.
Terry applied pressure rolling down on level 8 to all the players trying to go fast 9. Players like Tomino, players like Ironbog, players like Sangyup.
I'm really sad. YBY1 has 9 out of 10 wins. And unfortunately, yeah, this 10th one is going to be the Prismatic, but also the win in the game.
Wow. I mean, yeah, you mentioned it. Terry playing terrific, and now is terrified against YBY, and we see why. He's just too strong right now, going for this double Samira tech. Decides to sell in the end just to try to find an upgrade. The huge range right now from the Wen, and it's a perfect win right now for YBY. 11 win streak.
And if he somehow managed to lose, he would
And it
have
all comes
schematics, so
down
like a...
to playing
Oh, no,
into
that's
the
how that
timer,
works, never
playing
mind.
into that golden quest from a very good position with the
Never
gambler playing
mind.
start with
But no,
the
yeah, he
cheap,
just wins.
relatively cheap board already, meaning a lot of econ thresholds,
Oh, you're
not
wrong.
pre-leveling, not pumping gold, having all that extra gold to reach golden quest. And earlier than I've ever seen actually this set on 4-1, and it's also key for the Soul Fighter Cash-On in particular because of that chance to play for that 10 wins for the Prismatic victory to just guarantee even more that he can take over this game. Game 6 at the very least.
He's the
5
best gold
players now
generator.
in check.
Like, he
Some heartbreak for some of the competitors.
already
who were
had
just
the
so
Gamblers
close,
plus Shadow
but
Clone.
maybe a chance to prolong even further if someone like Tomino, someone like Ironball can win this next game.
Yeah, I mean, Soul and Tomino, they're going to be at 19 points apiece, and so just that 1 point shy. Ironbog at 13 can win this upcoming game and make sure that he can actually extend this grand finals of the Tactician's Crown one more game, but it looks very likely that the Tactician's Crown will end after game number 6. And that will be a showdown for sure. YBY won though. What an impressive, dominant run in this game. I thought maybe we would even
Already fire through flames at targets. Every third cast more split between more enemies. If there are any of my enemies, dash away. Wait, this is just my 3-cost Starry spell that I made. This is like just straight up. That's cool. Dr. Mundo. Bulk up for 5 seconds. Restore health every second, and attacks deal bonus physical damage. So in total, it's 30% max health plus. That seems strong. That seems too strong. This for 5 seconds. That's 30% health regen. That seems too strong. If Draven has an empowered axe, I'm going to throw it. This is like just kind of like 4-cost Draven, except just does that 3-cost. Toss barrels from 3 nearest enemies and detonate them. After attacking 18, 18, 16 times, switch to fish bones. All equipped, attacks weapons with 3 rockets that target random enemies. And deal physical. Wait, what's the plus what? I don't know what this means. Learn it. Reduce instances of damage. And then call down 3 nearest enemies, stun them for 1 second. Burn wound. Okay, so this is like Seth, 12, Shen. Kinda. Yeah, no, isn't this just literally the same unit? Didn't that Shen also have like damage reduction, stun, burn? Okay, I don't know. Loris, shield, charge and knock the target backwards, stunning them and units hit for 1.5 seconds. Okay, it's cool that they're using a knockback. I mean, I don't know how much knocking it, how much it's knocked back, but hopefully it's something interesting. This effect is really strong in theory, so I want to see how it's executed. Because this also might be like a thing where it's too like this is also like a fat shield. This might be too strong. Mal, summon 2 voidlings that attack a nearby enemy 15 times. Each attack does. How does this work? Like I assume it just summons and then he goes back to this technique. This is like a dot with more steps. It's just a dot champ. I'm assuming. Logic Flamingo target that bounces 3 times each dealing and it hits blast bounce, deals damage in a 1 hex radius. Okay, it's kind of like Seth 11 Zoe, or like Set 10 Katarina. Like it bounces and then it has like the strong fourth bounce. Nautilus every 4 seconds and on cast, the next attack deals damage in a 1 hex circle. Deals damage scaling with MR. Active, gain shield. Chill. Sejuani, gain shield, strike in a cone, and in a line. These enemies are take magic damage and are chilled. They're already chilled. Stun them. Oh, so pretty much it's a stun. Or no, this is not the same shape. His primary target's stunned, and then the rest probably not. But if they have a chill from another source, then that stuns. That's a pretty nice synergy. Each second, restore health and deal damage within 1 hex. Open demonic eye nearest group of enemies, dealing magic damage. Is he a tank? Oh, that's a stun. Oh. Oh, that's strong. Of nearby. What's nearby? There. Vayne tumbles a nearby hex and fire bolt deals true damage. Zoe damaging by shred. Kick 2 bubbles at nearby enemies, dealing magic damage and chilling them. He shreds and chills. And actually does quite a lot of damage. You know, she does a lot of damage. And Bessa, swipe and dash around targets, dealing damage to enemies in the path, then slam chain on the targets. This is just her Q combo? This isn't like any of the other abilities, it's just her Q. Right? I'm just trying to like think about what the spell shape looks like. Belveth on takedown, gain attack speed, decays. Deal physical damage in a 2 hex radius and transform for the rest of combats. In a 2 hex radius. Okay, so that's like her E. Okay, so this is not a reprint. Braum, raise shield for 4 seconds, gaining durability and redirecting projectiles towards Braum instead. One hit, deal damage to nearby enemies, and chill them for. Okay. Garen, spin for 3 seconds, gaining durability and healing over the duration. Each second, deal damage, reduce the. Okay. Sandra, get an ice, stunning them for 1 seconds. All enemies within 2 hexes of them. Is this Lysandra? What range is she? She's just ranged, or is she gonna be like the 2 range that this normally is? This seems like a Vista Blackliner, right? So it's just a stun, and then all enemies within 2 hexes of them take damage. If the target dies, charts splits. Lots of chill synergies. Is Freljord chill? It's just like an unspoken synergy. Locks follow Fireball of Light, most enemies. And then Fire Beam. Wait, but this is like, okay, so like the ball is like Mel E. I mean, I guess it's closer to her Q, except it keeps going. I know it's only the first 2 enemy sets. It is just straight up her Q. It's her Q and ult. MF attacks ricochet to the highest current health enemy, dealing 50% damage. Fire waves of bullets that land on 2 nearest enemies. The first wave deals damage, and the rest every 3rd cast increase the number. This is a very interesting spell because almost all aspects are like very similar to like the designs I have. It's a combination of different things. So this is like my misfortune what was it? My musketeer misfortune, but then a combination with that and the GP that has the increasing explosions. Yeah, the musketeer MF with like the ricochet. That's interesting. Seraphine. Gain 3 notes for each one active. Deal. So every fourth ult you get set 6 Seraphine. This seems not that good. Or okay, no. It ramps, right? I don't know, it still seems a little weak. But it's okay. Taric, all allies gain magic resist. Once per dropping after. Why magic resist when Taric is like about armor? That's weird. Below 35% health, gain 90% durability for 2 seconds. Oh, that's pretty good. That's like that's pretty good. Active gain shields and grant allies small shield. Next attacks deal bonus magic damage. Okay. Wukong on death summon stone copy. Okay. 4 seconds gain armor magic resist and spin. Okay, so it's just his ult. Doesn't it just does damage. Is he a tank or is he the damage is low, so this is a tank. Yeah, okay. For the next 4 seconds, gain attack speed, infinite range, and voice attacks with lasers. Ooh, that's lasers deal physical damage in a line. Reduced for each enemy they pass through. When they critically strike, they deal. Okay, so the single target DPS is like lowered, but like actually you have the attack speed, so it's not actually lower. And you want to build crit. So you're gonna have to go full crits. Okay, so Ionia has the one that gives crits, but then none of the other ones do. So on. Okay. Oh, I started.
Picked up Survivor, which is considered by some or most players to be the worst augment in the game because it does not do anything until 3 players have been taken down. Once those 3 players are eliminated, you get 92 gold. So if you make it to this position, it's incredibly strong, especially if you're going for Fast 9. But I imagine no one, unless they're RNG forced into it, would ever pick this augment on 2-1 for themselves. So I think it happened already once before to a top player in a tournament this set. It's one of the unlikely scenarios and low rolls potentially from Silver Destiny. Unless you cash it out, then it's one of the biggest high rolls in the world, obviously.
Well, YBY1 has always done a pretty good job of being able to make it into the top 4. So I feel like, I don't know, there might be some space there.
Yeah, feels like an augment to
Wait,
go fast.
Mario got
super
Survivor of
stabilized,
Frizz Dest
try to
or of Silver
get those 3
Destiny.
people out and then
That's
go to
really
that online that you
funny.
mentioned, Panda.
You play the
Wait,
same
he's
way you
gonna
play
win
all
with
farming,
that.
basically. Your HP matters a lot because obviously
He's gonna win
be
with
among the
that.
3 players that are eliminated first. And if you stay alive, if you outplace these players who are playing more 1st or 8th, who are playing very risky, who are down to 1 life in stage 4, then you have this massive spike to directly skip level 8 and go right to 9.
Makes sense.
Well, in this
He just needs to
stage
stabilize on
2,
8.
Weimu Lo Chu and Without You trying to put together win streaks. At the bottom, Songyup, 3 loss streaks. So with 2 more combats left in this stage, definitely looking to put that together. YBY1 has opted to put in Crystal Gambit.
Oh, he had it prepared, and now finally finding the Janna. And I mean, he had to, right? He already sold the Kyle. He's going to pivot out of it, play Crystal Gambit here. Maybe be careful not to be grief. The rest of the players are also playing units. Maybe Sanjop, the one who can grief him, has also Crystal and has a chance of being, I mean, even weaker in units.
I'm really curious to see what YBY1 picks up on 3-2 in terms of what archetype of augment he goes for and how he decides to play stage 3 and stage 4. Being down a silver augment is not the worst thing in the world, especially not when in a normal lobby of TFT you would notice the impact more, but because it's with Scuttle Puddle and you have so much gold anyway, the gold ends up taking more of the share of the value of your board and the strength of it. So I think it's even less impactful in that sense. But I'm really curious to see how YBY1 navigates the mid game in particular.
For Without You, 4 wins. Weimu Lolchu also with 4 wins on the board. They face each other. One of their streaks is going to get snapped, so we'll see if they're unlucky or lucky. And it looks like for both of them, pretty happy with this. Terry looks like maybe going for Malzahar Heavyweight. With the blue buff and the Jewel Gauntlet slammed, it does feel quite likely.
You can opt, of course, into something like Rigged Shop on 3-2. I think there are definitely positions where Malzahar can win games, even not off the Double Trouble Malzahar. A little bit harder after the nerfs came through to his general kit, but it's still definitely a possibility.
Terry wins.
Yeah. So Without You doesn't get to keep that streak. It's just going to be Weimu Lolchu that gets to keep that. Songyup on the other side with 5 losses.
And this is huge. 5 win streak with Laden Forge, essentially not using your augments at all, obviously, is very bad news for the rest of this lobby. If he's able to somehow win the next 3 fights in stage 3, cash out his artifact to help him extend that win streak from 8 to 10 or 12, he could be in a prime position to push for Fast 9, is already playing the Bastions, can play around both either TF or Seraphim, whichever one he has items for at that point in time. And he could be in a very good position to win this game.
Ooh, also gets a bow. So could make Krakens here.
This is the 2 avenues to making it to Fast 9 comfortably. The 1-cost avenue, which is with Gnar, with things like a Huna Huna, with the usual TF items like Raid Blade. And the other avenue is the slightly better one with a Xayah 2, which is not going to be a reroll line, obviously, but buys you so much time and stability in stage 3 in particular.
That's even better. I think like this looks like a really great win streak, especially if you play against somebody like Songyup that's still playing that Crystal Gambit.
I think you'll probably level to 6 here, try and fit in the Yasuo for the mentor bonus, and try and guarantee the win streak, depending on his matchmaking pool, of course, and how weak or strong the rest of his opponents are. Does he greet it out and stay on 5?
Sanjong also finding an LD Bolivar here, just considering his options. No item slam for now. So maybe something to consider for later. Of course, full economy. No need for now to sell it.
Songyup is thinking about Golden Quest. He is not pumping any of his gold. He's trying to hope for a golden augment and maybe a Golden Quest pickup, taking a page from YBY1's book. Also, Eyes on Tomino does have power up on 2-1, so we'll have a more powerful augment offered, which could maybe swing the game in his favor for stage 3. Golden augments.
Ooh. Okay, so Tomino gets some nice choices here. Gets invested. So that's a lot of gold injection.
And Weimu hits Golden Quest. Yep. Oh my goodness, this game is going to go absolutely crazy. With the gold injection from Scuttle Puddle especially, it's going to be so much easier to proc.
Yeah, I mean, already in such a good position with the win streaks that he's been able to put together.
He was playing into Fast 9 already, so we'll be able to use so many of those different 5 costs.
And he didn't level, so he has the extra gold he could have otherwise spent to go to level 6.
Playing for the out.
And he leveled
it's
now.
amazing because he will keep winning. Normally you start losing the round because you're not using your augment. He's in a very special position right now.
Dawncore pickup here from YBY1 from that portable forge. So that'll also be a nice item eventually to go onto something, but I guess maybe sees now that has an opportunity to still lose, but also get some gold value out of this anyway.
Encore?
Very interesting game from YBY1. I'm not sure if he can play for the Kog'Maw with the Dawncore with just one artifact. I'm not sure it's enough. And he also will not be able to make the best use of the Survivor Gold if he procs it. Obviously, the ideal would be to go 9. But there's not too many of the 5 costs that make best use of Dawncore as an artifact. It's more the rerolls like Katarina, Kog'Maw, and Akali even in some cases.
And for Soul, trying to find the Janna. Already has 4 Crystal Gambit with the Ashe fully itemized. This Janna will be important.
And has rolled to 0 on level 7,
Wow.
trying to find 5 Crystal Gambit, has the Ashe, but is missing the Janna. I mean, this is just terrible news for Soul here on a 3 win streak at the very least. There he finds it.
Oh, okay.
One more roll, sells off his board to really try snowballing early when everyone else is so weak. Everyone's playing for Fast 9.
Oh my goodness. So if there's anybody that can actually win this lobby and extend the series, it is Soul. Maybe with the 5 Crystal Gambit, we actually get that wish, Hoope. But there are a lot of other players that are hoping to come for this moment, get that first place. Golden Quest is certainly one of them. Waymo Lochu is definitely a player we have to keep our eyes on. But as we enter into this, Tomino with a 5 loss streak, Songyups with 7. Waymo Lochu hoping to extend the win streak that he has right now and get that gold coming.
Yeah, I mean, the hope for the lobby is that Soul faces out Waymon Lucci as soon as possible and win, because Waymo, even though he has the Golden Quest, is still pretty strong. And of course, the one who will finish the Tactician crown if he wins.
Akali and the bow picked up by Sangya up here. There's going to be a Jarvan and a Poppy as well. Key 4 costs. Some of the lines our players might be going for, or more even so for just stability in this stage 3 and stage 4 until they make it to the bastions of the Juggernauts they're hoping for.
Tomino finding invested in the Prismatic, so full Fast 9 for him. Obviously needs to find first the KO. And Explosive Grow also for Iron Box, so another Fast 9 player.
The race for the 5 costs, whoever can reach a point where they have, 70, 80 gold on level 9 that can roll earlier is going to be a big deal. But first, the Latent Forge proc here by Waymo picks up the Wit's End onto the Xayah for now. Eventually, will probably land onto a TF. Level 6, 80 gold to work with, and an 8 win streak. He managed to win every single fight down an augment in a very low tempo lobby like this one. A huge step forward for Waymo in terms of his chances of winning this game.
Xayah still holding. On the other hand, we see the Crystal Gambit just trying to make sure he pops a little more. YBY 144 already double up. So just waiting for that huge cash out and also be a contender for that first place and winning Tactician crown.
When we see his bench, already some indication on the paths he is leaving open. The bench is really indicating a Kali, or at least keeping that door open, holding the Darius, the Senna, the Jarvan, and the Aatrox as well as a Kennen.
Waymo keeps winning. 9 win streak now for Waymo.
I mean, he was winning without an artifact. With an artifact, I imagine that's not going to end anytime soon, at least not until players start spiking either on their 4-2 roll downs or even later, because most of these players are angling Fast 9, right? They're not going to play a strong stage 4.
And the problem now for Soul is that he rolls so deep that he will not be able to
sounds pretty
stabilize
good.
in level 8. He needs the Ashe 2. He needs a good front line. So he's winning this stage that is huge because he's getting the bounties. But is it enough to stabilize and start to punish even more in stage 4? I don't think so. So he needs to high roll a little on stage 7, maybe some natural units. And the economy, he will recover maybe 4-5.
I think he's in a really good position to snowball. We talked about a few games ago where it was also Soul, I believe, playing 5 Crystal Gambit on stage 4 against a very weak lobby, and he was able to snowball this the 5 Crystal Gambit cash outs all the way into stage 6. He has an early lead in with Ultra Stance. He has 4 Juggernaut frontline. He has a 3-item Ashe already. He's scaling against boards that we're seeing here. They're either double down or they're playing, they're all picking 3-2 Econ augments, so there's no board strength here outside of maybe just Waymo. It's a very interesting lobby how it's shaken out across these first 2 stages. And a lot of high rolls as well. I mean, their early lead in is crazy.
Yeah, this is definitely getting to be a very interesting game.
And YPY1 probably cannot even think about playing Dawncore Kog'Maw because Terry is already into that line with a static Shiv, which is why we saw the Akali units being held on his bench. The Golden Quest going to proc soon as well. I mean, there's just so much happening in this game.
Ironbog also already with the cash out, waiting for the explosive growth, 50 gold, level 8.
We'll probably see level 9 roll downs on 4-5 because of the first just crazy econ augments that were picked up. Tomino with the invested, and we're seeing explosive growth as well. for Ironbog, and the merging of that with Scuttle Puddle means that you don't have to wait until stage 5 to have a reasonable roll down with enough gold to hit most of your units.
Starts for Ironbog. Poppy 2, pretty good.
Right, Tomino is also getting very close to a cash out here, but as Ironbog continues to roll, hoping to find that Jinx, does get the upgrade to the Xayah and a lot of the other Star Guardians that are going to be super necessary for this composition. Getting the Poppy 2 is going to be very helpful, also to stabilize, but you're missing out on that Jinx.
A lot to do still here, a lot of items to slam. Ideally, you want to go for a high value roll down on level 8, roll a little bit, hit your upgrades, and then push to 9, but has to roll fairly deep here. And if he loses this fight, I guess it's a double down against Tomino, so it should be a very clean win here. But Ironbog might have to roll a little bit more on level 8 to guarantee the stabilization. I guess it depends on his matchmaking pool, because there's so many Fast 9 players who are not putting their foot to the gas just yet.
Good adaptation there with the blue buff on the Jinx and Gather Force. Just trying to push that ability and get additional value.
Final augment of the game coming up. Do we see Prismatics, Necra? That's the big question. I know you're hoping for it.
As a viewer and a fan, I love seeing the Prismatics because it means an interesting game, but it is going to be gold augments to round out this lobby, so it's still going to be quite interesting, quite high tempo as we do have that Scuttle Puddle, but a lot of our players now hoping to kind of round things out with combat power in order to actually finish out their boards. As Tomino looks to roll down on 8, we will see some
No, he was rolling on 8 and he didn't roll on 9.
He now pushed 9, but only with 30 or so gold to roll with. Did find a Gwen 2. Did find a Leona 2. Is this going to be enough? He tried to go in early. Has a Zyra holding the TF items. Not a single copy of TF is the one biggest downside here. And isn't going to get max uplink value either, considering he has no extra item augment.
I feel for him so much right now.
Or on 3-2. Maybe a TF on this next carousel, as well as a few natural shops, could put him back in contention for a first place in this game. But it's going to be tough against this matchup. We do see YBY1 onto the Akali that we prophesized in stage 3.
Yeah, and unfortunately that Akali is going to get backline access.
And it's a bronze for life Akali as well. This is one of the stronger variations, despite the non-meta item build here. No QSS, no Nashers. This is the OG Akali build that terrorized us in the very few first patches of this set. Gunblade, Rageblade, Dawncore, a YBY adaptation special in terms of this is what I had built already. I pick up a Dawncore. I have to play for the line that I can, knowing that Kog'Maw's contested.
Oh, there is
the quest is done. Yeah, for Weimu. Finds the Verus. Decides to wait a little. I like it. I mean, waiting, making sure he has like, I don't know, at least 60 gold when he goes to level 9. He still have a lot of HP here, Negra 65. I think he's good spot still.
He's so healthy.
The problem is no mana regen for this Varus is maybe an issue, and no even components for mana regen, so we won't see this Varus get its full spike or its full value until stage 5 at the very least.
I do think that Varus is one of the weaker options you can get from the 5-cost drop from Golden Quest. And we're going to have to see some pivots, but for Tomino, I'm really worried. At least you do have this Seraphine. It's going to be able to take out Ashe, but yeah, I think it's going to be hard.
Not really. I feel like if you put the 4 Wraith version,
he's going to be first pick.
There's one.
It is on the opposite side. Does Without You want this TF? Will he stop Tomino from having a better item holder for the Rageblades and the Krakens? And of course he does, because it's a fast 9 angle for pretty much every single player. Tomino not happy, has to rely on this next natural shop.
And he needs to pick something.
Go for a Rod, maybe trying to go for a Rabadon on this Gwen, trying to get more value off of the Jewel Gauntlet. Already has slammed.
There's open spats.
Can spread the uplink for now as well.
Huge chances of this being the last game. 6 players still with that chance open.
I want to throw this out there now, just to get it out of the way. YBY1 is on Survivor. He's going to get 92 gold the moment 3 players go down. He's sitting currently on a 4 win streak, and he's very healthy as well. And he's playing an uncontested 4 cost. There's a possibility that YBY1 can try and angle for a Kali 3 as a win condition, considering he can't really opt for I guess maybe he can opt for a fast 9.
He's
with
holding
bronze for life.
Casante just in case, having options open.
He's
Okay,
going
there's
to
a
try and
call,
go
he's
for a 3-star forecast as his win condition. And
He can
this is-
cheese, like, okay,
Just again,
he gets...
a great game from IBY1, adapting so well to all the
This
different
guy's a
factors, and
criminal.
all the different variables. that
Like,
he
why
can
are you
offer.
out such
Even
a
from
criminal?
the random element of getting a survivor augment off of Silver Destiny.
No one's played a Kali the whole day.
Tomino just waiting for the fall. He knows he cannot step away from the additional rolls that he missed. And for now, just holding up. Tomino, no matter what happens, of course, he will be in check. But he's one of the players, of the 3 players, that can delay this a little more, finds the Lee Sin, and there's the cash out.
Big spike for Without You, finds the Lee Sin to fully itemize, is now starting to roll down as well. TF2 has been found the most sought after unit. 5 different players currently trying to either fielding or trying to field a TF on their board. And this is worse and worse for Tomino as well, who was missing a copy before now. I don't think he found one in his natural shop, and there's just so many out of the pools already.
You. He's
Also,
strong,
double
but it's
melee
not...
threat. So very easy for him to access backline here.
Uh-oh, the
He
battle
can
of the
beat
1 HP
Tomino,
players. We're in stage 4.
I think he is stronger, though.
But it's 8 HP for Tomino, 11 HP for Without You. Whoever loses this fight is out of contention.
Tomino's dead.
And Tomino, in his case, he won't be able to play spoiler. He'll reach 20 points, he'll reach check for next game, but he can no longer stop the other players from getting there.
Only 2 players having that option right now. Ironbog with 13 points. And of course, the option here to preserve a little more time and having a chance. YBY, again, is waiting for 2 more players.
He's almost guaranteed it with the current
the
HP
cash out.
lead. He's
56,
first in the
okay.
HP totals coming to stage 5. 1 player's already down. Without You's down to his last life. Terry's on 27 gold as well. Terry's on a big double down as well. He used Kog'Maw just as a stepping stone to make
Like,
it
why
to
would
level
you
9.
just hoard gold? And then the moment he gets Survivor,
Anyone
ends up with like
sacrifice their
200
game
gold?
to pot? I don't think it's the
And
case. It's
sends it
just
for a
too
Kali
late
in
to
one
obviously
round.
open for it or weaken your board.
No one's gonna hold a Kali.
It doesn't make sense for, I think, anyone's position.
But he shouldn't roll.
And
He
just so many
shouldn't
players
start
are trying to
rolling
stop our
now.
creep. If it was just Terry in check, then of course
Because no
it would
one
be
will
the right
ever
play
hold it, and
potentially,
everyone's gonna spend their
but I
gold
think
on
Terry is
everything
unbriefable
else.
in his current
If he wants, he
position.
can grief other people.
Also, this is stage 5, so he could get
But he shouldn't
here
roll
to
for a Kali
300 fairly easier. I think the next
Until
one
he
is the
gets
cash
procs
out.
at Survivor.
Yeah, I have to imagine. I don't think he can. He would be too tight if not. He's on 27 HP already. 2 losses in stage 5 could be a death if you're trying to go for double down in 2 more turns.
Without You with a Jone on bench. Jone 2, just in case. 11 HP now.
Oh, a free fight for Without You. Should be winning this against Terry, who has double down. So great matchmaking for both of these players. And we'll see what Terry cash out's
Guys,
going to be.
just too strong. I mean, you have the TF2 doing the ramping up, scaling every time with Winslow and Kraken, double melee threats with the Bolly and Lee Sin is just too much.
Terry would have loved to maybe preserve a little bit more HP, have a better loss to try and stay 2 lives in stage 5. Not going to be the case here, down to 10 HP now. Maybe
That's
with
fair.
Braum and enough Poros, he can do it. 304 Crystal Gambit stacks. The cash out comes through, the gold from TF as well.
Ooh,
3 completed
well,
item
that's
ambles.
huge, that's
Zyra
huge,
2
that
to
is huge.
celebrate as well. This is going to be one of the strongest boards in the lobby. And he has Tesla Coil. So going to get so much value from this cash out
That's
as well.
huge.
I mean, these boards are starting to get crazy.
This was the dream scenario from the last game. But I wonder if this will be enough for Terry this time around, not playing around that mech board, but more of this legendary style.
Healing
Once
item.
mana region for this Braum, a Shojin would be massive. Doesn't find it. Can go for the Protective Vow, though. Does go for that as well. Onto the Leona, his main tank, and maybe the Warmogs. On the Braum.
Sanjo with the 5 crystal finds the strategist emblem and has already cashed out so much. The majority of his units still itemized and takes a win here against Terry. Terry strong, has the skeleton of a great composition, but doesn't have 2-star. The Seraphine main.
Seraphine has to cast. The TF was killed by the Ashe.
Ash
The
is alive.
stays alive. The mage comes out, and Terry is going to go down as well. The TF died too early into the fight. That's 2 players now down. 1 more player left, and YBY1 will cash out his survivor. He already has 6 copies of Cassante. He cannot do this again. He cannot end this tournament off of another 3-star forecast. That would be so insane. 4 Akalis as well.
I don't think we saw you losing. He's the strongest for me in the lobby right now. 3-win streak. Maybe Sanjop has a possibility there. So I think Weimu, maybe I don't know,
Without
will
he's
start
strongest
falling
right
down.
now,
Weimu now
but
finds up round 2. So everyone just in the strongest moment right now.
2 Fast9 players are down. It means so much more copies of those 5 cuts coming back to the pool. Ironbog maybe going to have a harder time. He's still trying to carry a Jinx. We're now partway through stage 5. Most players have their 2-star 5 calls already fully prepped and itemized. We'll see if Without You will be strong enough. The Volibear's trying to move into the backline there, stuck for a while, but now is finally moving in. The TF and the Jinx trying their best. It's the battle of the TFs, but Without You seems to be too strong. Ironbog now down to his last life as well.
It is so unbelievably close. Ironbog and Soul, the only 2 players that can extend this Tactician's Crown Grand Final series. And there are 4 players that are hoping to end it here and win it all. On this carousel, we're going to see more completed items. There's also a Twisted Fate. If anybody actually wants to pick it up, and that was a snap pick from Ironbog.
Ironbog is still on TF1. That could be the power spike he needs to try and battle it out against the rest of these Fast9 boards who have outcapped Ironbog little by little. Ironbog rolled deeper on level 8 on stage 4. He needed to stabilize from his weaker position, but now the rest of the players who greeted it out, who went for the riskier lines, are now getting those fruits of the labor.
Yeah, also trying to find that Casante that we know is being held by YBY. So very difficult to improve. I truly believe that is a difficult position right now for Soil.
3 players on 1 life. YBY1 rubbing his hands together. No biases from him. Any of these players goes out. And that is the green light. He will start pressing D like it's nobody's business, trying to find a 3-star Casante or that 3-star Akali.
Mate for Seraphine.
It is a nice hit in terms of the fruit, and it is also a 2-star Seraphine dealing with Without You, who has found the Twisted Fate too,
one of them's
but
guaranteed
not
dead,
really
right?
a whole lot else. This Juggernaut board is still going to be difficult to deal with, since Lee Sin is going to be one of those main carries. But as the Seraphine starts to pop off, it does actually deal with this Lee Sin, and it's just going to be the Twisted Fate 2 against this Leona. Can it actually do the job? Wow, it is going to be a KO. Weimu is going to fall here, and that is going to be Without You. Extending the series, another favorite in that check. Down and out, and we will see the cash out here for YBY1.
He has to pick up the gold manually, and he has to roll while he's doing it. 5 Akali, 6 Casantes. Is anyone playing defense? Can anyone stop him from once again hitting a 3-star win condition? 6 Akalis for now.
Holding Karma also, just in case any 3-star works here. There's the pings.
They're too late. He's on 7 Casantes already.
He's doing a bit of scouting. I think he gave up on...
He told the Casante. Okay. They were being held already.
Yeah.
He's going for Rise and for Karma.
And Akali.
And Akali. 2 off.
Rise.
There's 1 Rise.
Rise. I wonder if he actually sells this Lee Sin and tries to grab it. No, he locks the shop just to secure that Rise.
And to not tell them that he has an additional Rise also.
18 HP, he's just barely alive. 2 HP in a dream. YBY1 trying to sneak another 3-star forecast to try and win this game.
Oh my goodness. He rolls. Is he gonna end up, okay, he might just wait, get as much gold as possible from the crab, and then try to roll from there. Hopefully we can get a bench check for everybody else as they come over and start pinging that he has the rises. Soul is gonna pick up a Rise and a Karma to try to deny
There's an Akali as well. Soul might be the hero, at least against YBY1. 2 of the units being held. There's a Rise for signing up as well, so the Rise has already been denied. It's just down to the Akali. I think there might be 1 more left in the pool, depending on what other players are doing.
Well, the 1 in the shop, maybe there's another one on the bench somewhere, but at the very least, I think we're going to have to see YBY1 give up on the Rise or hope that other players feel like they are going to get chickened out of it. There's no hit, though.
He sells the Akali. He doesn't know that there's a that Rise is no longer possible. He sells the wrong forecast. And all of a sudden, this was the only way YBY1 could win this game. His board will not be able to hang against the rest of these Fast9 boards.
Oh my goodness. Feels like such a missed opportunity. But one of those Rises was locked.
He did not have the full info. Soul is the big hero. denying YBY won another 3-star forecast in this game. We'll see what the Donkor Kali can do against Sang Yup.
Just needs to be able to access this Ashe. But with this Ashe continuing to ramp up, this Kali is just taking a little bit too long to dash to the next target. And so this Ashe is getting so much time to breathe. Rise gets stunned, continues to wail away, and YBY1 gets sent out in 5th.
4 players now remain. Ironbog potentially going to be the hero here, trying to fight for his own check, try to prolong this tournament onward.
And for Soil, also trying to find an additional win condition. Of course, the board itself is so strong, but we know without you 7 win streak, and Soul has already lost against him. So he needs something else, and that face-off will be the most important of the game.
It's a 2v2 showdown. Ironbog and Soul trying to extend, Without You and Sang Yup trying to end.
Without You is still on a 7 win streak. And this board is,
Without You might just
really
win.
strong. There are not that many upgrades that Without You can actually make at this point with the Lee Sin, Twist of Fate, and also the Braum 2. The Zyra in the back is also a lot, so that is going to be happening on the other side as Soul is hoping to do his best to try to stop this, but it's just too strong. Without You gets another elimination. Soul no longer able to play spoiler in this lobby, and Soul also goes out. Ironbog and Without You is going to be the showdown.
Can be the
if
hero,
Without You wins this here, he will win this Tactician's crown.
We mentioned it at the very beginning once Ironbog got off to a slow start. He is the one player you want to rely on to play spoiler to try and extend this tournament onward to a game number 7. Is this board going to be strong enough? Without You has an insane Lee Sin with a Prowler's Claw that can fight RNG his way into a win if he hits the right target.
Also with Quicksilver,
okay,
so
if Ironbog wins this, he might just be the GOAT.
For example, and try to get that possibility. So favor in for Without You. And Ironbog will have to get a miracle here, great position, and go for the win.
Eyes on the Lee Sin, eyes on where the resets go once he gets a Prowler's Claw kill, the TF in the backline as well. The burst damage on that right-hand side from Ironbog with the TF and the Jinx trying to burst through.
It's stuck on a tank.
It looks like it is going to be on a weaker side, and as it takes care of the Nefiri, this Jinx and this Twisted Fate are going to start to target some of the bigger players. Like that Lee Sin going down, the Prowler's Claw is not going to be able to get there, but as I say that, the Quicksilver actually does shred, and we will see another knockout!
Without You has done it, the Lee Sin has done it. The kicks moving on to the Jinx and the TF. Nothing could stop that Lee Sin from winning this game.
So well deserved. Without You playing amazing, playing through without, winning the Fast 9 Contestation, and is the champion. Is the winner right now for KOC Tactician Crown.
Without You has been on a tear this entire tournament. One of the first players to reach that check, and now gets a chance to hold that Tactician's crown high. Congratulations, this is your KO Coliseum Tactician's crown winner, Without You.
Amazing story for him. Almost a couch to crown story for him. First time on Tactician crown, taking the win. One of Clement's favorite. We saw Clement there joyfully screaming a lot, and the stage here at the venue in Alicante, rooting so much for him. From Chengdu, we have a winner.
What an incredible time to be here as an APAC TFT fan champion now here for the region. Clement, what are the feelings right now?
It's just been such an insane journey. I mean, we started Southeast Asia. We didn't even have a pathway to Tactician's Crown. We couldn't even join the tournament. And, you know, it wasn't until set 11, set 8 where we had that chance to make it in. And, you know, I've known Without You since set 9. He was the best player then, but he had a day job. He didn't think that he was qualified enough to actually quit it and just pursue his dreams. It took a lot of convincing for you. And, you know, this year, we were in 4v4. We had to find an organization for him. And there were always doubts. Like, why am I not picking Ironbog? Why am I not picking Jazate? And I always told them, Without You is actually the smartest one of the group. There's so many players that have worked with him that have been better because of his insight. And it's just been such a journey. I mean, this set particularly, we tried so hard to make him try again. Because in set 13, he was the second highest QP winner, but when it came to regional, he ended up 31st place. He was demolished. He was like, you know what, I don't think I should continue. I don't think I'm good enough to actually do this. But he stayed around. We made him stay around because he had so many insights, so much knowledge, and he finally proved himself. I don't think there are going to be any doubters anymore. Without you, it's been amazing. We couldn't have done it without you, which is his original name.
Clement actually like showing emotion and then crying on broadcast started to make me cry because that is such an inspirational story to hear that it even took convincing to get Without You to go more all in on TFT because you guys believed in him to accomplish this dream for APAC and just see that realized is just, it makes me so emotional with you.
Yeah, it's so huge for the scene. I mean, this time around TPC, there's 9 players from our server, from TW. The big study group really worked out. Without You was obviously a huge part about that. And we just kept on telling him, give yourself a chance. Just put everything aside. Let's work on this set. No more 200 game sets. You're doing 500. You're doing 600. And we kept him at it. We just were staring at him, making sure that he was able to do it.
Want to give a shout out though to Tomino. There was a lot of pressure on his shoulders today being the lone representative for EMEA, and when Americas has also been knocked out of our tournament for the grand finals, I think there were a lot of aspirations on his shoulders. And so, I hope that Tomino, especially coming into this as his very first Tactician's crown, hope he can hold his head high, as well as the rest of our competitors that made it such a tough fight for Without You to win it at the end of it all. It was a very, very hard journey and a hard-fought one.
Wow, I can't believe how hyped all the players were. We were watching there, we were cheering for another game, for Seoul, for Flash, for Ironbog. Looked like he was almost about to flip the switch again, go 1-1. But in the end, it was Without You and on his trusty melee carries. He's always been best when melee carries are the star of the show. He got the Prowlers from the Twisted Fate, and it was just destiny.
Couldn't have written the script better myself, Clement, and it is just so amazing to see Without You at the top of the standings. Woimu Lochu also, huge congratulations, putting CN on the map with a second place in this lobby.
Why are you on third
That
again?
hopefully CN can be very proud of.
Yeah, amazing for CN once again. Only representative came from the JOC and playing amazing, having huge chances here. Double chance of checkmate, total YBY, third place. And Negra, you said it, 3-3-3, and once again, third place
Oh,
for
no!
YBY. Probably the most liked player and accomplished through the field, Sanjop. Played amazing tournament throughout the 3 days, and I mean, another player that we should always realize, and also props again for him.
I love the Korean strategy of just going Crystal Ash, just rolling down on 7, trying to hit early. They did find the 5 cost, but unfortunately it wasn't really enough to cap out. There were so many strong boards. Weimuu Luo Cho, they didn't give them any free kills for the Ash boards whatsoever.
For Terry, I mean, we see it in the scores, a top 4 player at all. Couldn't find a top 1, but also playing amazing throughout the whole series. Soul being the hero there in the end, with a chance to prolong the series. Also playing amazing, playing different comps, the Bronze for Life Prismatic that we saw with the Yone carry giving us so much additional. And once again, highlight to Tomino and Ironbog there in the end. They played an amazing tournament once again. And Tomino, I know he didn't only learn experience, he gained friends. The possibility of training once again for the next round with these players. He had difficulty coming into scrims before on regionals. And of course now, these players are all friends, and they will continue to grow the community and to start prepping together.
Right, as Panda was saying, it was hard to actually find a study group. Maybe prep was a little bit hard to come by for that reason. But now that we have had this cross-region pollination, the camaraderie, I hope this means that we'll push Americas and EMEA even further when it comes to leveling up for Set 16 lore and legends. Clement, there's a new chapter being turned in every single one of these regions' books right now.
Yeah, I think we have seen this sort of revival in a sense for like CN, maybe putting more respect to the mobile circuit. If you look at the past few sets, it has been that mobile circuit that's been carrying them. They're always producing new talent. A new rising star, of course, is Seoul as well. So I love how this TAC round was really about the newcomers, the new blood coming in. Both Tomino, there was 6 players that were first time here at TAC round.
Well, we do have a chance to interview our winner Without You. So Clement, please take it away.
小布你听得到吗？
我听得到，我听得到。
哦，我的天啊，这个我看到你赢，我自己的头皮发麻。你可以跟我们讲一下你现在拿下这个胜场，心里想的是什么吗？
目前来讲就很开心，但还没有想，手到现在还在抖啊，就是很激动，没想到自己真的能第一次参加世界赛就拿下冠军这样。
I asked, without you, I'm just getting chills watching you play. What are you feeling right now? I'm very, very happy, but I haven't thought about it too much. My hands are still shaking. I didn't imagine that I would be able to win TAC round on my first try. 那小布，我想问一下，就是你目前在这个成都的场馆的话，就是这个 study group 里面可能有3个人进到这个决赛吗？其他人有在帮你们加油吗？你怎么准备今天的这个比赛？
我觉得就平常心吧，然后把自己的作息调整好这样，然后旁边的队友也大家都很支持，彼此有机会的话都可以拿下这个冠军这样。
So I asked, without you, what's it like in Chengdu? I know there's a couple of the study group there with you. How are you preparing for today's tournament? And without you's answer is, I just want to keep a normal kind of rhythm. I'm just looking at when I go to bed, make sure I wake up on time. Everyone here is really supportive of each other. I did want to ask a question about the game right there, because at the start, it didn't look so good for you. There was a lot of Fast 9 players. You were sliding down on the HP ladder. When did you start thinking that, oh, I actually have a chance to win it all? 开始血线其实不是那么好看，一直在往下掉，然后外面也有好几家很强的这个水晶啊，或者是95的玩家。你是什么时候突然觉得，或许我有机会赢下这次世界赛？
因为这一把开始的时候，我觉得外面有几个人的，就是海克斯比较好一点，所以我选择在3-5的时候去开出我的水晶这样，然后试着就是跟外面的赌，他们没有人会断到我。那在确定我有机会真的拿下冠军的时间点，是我把中国的那个。
I think we might have a little bit of technical issue there. But without you said that he scouted the lobbies early, and he realized that there was a lot of very strong augments being selected early, so he needed to go for a cash out, double down with the crystal on 3-5. And the moment that he really felt like he started to have a chance was when he took out Weimu Luoqiu, and that is where it cut. Yeah, you guys, you can throw me any questions. I will help facilitate it as well.
Can you tell us a little more, since we're getting back, about the preparation, because you were in the study group, how was the mental preparation or the preparation itself, hours, being dedicated, or how's the flow with the rest of the group?
I think the most important thing we learn about with the study group is to keep your own opinions. The great thing about TFT is everyone is playing from their own system, their own style. So we try not to think the same.
Okay.
And that was the biggest improvement from Step 14. 小布你回来了。那个我们刚刚听到就是你开始觉得有机会是打到那个帷幕落丘。
对，我在5阶段的时候把他送走的那一刻起，我发现我应该有机会拿下这个比赛。那最后就是祈祷 YBY 的4费3不要出来，我就只能就尽我可能的去防守这样。最后也成功的就是拿下了这个冠军。
I really started to feel like I could win when I took out Weimu Luoqiu on stage 5. And the other big thing was YPY and his potential 3-star 4 cost. There wasn't a whole lot I could do. I just tried to play defense as much as possible, and I was able to win in the end.
Can you ask about if he saw Lori and Legends? What do you think about the new set? If he wants to go for a second crown?
那小布，你目前有看过任何关于 S16的资讯吗？
就中场休息的时候会在那个就是转播的时候有播的那些讯息，大概有了解，这样就这样而已，没有试玩。
Okay, 好, he did see a little bit of it. 那小布，我们想要问的就是说，就最后你有什么话想要对可能粉丝或者是第一次认识你这位选手，的人说吗？
我不是一个老选手了，我从开始打比赛是 S9的符文大陆，那可以在下一季的符文大陆前，为我这2年的一个职业生涯带来一个完美的逗号，我相当的开心这样。然后我在图奇直播，所以未来有机会的话，可以多来聊天这样。
I asked, without you, do you have anything to say to your fans or the people that are knowing you, getting to know you for the first time? Without you's answer is, I am not a new player. I've been competing since set 9, Runeterra Reforged. And it's just amazing to be able to before we go back to another Runeterra set, to have such a good midway point for my career. I will be streaming on Twitch. If you guys want to chat, come find me. I'm very happy. Thank you so much. Without you, this has been a wonderful interview. 谢谢小布。
Can you give me a chance to give shoutouts also?
Huh?
Giving a chance to give shoutouts or to say hello to friends or anything?
那就是你还有想说，有什么特别的人你会想要感谢的吗？就让你有办法得到这次的世界冠军。
其实我觉得要感谢的人很多。第一个当然是我的家人，还有一些就是我们赛区的工作人员这样子。然后其实我应该算是我们赛区一次比一次的成绩优秀啊，我只是在这个风口浪尖上就是成功的拿下冠军的那一个人而已，就很幸运，很幸运。那每个人都有他就是想感谢的地方，就一时之间也不知道从何说起这样。但我觉得我就刚好就是可能就是这艘船的头吧，就刚好抵达这个岸口这样子，然后拿下冠军这样。
小布，你讲的真的很有诗意。So the first people I want to thank is definitely my family and all of the staff that work to make the tournaments run smoothly. When I think of our region has been always improving. I feel like I am just the person that is riding the wave going forward. I am lucky to be the one that is at the helm of this ship, and we are just starting to steer out of the dock. This is, the beginning of a journey. I have so many different people that I want to thank that at the moment I can't make concrete thoughts about them all to send out, but I just want to thank everyone and say how lucky I am.
Well, yeah, to please tell him thank you so much, and we're looking forward to seeing what happens next.
小布非常感谢你接受我们的采访，然后我们也非常期待你之后的表现。
好，谢谢。
谢谢。
谢谢。
What an amazing champion you have now here for APAC, and I love that at the end, he's still so humble in terms of how he's feeling with the win and knowing it could have been anybody for APAC, but it was him that was chosen at the end for that destiny.
Yeah, there's been so much work to just get to this moment. It's really a whole region of people getting together, doing study groups, reaching out to different people. The staff in our TW server are amazing as well. They run great events. They keep all the streamers involved. And we've all been working towards this one moment. We truly believe that if we produce a champion, that brings us to a whole different level. Everyone is on board. Everyone wants to be a winner. And that's the best way for TFT esports to blossom.
It has been such an incredible tournament here for the Tactician's Crown for KO Coliseum. We want to give a huge thank you again to all of the competitors that have joined us here in Alicante, Spain, from the Americas and EMEA, as well as in Chengdu from APAC and CN. Thank you so much for putting on an amazing performance for all of us to cheer you on.
That's the end. Congrats to Without You. You played a great tournament. Uh, okay, so I am going to go to sleep now. When I come back, I will pretty much immediately start my stream again, and I am going to immediately start with set 16 and comp making and yeah, solving everything before uh it gets dropped onto PvE. Probably Wednesday, maybe Tuesday. I don't know. Sometimes they throw us a bone and give it to us a little early. But yeah, my goal is to have as much done as possible before the set launches onto PvE. And yeah, there's a lot to read, a lot to think, a lot of stuff to play around with in the builder. Uh, yeah, but I'm gonna go to sleep now, and then yeah, okay. So goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.